All right. Mark, you ready? All right. Okay, good morning, everybody. I am Steve Kaplan. I'm the Neubauer Family Professor at Chicago Booth and the Kesnick Family Director of the Polsky Center. And thank you so much for joining the 27th Annual Edward L. Kaplan New Venture Challenge. No relation to me. We want to give a warm welcome to everyone, the finalist teams, our awesome judges, our generous sponsors, our coaches, our students, alumni, and whoever is watching on live stream, and I know a lot of people are doing so. We are celebrating our students and the culmination of months of hard work, and we are excited to feature 10 finalist teams today, which represent a wide range of plans. We have space, we have cancer, we have leather. So it is quite a diverse group, and we are looking forward to a great day. This is the 27th year of the New Venture Challenge, and over those 27 years, the New Venture Challenge has been very successful. We have launched, hundreds of businesses. We think over 300 of them are still operating today. They've raised over $1 billion. They have generated more than $8 billion in exit value. We've helped launch a number of household names: Grubhub, Braintree Venmo, Simple Mills, Tovala, Foxtrot, and we hope there will be many more in the coming years. And as we've done this, we have done a good job of coming up with prize money, and we started way back in, I think, it was 1997 was the first one with $20,000 in prize money. We turned that prize money into investment, and in the last 2 years, the teams have been able to get over $1.8 million each year in investment, and it will be very interesting to see whether we hit those numbers or break through those numbers this year. So that brings us to today, and I want to tell you what happened to get here. We started off sort of in the fall with various events to try to put teams together, to try to get technology from various places, and the teams sort of formed and created their businesses. And then end of January, a number of teams applied. We got 65 entries, and those 65 entries, we looked at them, talked to or got feedback from our judges, and took 25 into the class. Those 25 then took the class with Mark Tebbe and me, and we introduced them to our network. The teams worked with our coaches, and our coaches are here. Larry, Moose, Lindsay, Michael, Megan, and Phyllis. And in terms of working with the coaches, working with us, we introduced the teams to the network that we have and helped the teams make progress. Then the teams presented in April and May, and they presented in class, and they got very tough but loving feedback, and they made the plans massively better. And that's the thing that is sort of magical about this. If you see what we saw in February when we let the teams in, and you see what they are today, it is just spectacular, the progress they make. And it's like awesome to watch the students. One of the things Mark and I love best about this is just to see the progress that you make with talented students, good ideas, and a great community. So that's what we did. We then figured out of the 25 how to get them down to the 10 finalists you're going to see today. And we got feedback from our judges. We got feedback from their presentations in class, and feedback from all of us who worked with the teams. And it wasn't easy. We probably could have put 4 other teams into the finals, but we decided to go with these. And all of these teams did well with the finals judges. They did well on their presentations in class, and we are confident you will enjoy seeing how they do today. So that's the process. That's where we're going. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Mark Tebbe, who will tell you about what's going to happen today.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you very much, Steve. Today, the students have worked very hard for the opportunity to present to our judges. As you can see up on the board, as you can see here in the room, we have an amazing set of judges. And so first and foremost, I want to thank the judges for spending your day with us here today, but even more so to everyone else that are not the judges. Besides being here all day and focusing on these businesses today, they also have been involved. They read all of the feasibility studies that came out and helped us select which ones made sense. They also read the business plans that the students submitted to identify which business plans made sense and scored them. So they've had a long involvement with our NVC in making it. So we want to thank you very much. For judges, you are the reason why these students are here presenting today. They want the opportunity to present to you. And when you look at our judges, we have an amazing set of judges. We have 2 judges that are on the Midas list. We have 2 judges that are on the C30 top. The Midas list, for those that aren't aware, is the top 100 VCs in the world. So we have Co and Mar on that. Mar gets a double dip because she's also on the C30 list, which is the top female VCs in the world. So Mar and Gail are on that. So this is a distinguished group, and our students are excited to be able to come and speak to you. But it's also not possible to do this because if you look at the production of what we have here and the amount of work that goes into it, we want to make sure that we recognize all the people involved. And so speaking of judges, let's also start with our judges that happen in the classroom. To get to this point, we have had over 100 judges participate in class with the students, listening to the first round presentations. There's 3 weeks of that, 2 sections, and then also with the second round presentations. And we've had some judges who've seen both, but a lot of them who have just participated in one. But it is that core and critical component that allowed the teams to step up their game, make the progress that they have. And as Steve said, we're very aware of the progress that they make. It's impressive to see. But that's what happens when you start with good students and a little bit of pressure. And so the judges have been very involved in it. But it's also the supporters of this program. And it starts with Ed Kaplan. Again, as Steve points out, no relation to them, just happen to have the same last name. But it was Ed who in 1996, when Steve heard from a student, said, why don't we do a business plan, business launch competition? Steve's like, that's a great idea, go ahead and do it. But Steve Kaplan then was contacted by Ed Kaplan, who said, I'd love to help participate, gave him the endowment to start the prize pool at $20,000, and we have walked it up since then. But the one thing that has helped us walk up, and was a pivotal point in helping the MVC take it to that next level, happened about 6 or 7 years ago when Ratan Khosla, we were in the judges' room and talking about how we were going to fund these teams. He said we should make a life-changing amount. We at that time had a little over $150,000 to give to teams, and he said, why don't we just give it all to the first place team? We explained that we want to invest a little bit in everybody because we are pretty good at picking teams, but at the same time, we're not always right, as all of the venture capitalists know. And so we want to make sure we have a little bit for everybody, so we could say we invested in them. And Ratan said, I think that we should figure out how to step it up. Much to our surprise, The next year, Ratan stepped up, said, I want to make a donation to the school. I want to endow the Seacons because I think the conference is an amazing conference. I want to do a number of student prizes. And more importantly, I want to endow the first place position. And so with that, he gave enough money to start that the first year we had $150,000 with the Ratan Coastal First Place Prize to those students, and it has since walked up because the endowment has grown to 180, and this year it's going to be a little over $200,000. So Ratan, thank you very much for what you've done. We also have a number of platinum sponsors: Caruso, Denton, Sozo Kinnison, Greg Purcell and Francine Purcell, and Robert and Karen Vishny, who have given a lot to this program and are platinum sponsors. We also have a number of gold, silver, and bronze sponsors who will participate. And then lastly, we have in-kind. And the in-kind are very critical. It's amazing what these students can do with, Airtable and AWS and everything. You're going to see it in action today. And it's really been there. These in-kind, we don't count them towards the value of our prize pool, but they represent well over $750,000 of value to the teams as well. So as we get to that, let me just take, Steve walked through and we didn't forget Ellen. We would not be here. Steve and Ellen did put this program together and were instrumental in getting it to where it is today. Ellen still participates very much. She's the coach. She's met with many of the teams. But it's the coaches, it's the judges, it's all the pieces that come together. But behind the scenes, it's also Isabel and Sean were our TAs and who had to deal with all the last-minute surprises that happened when putting on this class, so we got to thank them. And then it's the entire Polsky staff. You see back here all the people in the Polsky T-shirts. If you have any issues or questions today, they solve all problems. So they're phenomenal to work with. They are the secret of how this runs. So thank you very much for everything. All right, so now let me walk through the ground rules, make sure we're all on the same page. All right. For those that are new judging, we'll walk through them. For those that are old, we're going to refresh your memory. The presentations are 25-minute presentations. We break them into two parts. We start with a 10-minute presentation where the students present to you. We ask that you not interrupt them and let them make their 10-minute presentation. We have a clock. They have time to the second. They won't go long. If they do, we will say thank you very much, and they'll be done. And then that's followed immediately by a 15-minute question and answer period. During this presentation, during the 10-minute presentation part, you'll see a couple companies where the CEO is not a student. We only allow students to present. So you'll notice that the CEO is not presenting. They are barred from presenting during the presentation, but they will actively participate in the Q&A. And so when you see that, that's why. Now, when we come to Q&A, we have 27 judges here today. And so we have 15 minutes. And we know you guys have great insights and everything else like that. What we ask is that you put your hand up, because there's going to be obviously more than one, and let the teams call on you. There's a microphone in front of you. Tap the microphone once on the red light at the base of the microphone, turn from red to green, speak. Remember to turn it off when you're done. And we don't want any hot mic accidents. We've had some, but they're entertaining, but they're not very valuable. So, but remember to turn it off afterward. We know this is a long time. As I'm sitting here looking at that clock, making sure we will do our best to stay on time and be on time. We appreciate all of your insights and involvements. And basically, we'll do this all from now until a little after 3. The judges will then, we normally would go off to a different room. We're going to stay in this room. So at the end, this room will be empty from anyone but judges. And we'll have started deliberation. Our goal, and while that's running on the live stream, we will have 1-minute videos of the teams. We will ask for people to have an opportunity to present. They'll present their business in a quick pitch. And then the people on the live stream will be able to vote for their fan favorites. And there will be a prize associated with that. Our goal is to be wrapped up and be able to announce the winners at 5 o'clock, both online as well as here at Harper. So with that, this is our schedule. We're going to start with our first presentation in less than 1 minute. Zelia, Marview inclusive. We have a break. So as you notice, we have a break in the morning, break in the afternoon. We have a lunch break at the day. We'll have some comments along the way. But our goal is to basically wrap up by 3:10 and start deliberating to be able to have a 5 o'clock awards announcement. So with that, let's go to our first team.
Working? Yeah.
You ready?
Where's the clicker?
Debbie's got it. He's going to give it to us.
Oh, is it right there?
Yeah, it's fine.
Here we go.
Just to make sure we're all on the same page. You can go wherever you want, help with the thing. During Q&A, try to stay behind the blue line.
Okay,
Just so
perfect.
you don't block the cameras on the thing.
Okay.
Sure.
Give me a second to get this.
Thanks, Professor.
Oh, that's go to the back.
Yeah, they're here already. Hello everyone, my name is Laura and we are Zelia. To Gen Z, good fashion isn't just a nice to have. It is actually everything. And for the generation who grew up with people watching your every move on social media, this means that trends change all the time, but also you can't update your wardrobe every time a trend changes. So how do you reconcile for that? Meet Zelia. Zelia is an app that helps you decide what you wear based on the clothes that you already own, and the process is super simple. You either take pictures of your garments or upload them through our universal image bank, and as you can see from our app, our algorithm will match one garment with the other and give you outfit recommendations just like that. It's a very easy and seamless process. We launched in Brazil in September 2022, and we're excited to bring this to the United States. So in less than 9 months in Brazil, we actually achieved very exciting results. We have over 33,000 registered users who are primarily women and Gen Zs from ages 13 to 24. We have over 285,000 items in our database and over 12,000 accessories. In January, we were ranked the 13th most popular app in the Brazilians' Google Play Beauty category. But the most exciting part of all of that is that we were able to do it with less than $6,000 of marketing spend. So now you're probably asking yourselves, what? How did they do it? So this involved three strategies. We started with paid advertising, then we partnered with micro and nano influencers. And the goal of those partnerships was precisely to educate consumers on what the platform was and build trust. As a way of pulling our community even closer together, we also created a very cool newsletter. Because we know our customers so much, we know exactly how to reach them, but more importantly, we know how to talk to them. And this has translated to the fabulous customer acquisition costs that you're seeing in Brazil and over the last 2 weeks in the United States as well. So our traction proves that the pain point for users is big. Because for Gen Zs, picking the right outfit, keeping track of changing trends, and deciding what to purchase are problems that they struggle with on a daily basis. But what we also learned over the last 9 months is that the pain point for brands is even bigger. Because if on the one side we have consumers who are trying to decide what to wear and trying to figure out what to wear, on the other side we have brands who are trying to understand what their consumers want to wear. If you add to the pot the fact that brands are trying to do all of that while predicting trends and testing proof of concept, you get the perfect recipe for chaos. So when we look at how much money brands lose every year with markdowns, this amounts up to 35% of sales. And if we take a brand such as H&M that has a $22.5 billion revenue, this means that $7 billion are left on the table. But we can help brands with that. How? Through something we like to call wardrobe analytics. So essentially, because we know what's in someone's wardrobe, we are able to package this data in a way that's meaningful for brands and sell it back to them. This is a real use case of one of our partner brands, and we can see exactly how users are interacting with each garment on our database. We're currently expanding our platform to include even more exciting data, such as demographics, geography, wardrobe features, and interaction features. Essentially, what we're doing is we're helping brands answer 3 simple questions. What are people wearing? How are they wearing? And why are they wearing it? So now I'm handing over to Zach so we can talk about how do we make money.
Thanks so much, Laura. So wardrobe analytics are at the core of the business, providing us continually recurring revenue. It's a subscription model for brands, with pricing differing based on how many SKUs are on the platform and our level of analytics support. We see additional exciting revenue opportunities in digital advertising, as well as an online marketplace feature, and we've worked those into our forecast. Here's a look at our unit economics built at the brand level as we do not directly monetize our users. See a positive LTV CAC of 4.2x, an LTV of about 15K. That includes those 3 revenue streams that I mentioned on the previous slide with that continually recurring revenue from analytics at the heart, as well as a CAC of about 3.6K, influenced both by number of users on the platform as well as brands brought in by our salespeople. The business works for us, but the reason it works for us is because it works for our partners. Here's Arezzo & Co. They're a $1.6 billion market cap company, and they're one of the brands right now enrolled in our pilot program. Their chief digital officer told us that he cannot find Zelia Insights anywhere else on the market. Anywhere. And is that just a problem for Arezzo? It's not. It's a problem for brands big and small. From Gap and Lululemon to Gen Z darling boutiques, we have heard again and again that understanding how an individual item fits into a consumer's wardrobe is a big unknown. And we have both the research and the sales pipeline to prove that. Here's a look at our market sizing. We built it from the bottom up. We're certainly happy to go into it more in the Q&A, but the takeaway is this. For a brand with a strong economic foundation and strong indicators of product market fit, like Zelia, that's on the cutting edge of a new technology, now is exactly the time to accelerate with outside capital and capture this market. And I'm going to hand it over to Sid to tell you just how we're going to do that.
Thanks, Zach. So Zelia takes the best of the three categories that you're seeing here. This allows us to unlock an entirely new category. We do this because we have access to your wardrobe. That means that when we make recommendations, we're not making general recommendations that put you in a box. Rather, we're making tailor-made recommendations towards our users. When we provide analytics, we're not providing trend analysis for using public data. Rather, we're giving you customer insights into their wardrobe from a primary source. And when it comes to other applications that have access to your wardrobe, we differ from them in 2 main ways. First, we monetize through the brands and not the users, making it easy to get on the platform. And secondly, we answer the following question differently. Do I really have to upload my wardrobe 1 item at a time? Zelia's answer is no. 90% of users agree that this is the biggest hurdle to getting onto the application and staying onto the application. And this is the #1 learning that we've had over the past 9 months. The reason the answer is no is because we're building machine learning pipelines that are going to upload your wardrobe for you. Here's how it works. What you do is you either upload photos directly from your phone, or you allow us to connect to your social media, and we're going to scan the pictures from your social media. We have superstar Gen Z Zendaya here. We connected to her social media, and we have a picture of her. What we're going to do is we're going to run her outfit through our convolution neural network and make predictions on the individual garments in this picture. Here's her shirt, here's her pants, and here's her jacket. From these garments, we're going to build out the rest of your virtual wardrobe that you can then customize towards your specific needs. Once we have access to your wardrobe, it's going to be as simple and as easy as typing into a chat box, hey Zelia, I'm going to brunch with my friends, what should I wear? And then based on your virtual wardrobe, an outfit is created for you. Our go-to-market strategy consists of taking the lessons that we've had in Brazil and bringing them to the US. That means beginning with paid advertising and micro and nano influencers, as well as going out to the brands and connecting with their audiences who they want to get more detailed insights from. Once we have that initial base, we're going to be using product-led growth through social features and sharing to really lead the way to get more users on the platform. On the brand side, we're going to go out and hire a full-time sales team to get the brands on board. Once we have successful use cases, we're going to leverage those successful use cases to get more brands onto the application. Our goal is to get 20 pilot brands and 75,000 users in our first year. Here's the team that's going to do it. We have expertise across fashion and technology and a board of advisors with deep connections in the fashion industry, as well as technical expertise and understanding of tech fashion. Laura and I will be staying on full time, as well as Ella, who built the demo that you just saw previously. Here's our financial projections. We're projecting to get $24 million in revenue with 22% EBITDA margins by 2027. In our initial early years, we're going to be developing our tech stack, as well as our getting initial users onto the platform. In 2025, you're seeing a drawdown because what's happening is we're making a significant investment in marketing and sales that's going to allow us to get that hockey stick of growth that you're seeing. In order to achieve these results, we're asking for $1 million, and that's going to give us an 18-month runway. Here's what you're going to get with that $1 million. 175,000 users, 60 paying brands, additional tech features, and a full-time sales team. Here are the use of funds. 80% of it is going to be going towards technology, marketing, and sales. So what have we learned here today? We launched in Brazil, and with nothing more than an MVP, we're able to get 33,000 users and 10 signed brands. This proves product market fit for both users and brands. We have a one-of-a-kind analytics platform that's going to answer the what, how, and why of fashion. We have cutting-edge technology that our users love that's going to revolutionize the fashion industry one wardrobe at a time. And with that, we'll take any questions that you have.
We have to stay here. All right. Van?
Thanks, guys. So Van Jones here, Wellington. I got a question. I did not see anything around DAO, MAO, WOW. So can you help me understand those 33,000 users? How often are they coming back? What type of stickiness we're seeing?
Absolutely. Ella, slide 34, please. Yes, so here's a breakdown of our user activity data over the last 30 days. As you can see, that's monthly users that we had on the platform daily and weekly. And this is the breakdown of the usage. So based on our usage, about 35% are returning users and 63% are new users. Next question. Mar.
Hi, I have a question. Maybe you can talk a little bit more about when, I mean, this works if everybody's closet is in your app.
Yeah.
Obviously, you would be an amazing company. So how much of those registered users' closets, are in your app? What percentage? How many people actually come to the app and go through the whole process of connecting the closet?
Yeah, Ella, further down the line, there's a wardrobe usage.
I think it's...
Yep. All right, so this is the breakdown of the garments that both users take pictures and users have in the wardrobe. So right now, and we realized wardrobe onboarding process should be easier because of this data. We have about 9 garments per user in the database. Sam?
Good morning. Every single person in this room today managed to get dressed. And with myself excluded, everyone else looks quite nice and fashionable today. Why is this even a problem that we should care about?
Yeah, absolutely. So everyone had to get dressed, and you're all doing fabulous here, but not everyone here is Gen Z. So Gen Z adds a lot of pressure.
They have particular challenges? Do they have particular challenges we should know about?
Yes, absolutely. So Gen Z is the first digitally native generation. So this means they grew up using social media and they are interconnected with your friends. So if you scroll through TikTok, you probably saw videos such as fit check, get ready with me. This is the thing that they do. The downside to that is this can build up lots of anxiety. And it makes people buy, and then on the one day, Barbie core is the new trend because everybody's dressing up like Barbie, but then Succession comes, and now everybody's talking about quiet luxury. And they want to keep up with the trends because they want to look cool. They are teenagers. So even though the problem might not seem as pressing for other generations, for Gen Zs, they really suffer with this. All right, Eric.
I have teenager kids, so I feel your pain. So switching countries is never easy. I've seen many companies fail in the process. What do you anticipate are going to be the biggest difference between the Brazilian and the US market, and how do you plan to address those differences?
Yeah, absolutely. So based on our customer discovery, these are how Brazilian and US consumers are different. So basically in Brazil, influencers are a big thing, whereas in the US, people care a little bit more about celebrities. But both populations are very connected on the internet, very heavily influenced by social media. They both shop a lot online. And in the US, we actually have more positive sides. So for example, US consumers are more worried about ESG, which is positive for our app, because if we are incentivizing you to wear what you already have, that has a sustainability edge to it. Also, in the US, you have dress codes for everything. In Brazil, that's not really common. Business casual, or even when you're going out for lunch. And finally, weather here in the US, it's something that is very important when deciding what to wear. And in Brazil, people don't really care because it's the same weather throughout the year. All right, Alisa.
I also would argue, not Gen Z, but if you have 3 kids, getting dressed is also really hard. My question is more around market size. So talk to us, I saw the $1 billion sum, given where retailers are today. I don't have to hold it? Okay. Given where retailers are today, do you think that analytics is really your biggest market opportunity? And so maybe talk about how you came up with that and where you see the biggest opportunity for the business.
Okay, sure. So first, we actually did customer discovery with some moms, and they said, oh my God, it would be so good because now I can have my husband dress up my kids through the app. So I feel you. As for the market size, the way we built this market size, because it's very challenging to quantify exactly how much value we can bring to brands, because yes, we can help them on the markdowns, but we can also help them test proof of concept digitally, so this ends up making them not waste money on prototyping and things like that. That was the most logical way we found of building our market size. So we started with the apparel industry revenue in the United States, and then we got women, Gen Z, and the percent of Gen Zs that we're targeting, because Gen Z is a wide demographic and there are differences between them. Then we got the percent in markdowns and how much we believe we can recapture back for brands. And then for the SAM, we broadened for millennials and some of the Gen X. And then for the TAM, we're considering worldwide. I would say if we were to do these projections considering more, we would get even bigger markets. But we decided to start with the analytics because every single brand that we talked mentioned how much the analytics would be valuable for them. So if that's what's valuable for brands, that's what we're going for. I can't see your name. Yeah. Yeah, Constance.
I guess my question is, on the revenue stream there, is it just is it like a analytics consulting fee, or have you considered revenue on sales? Like, are you selling through the app?
In the core slides, I think it's 15. The first slide that Zach presented, yeah.
No, back 3. Keep going.
Yes. All right. So this is the pricing that we developed for brands, and this is for the wardrobe analytics. But we do see exciting opportunities to gain additional revenue streams from digital advertising and through the online marketplace. So digital advertising, we're expecting an increase in about 20% of the price of the subscription. And how this would work in practice is basically because we know you and what's in your wardrobe, we are able to recommend that leather red jacket that you must have to go out with your friends. Then for the online marketplace, this would be more a consumer-faced monetization form where not only you can see the red leather jacket, but you can buy from there. And with that, we would extract 10% commissions. But then this ties back to Alisa's question. Because we see so much value we can provide through brands, through the analytics, we're focusing on that because of that. All right, you in the back.
Yeah. My name's Mark. Who else are your competitors in this space? Who else is providing analytics? And also, why aren't the brands just relying on their own analytics? Why even go to you in the first place?
Can you go to the pricing?
Well, you got a competitive slide first, right?
Yeah. So for the analytics competitive landscape, these are our main competitors. And then this is actually how we benchmarked our pricing. So companies such as First Insight, Edited, even WGSN and Kantar, they use primarily publicly available data. Few of them provide first-party data, and this is what we would be doing. Now, for your second question, can you repeat that?
Why not just use their own internal analytics? Yes. Why pay for
tech interaction features? So this is what a garment outfit will look like. What we're doing is we're essentially breaking down the individual garments and we're featurizing it. So imagine that you're H&M. H&M has access to their specific data, and they know what they're putting out into the world and can collect data on that, but they don't know what you're wearing it with. we have access to other companies, and because we have access to other companies, we can tell each company what the interaction features are. Maybe you're wearing this blue top with these white shorts, but the blue top belongs to H&M and the white shorts belong to Zara. But we can tell you the exact individual features, interaction features that people are matching your things with, so that you can then go out and build them yourself.
Let me just go, Carl?
Hi. How many items every user average registered from the wardrobe collection?
Okay. So currently, right now, our users are uploading an average of 9 garments across all our users. But once we have the wardrobe pipeline completion, feature completion done, we'll be able to get a much better understanding of each person's wardrobe. And we expect this average wardrobe size to be of more than 100 items. And then, Jay?
Yeah, you know, a lot of your metrics or your business model depends on how many, consumers you get, right, the Gen Zs, and you have a really low CAC. Do you think that CAC is going to be that low, and what is your marketing plan? Like, do you have any virality in your model to get more Gen Z sharing each other? Like, what is the marketing plan to get more, Gen Zs on your platform?
Yeah, absolutely. Ella, can you go to the CAC over time? Yes. So no, we don't plan on relying on paid advertising forever, and we want to add elements that will allow the app go viral by itself. So our 3 main strategies for that is first, and I think this is the most exciting one, is leveraging the brands as a way of acquiring users. Now, the brands already told us that they want to see the analytics from the customers, so it's in their best interest to have their customers on board our platform. We can do that by partnering with them through their marketing channels such as social media or even mail marketing and announcing, hey, Arezzo is now on Zelia, and then we bring their users on board. Added to that, we're also adding social features on the app, such as you share the app with your friends, you're traveling with your friends and you can sync your wardrobes together and things like that, so people can share and go viral. And as a social media strategy, we're also going to rely a lot on user-generated content. So it's simple strategies such as creating TikTok challenges, Zelia made me wear it, and AI-generated outfits for me for 1 week, and things like that. All right. I want to get back to you guys, but there are a lot of people. So, Matt.
Two things. One, interesting enough, my daughter's on the live feed here, so I just asked her what she thought.
What did she think? Was it good?
She's going to kill me right now. But anyways. So I said, what do you do to do this? She says, I just look around and ask my friends where they got it.
Yeah.
So the curse of the good enough. So how do you deal with that?
So if you imagine the demo that we presented to you, that's based on a picture. And I'm not recommending people do this, but you could probably take a picture of somebody walking down the street and get the individual garments, as well as there's a company called Riveter. Andy sits on our board right now, and that's her business, is to essentially, you have a photo, you search the photo, and it tells you where you can buy it. So technology exists, we can license it, and we have access to those people on our board.
But couldn't they just say, hey, where did you get that?
Well, for the people you can, but I don't know Zendaya personally, and I would love to dress up like her. So this is where the app comes useful. And if you see how people use Pinterest, they use Pinterest a lot for getting like style inspirations. So they would be able to get a screenshot from Pinterest, upload to Zelia, and find out where to shop their outfit.
And then the second question is, we actually have played in this space, and the hardest part of this is the scanning of the clothes. Anytime you ask someone to do anything that's more than about, like if there's just taking a picture of the whole closet and it scans it immediately, that's one thing. If you have to go item by item by item, they just don't do it. So how do you get through that kind of known barrier there?
So once again, that comes down to OAuth, and it's as simple as connecting to your social media and saying, hey, do we have permission to view your pictures? And then from your pictures, we're going to predict a virtual wardrobe. It's not going to be your exact immediate wardrobe. It's going to be pretty close, though. And then if you want to swap out photos, change the logos, change the brands, you're able to do that on the application, but you don't necessarily need to. There's only so many different types of white shirts that exist. Maybe the texture and the features are slightly different, but for the most part, it's going to be pretty representative of what you have.
you in the back.
Hey, I'm Sal. I'm trying to understand why the user is so important here, right? So like, it feels like the bottleneck is the ability to scan all these clothes from social media. But if the analytics buyers just care about what's on trend, why aren't you just scanning publicly available Instagram accounts and just using those? Like, why is the user important to this?
So they care about what's on trend, but they care even more about what's actually in your wardrobe, because this tells them a lot about the consumer. So we actually talk to companies that hire, CNA is an example of them, and Levi's another one. They hire services for people to go to other people's houses and see what's in their wardrobe, so they can understand like how does this person's wardrobe look like. So it's something that brands do, but they do on a qualitative level. I have time for one more question if the person is fast enough. Mark. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What order was that? Oh.
Clearly not the demographic, but for me, I have like 10 things I work on.
Yeah, but you're not a Gen Z.
Millennial.
But Gen Z girls kind of do that. Yeah. So the problem I think is that really acquisition. If they can solve that, if they can solve it, you can monetize it to lots of different things.
Yeah, for sure.
You can sell stuff, you can sell analytics. So I don't know how well the acquisition, they don't really have any proof points to have the acquisition going, right?
Plus, how sticky is it, right? Like, I just, repeat usage is...
Yeah, that's the thing. Acquisition and, like daily active users, right? Those are the two things.
Go ahead and grab our seats here. All right. Quick seat. No problem. You got the clicker. Oh. All right, our next team will be Marview.
Good morning. My name's Brian. I'm the COO of Marview, a web-based SaaS platform that aims to make the mariner and the ship more efficient. So let's talk about what fleet operators know. They know that they operate very large ships, 900 feet long, 100,000 tons, that burn a ton of fuel, on average $50,000 per day. They also know that the ocean is not a totally empty space. There's hurricanes, there's waves, there's other ships. And they know that about 10% of that fuel burn, $5,000 a day, comes from dealing with and avoiding those systems. They also know that global shipping accounts for about 3% of greenhouse gas emissions in the world, and that there's new legislation that is coming into effect over the next 2 decades that's going to penalize them up to $1 million per ship per year if they don't meet the correct fuel burn standard. So you might assume that when you're planning a voyage, when you're the driver on a ship, that you have some really high-tech methods to optimize that. But that's not exactly true. So let's say you're this guy. You're planning your voyage from Hong Kong to New Orleans. It's 11,000 miles. How are you going to do it when you're sitting in Hong Kong? First, you're going to look at the pilot charts. They give you an idea of ocean currents, but they're usually PDFs, time-late, and they're just a prediction. Then you look at the marine weather forecasts. Often these are text-based, not even graphical. Then you know that commercial vessels show you their location, but that's only about 1% of all of the things on the surface of the ocean. So your last ditch and your only source of truth is radar. It fires as you go across the ocean, and it sees about 20 miles in front of you. But I can tell you from 250,000 miles steaming on the ocean that that is really your only way to know what's there. That leads to a big ball of uncertainty. So we have a better way. We want to be Waze for the global shipping industry. We want to aggregate best-in-class data. We want to provide all of these resources on a single screen for the mariner. And when you sign up with us, we want to capture the radar data from your vessel, and we want to bring it to other vessels. That allows us to create a flywheel that makes every ship we sign up more effective and more efficient at expanding fuel burn. We have some traction on this. We have a strategic hardware partner that helps us get this radar data, Danelec. We're in talks with Crowley, a US flag shipping operator in the Gulf of Mexico, to run a pilot on their vessels, and we've submitted for a non-dilutive equity grant with the National Science Foundation. But you might ask, why are we the team to do this? Well, we have extensive experience leading teams, managing teams, working in maritime operations in both civilian and military sectors, and in computer science. And we have a world-class board of advisors, ranging from a master mariner at the US Merchant Marine Academy to a managing director at the premier maritime investment organization in the United States. And you can see there's some significant maritime experience as well. Now, I'm going to hand it over to Bill, who's going to talk about the technology.
Thanks, Brian. I'm Bill with Business Development. So Brian talked about the lack of innovation with maritime route planning. But onboard ships, there have been great advances. Each of these large commercial ships have their own weather sensors as well as radar, informing the ships and their crews of their immediate area. There are 55,000 of these ships at sea today, or as we call them, high-fidelity sensor nodes. They're all collecting, generating this data continuously, but it remains siloed on each individual ship. No one is aggregating it, no one is using it. MarView brings all these disaggregated resources to one single screen. Now, I'm going to walk you through a demo that's available right now on our website. The ship captain that Brian mentioned, going from Hong Kong to New Orleans, it's already come through the Panama Canal, and is now traveling north to the Gulf of Mexico. The ship captain, in his cabin, on his laptop, first brings up MarView heat map, and here he sees historical trends of where traffic normally is. Now he brings up the live view. First, he checks transponder data, and he sees traffic's fairly light, but this is only commercial vessels. Now he brings up weather. Okay, but for the first time, MarView allows him to bring up radar. This captures all vessels, those not reporting their position, and he sees this big congested area between Mexico and Cuba. It allows him to make a proactive decision 100 miles prior to reaching that, to alter course 2 degrees to the left, bypass the whole situation rather than running into it, decelerating, swerving through traffic, and then accelerating to make up time. Now, I'll pass you to Eric.
Thanks, Bill. I'm Eric. I'm the CEO of MarView. So when we show this demo to our customers, the fleet owners themselves, they immediately recognize the fuel savings and therefore money savings that we allow. And we build MarView for their employees, the ship crews themselves, our end users, who now have a way of making proactive, data-informed decisions at sea. And by our analysis, we believe that we can save every ship up to $150,000 per year in fuel savings alone. So here's what the competitive landscape looks like. Years ago, storm avoidance software came into vogue, largely pushed by the insurance companies, and this is simply so that you don't sail directly into the eye of a hurricane and sink or dunk your cargo into the ocean. And more recently, there's been weather-optimized software that has emerged in the past few years. But nobody combines the weather with the radar data pulled directly off of the ships to offer weather and traffic-based routing optimization. And so how are we able to do that? Well, when you have a ship and you sign them up on MarView, they're already collecting data on the environment around them. And by law, they are required to store that in the ship's voyage data recorder, or black box, and it's required to sit there for up to 30 days for accident investigation purposes. But there's 2 technological trends that allow us to pull that data off the ship and put it to good use. We have a strategic partnership with Danelec, and they make these VDRs, but they've recently pioneered technology allowing them to retrofit any VDR from any manufacturer and connect it to the ship's organic satellite communications network. And even in more recent years, products like Starlink Maritime and others have 20x'd the bandwidth available at sea, and the cost of Starlink Maritime has actually gone down 80% over the last 12 months. That allows us to pull the data up into the cloud in real time and put it on our platform, and it allows our customers to access the data anywhere in the world. So here's what our go-to-market looks like. We want to do a pilot program in the Gulf of Mexico. There are 3 million boats crisscrossing that critical body of water right now, 7,000 of which are large commercial ships that could get value out of Marview today. And we're in advanced discussions with Crowley to be our beta customer. We're talking with Seabulk next week, and we want to sell to fleet operators like them, of medium-sized, that have enough ships that they recognize the value on board that they're unable to monetize, but they don't have the scale or the sophistication to build something like this in-house. And so by the end of our pilot program in 2024, we'll have deployed Marview on real-world ships, which will allow us to gain the necessary density of data collection that will have best-in-class information on the surface of the ocean in the Gulf, which will allow us to prove out our fuel-saving value proposition and then take that go-to-market playbook to new geographies, largely by expanding sales with customers that have fleets beyond the Gulf of Mexico. And so at a more granular level, here's how we envision this playing out. We're going to start our pilot program this winter, and by the spring of 2024, we'll be on enough ships and we'll have collected data for enough time that we're able to start building our AI-powered route optimization platform and allow ships to see and tap into enough radar sensors on the surface of the water that they have real-time visibility on their surroundings beyond their organic radar system. And then we plan on scaling sales both within the Gulf and beyond the Gulf exiting 2024. And so our initial target market are those 7,000 ships within the Gulf of Mexico. But worldwide, there are 55,000 of these commercial ships. That represents a $400 million a year revenue opportunity for Marview. And so we charge $600 per month per ship, which is right in line with our competitors. And our largest cost comes from implementation and customer support. But we believe that we can capture over $10,000 in value per ship over the lifetime of a contract. And so we see 2023 as our year to build, 2024 as our year to confirm product market fit, get on a couple hundreds of ships, prove out the value, go out, raise another round, and hit the accelerator button on sales and scaling globally. And this takes us to our ask. We're seeking $1.4 million for an 18-month runway, largely to be spent on product research and development. And that will allow us to finish our product, make it market ready, go down to the Gulf, initiate our pilot program, and prove out product market fit. Ladies and gentlemen, we know exactly where the best source of data on the world's oceans is. The problem is that it's sliced 55,000 different ways on the ships at sea today. But for the first time, we can pull it all together in one place and put it to work. Please help us illuminate the world's oceans, and thank you so much for being here. Take your questions now. Thank you. You want to help out with the slides? Yes, Brent.
If you look at your next 50 sales, will they be greenfield opportunities where they haven't seen anything like your product, or will they be replacement where V2, it's just a much better product?
So the market in the Gulf is fragmented enough that our first 20-ish sales, we will probably be the first kind of route optimization or software of this type that they'll be using. And that's part of the reason why we're targeting them. Beyond that, there are other alternatives. And we see that as we start to get that flywheel effect going and our product exceeds the capabilities of any of our competitors, that we can expand into and take market share from other software out there. John.
Great presentation, guys. 2 questions for you. One, on the idea of the automated routing, which I think is the ultimate big opportunity here for these buyers of this. How many ships do you think you guys really need to have on the water to actually be able to do that?
Yeah, so if we speak specifically about the Gulf of Mexico, we've done some math about this and mapped out some shipping lanes. One guy on our team, Stephen Blake, he was a master mariner. He sailed for Maersk and Seabulk after graduating from the Merchant Marine Academy, primarily in the Gulf. We mapped out the shipping lanes. We matched it to our heat map, which is AIS, commercial ship data that already exists. And we figure, based on density and how often ships transit, we need about 77 ships for full coverage. But I would note that Today, when you're driving along the surface of the ocean, you'd never know what's there until you get there and your own radar sees it. So even if we have one ship ahead of you that gives you some trend analysis, or ideally real time, that's already an improvement.
And then what percentage of the ships out there have this VDR SATCOM link already set up that you can go and actually cut a partnership deal with them? Is there an API that drives into your system?
Yeah, so Danelec, which is a VDR manufacturer, any commercial vessel, anything that carries passengers or anything over 3,000 gross tons, which is like a 200-foot-long ship, is required to have a voyage data recorder by the International Maritime Organization. The real-time part, Danelec Connect, about 3,000 ships on the ocean out of the 55,000, but that technology has only been available for about 2 years.
And then if you have that, when you look at your customer implementation costs, is there any reason you need to physically touch any of those ships?
Ideally, no. Danelec is going to do the installation.
And so would you ever just say, to get to the ultimate routing and the data collection and building your data mode, just give it away do that for free and start collecting the data, because selling the optimizing routing is the big win?
Yeah, so in our model, we have modeled subsidizing the cost of a Danelec Connect installation, which is about $6,000 by 50% for our pilot program. But it's important to note that even outside of voyage optimization, there's benefits that ships get from having Danelec Connect. They can beam their engine data back to shore for predictive maintenance pieces, right, things like that. So we think that Danelec Connect on its own, as a service, as a hardware provider, is going to continue to become more ubiquitous, and we are able to catch that tailwind.
Have you had that conversation with Starlink?
Not with Starlink, but with Danelec.
Sorry, I can't see, but sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So the core differentiation here is access to the aggregated radar data, which is through Danelec. So it's notable that the core advantage belongs to a partner. So what is your moat, and how are you structuring the relationship with Danelec so that you don't lose that? Because if I were Danelec, I'd see this presentation and be like, ooh, I'm pretty important.
Yeah, they are, yes. So I will note that there's two ways to access the VDR data. The good old-fashioned way, these things are built so that you can put a USB cable in there and pull it out, right? And the NTSB is what mandates the use of VDRs, specifically so they can access that data. And so there is utility in pulling that data off, not in real time, and doing a significant amount of trend analysis and being able to build that into the model. But we're really pleased that Danelec has come up with this technology that allows us to tap into it real time. And so to the second part of your question, so Danelec is primarily a hardware provider. And essentially what they've done is for years and years and years, Danelec and their competitors have been building the iPhone. But about 2 years ago, Danelec came up with this idea of the iPhone, of the Apple Store, right? And so they're looking for software partners to build the killer app on their Apple Store so that their VDR, their hardware, is just that much more valuable to customers. And so they partner with software companies like us to build out applications on top of this technology so that there's more utility to shippers, but also more sales going to Danelec. So the partnership itself, we're able to tap into their sales force. They're able to say, hey, look, if you install this, you're able to use MarView and some others, primarily who are using it to monitor their ship's engine performance and things like that. But we also think there's a huge first mover advantage here. Remember, that data is deleted after about 30 days. The hard drive is only big enough to store that much data, right?
So, sorry, real quick, do you have exclusivity for a period of time?
Not at this date. We'd love to get there with them at some point, but we don't have exclusivity right now. Yeah. David.
It was a great presentation. My question is more about industry structure. So I think of like the mega carriers has just really dominated the market, and obviously you're talking about a fragmented piece in the Gulf of Mexico. So how much of the market is really controlled by the really large shippers? And then the second question I had is, I get why you're trying to do this in the Gulf of Mexico, but you have a chicken and egg problem. So if you're starting with small numbers, it's going to be hard to get that flywheel going versus a longer sales cycle to somebody who is much more dominant. And anyway, those are a couple of questions.
Yeah, I can speak to this. I think there are a couple of pieces to this. One, the industry is very fragmented. Obviously, you have Maersk, you have CMA CGM, you have Hapag-Lloyd. These big, we'll call them 500-plus ship lines, are less than 10% of the total. There are 22,000 shipping companies with one ship. So this is an extremely fragmented industry. The other part of this is why we want to start in the Gulf of Mexico. Well, it's kind of the distinction is in the mariner itself, right? So there are US flagged vessels that are required to have US flagged mariners driving them. Merchant Marine Academy grads, Mass Maritime grads. They're really well educated, they're really good at what they do. And because of this, the US market really has not adopted this like weather-based voyage optimization that many other companies who have international mariners, which have frankly lower standards, right, have done. So a lot of international companies use voyage optimization, but it's kind of run out of the headquarters and it's dictated to the ships. Whereas US flagged operators have much more competent mariners who do it themselves. So we are not trying to replace the mariner, we're trying to enhance the mariner. We're kind of optimized for the US market, which allows penetration because most US flag carriers don't use any voyage optimization right now because their mariners will not stand for it. That's kind of why we're targeting the Gulf of Mexico. We build this data model, and then we can have a best-in-class routing model that allows us to scale globally.
Eric.
Thank you. I agree with the great presentation. So I once met the founder of Waze, and I even hug him because I live in Mexico City, and he makes my life better every day. And I asked him why did he decided to sell to Google, and the reason was that Google would have access to all the information, and they have the process to put it in a better way. So he decided it was better to do that. Can that happen to you, given that you don't have the exclusivity of the information? Forget about the tiny players, but a big player, as Google, can have access to that information and process it in a much better user interface.
I would push back against the user interface piece. One very interesting thing about the voyage optimization startups that have existed till now, take Nautilus Labs as an example. They have about 85 employees. They've been around for 5 years. They have 2 mariners on the staff, at least in LinkedIn. They're 2022 grads of the Merchant Marine Academy. Only one of them ever worked on a ship. So when you talk about a user interface, it's very hard to know what you need unless you have people who truly understand the industry and who have been there and done the job, which we can provide. The other piece of this, in terms of the data, we think that the industry is not looking at radar data in the right way, right? They look at storms, got to avoid the hurricanes, everyone gets that, right? They look at the ocean currents, very easy, right? It's easier to walk with wind at your back. But they're not thinking about these traffic jams, these congestion zones, these little fishing fleets that cause a ton of stress for mariners and cause a ton of extra fuel burn. And we think that, like we said, this data deletes itself after 30 days. Even a 6-month head start is very significant.
Alyssa.
So many challenges. I can't agree with you more on the team and what we call founder market fit, right? Why are you the people to do this that really understand what it's like to be a user? Wanted to ask along the lines of team. So with this fundraise, can you talk about future hires? And we can go back to the slides, but just at a quick glance, maybe what are your efforts to build and increase diversity amongst your team and your board of advisors?
Yeah, absolutely. This is not a diverse board or a diverse team. No argument from us. It's one of our main priorities, right? I think, unlike as evidenced by this slide, most of us came from the military, which is an incredibly diverse workplace, right? Socioeconomically, racially, et cetera. And there are many times where I'm sure my compatriots can agree that I totally missed something in my job in the military that somebody, because they had a different background, figured out, saw something I never would have picked up that was a critical detail. So something like increasing diversity in our team, in the technical team we intend to hire, and the sales team we intend to hire, and finding more diverse people with maritime experience is a key priority for us.
Jai.
Can you go back to the slide with the SATCOM and the VDR?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, wrong, John. No, this is great.
Go ahead, John.
Sorry.
No, I was going to ask you the question, like you guys said, Waze for maritime, right? But one of the biggest things that they came up with was the freemium model, where they kind of basically gave out something for free deployment. Why not have a freemium model for the mariners to do something that you're not connected with Danelec and then monetize it to something else?
That's a great question. It's a great point. And it's a little bit different because we're B2B, but it kind of takes me back to a conversation that I had with Professor Tebby about a week ago. And we were talking about the same thing, right? And so we did an experiment. He pulled his cell phone out, he put it on airplane mode, and he uploaded Waze. And he was like, without the crowdsourced information, this is going to be a useless product. But as a matter of fact, it was able to tell him exactly how to go from point A to point B, even without the extra goodies that makes Waze. And so our intent is to build a product that is good enough and that is still valuable to the mariner on day one. We absolutely can subsidize the installation of any hardware that needs to happen, and we want to give it away at least at cost at the beginning, again, just to speed up that flywheel effect and get it on real-world chips. And then from there, yeah, we can increase the price and we can increase the value, and we start to unlock some things that no one else can do, yeah. Bob.
Can you just give us an indication of what the capability is for these ships for their radar themselves? It seems like what you're actually selling, you're not really differentiating yourself based upon current weather. Your selling point is you give people eyesight over the horizon to traffic and dynamically help them reroute. What is their existing capability on board? How many miles in front? Because I'm trying to understand, what the actual problem here is, because my understanding is the existing radar sees very, very far away. So what incremental service are you bringing?
Your average radar sees about 18 nautical miles. It depends on how high it is on the ship, right? If we go into the Chicago Marina, like whatever radar and whatever speedboat, like 2 miles, right? But commercial radar, 150 feet above the deck, about 18 nautical miles. So that feels like a really, really long way, right? However, radars aren't perfect. Sometimes you're only seeing things that pop up 7 or 8 nautical miles away. And to turn a ship or to change the speed of a ship, ships don't have a gearbox. They have one speed. Generally, the thrust-to-weight ratio is much, much, much worse than a golf cart. You're talking about a 100,000-ton ship with like a 2,000 horsepower engine, right? Derive that back to a car, and you're really slow. So the joke on if you need to change speed on your ship, like in the middle of the night, what's the first step? You wake up the ship's engineer. So it could take you an hour. It could take you 7, 8, 9 miles to go from sea speed, from 18 knots to full stop. And that could charge you. Then you have to speed back up, right? You're talking about 10,000 gallons of fuel. Or the turn, same thing. So if I can show you 100 miles ahead from somebody else's radar scope or from trend analysis that there's likely to be a congestion zone, and not only do you not have to wake up the engineer and pay them, you don't have to wake up the captain and ask them to move and pay them, because they all get paid by the hour, by the way. And you just do a 2-degree course change, middle of the night, no problem. Avoid that entire fishing fleet that you never would have known was there until you were on top of it. That's a really beneficial thing.
John, going back to you.
Can you just explain why do you need Danelec?
So we don't need Danelec. We don't need Danelec. The data is, the VDR is built to extract data.
Yes.
Right.
So if you had, as an example, Starlink that you put on the ship and you controlled the data flow, you could sidestep them completely?
The connection that Danelec makes is from the Voyage data recorder to the satellite communication system.
Yes. Can you actually go around and make your own?
We would have to make the hardware that does that.
Co.
Can you explain the typical onboarding process? What you need to do, related to John's question?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're in advanced talks with Crowley, right? So each one of their ships is unique. Each one of their ships is built for a different purpose. And so what we do is, we've got the API, and so as soon as, we go down there, we just figure out whether we need to retrofit the VDR, or whether they're satisfied with just pulling the data off of the VDR directly every week or two, whenever it comes back into port. And from there, we're able to connect their ships onto our platform. The data starts flowing, whether through the Danelec API, through whenever we are able to upload it to the platform ourselves, once they give us the data. And then the ship is able to access MarView on our website using their account from really anywhere, right? Because their satellite communication allows them to do all of those things from on board the ship. And so from there, essentially, they're able to go out at sea. They're able to tap into our program. They can see all of the things that we've built that you saw in our demo. And now for the first time, they're also able to see the radar data from all of those ships that also have our product on board.
And with that, thank you very much.
Thanks. That way? Cool.
Judges, if you could take a few minutes and fill in the feedback form. And remember to hit submit at the end of the feedback form to make sure we have that. And we'll be getting ready with our next team now. All right, if we could go ahead and start taking our seats again. We're taking a little bit of time getting them remiked. Just getting them remiked. They have no pockets, they have nothing, right. We'll get them all set. Just don't want to use duct. Thank you for being quiet. Here they are. The challenge of not having pockets on your outfits.
It's hard to be women sometimes.
No. All right, so here we are with our next team, Inclusive Plus. Clickers here. Remember one thing on this, when it comes to Q&A, try to stay behind the blue line so that the cameras have access to the judges.
Okay.
Okay?
But when we present, we can.
When you present, wherever you want. You just go where you want.
Okay, amazing.
All right? Yeah. All right. So our next team will be Inclusive Plus.
I'll wait for you. Okay. Hi, my name is Anna, and I'm one of the co-founders of Inclusive Plus. And today I'm joined by Lori and Bernice. Inclusive Plus works with healthcare organizations and payers to improve health outcomes for LGBTQ patients. And we do that through our customized provider training and our vetted healthcare directory. The number of LGBTQ people doubled over the past decade, but our health system is not ready. Only 4% of providers felt like they had adequate training in the needs of this community, and for the few providers that are trained, there's no way for patients to find them. What this means is patients don't end up seeing the right providers and have negative healthcare experiences, causing them to postpone future care. This leads to higher incidence and severity of disease, causing a $32 billion premium that insurance companies pay per year to insure this population, a premium that Inclusive Plus addresses. We talked to over 300 patients, 100 providers, and 4 insurance companies, and we found 2 opportunities. The first is to improve provider training in LGBTQ medicine, and the second is to increase patient-provider matching, which research studies has shown improves health outcomes.
And that's where Inclusive Plus comes in. Let me show you how it works. A clinician starts by completing our free baseline assessment, which tests both cultural and medical competency. Cultural competency is what you typically think of as bedside manner, like how do you talk to a patient, where medical competency is more traditional medicine things, like what's the proper dosing for medication. From there, a clinician gets a customized education. This is all CME education, which is continuing medical education, which is something that providers have to do each year in order to renew their license, and there's a pool of money already allocated to do so. At large hospital systems like UChicago, that's at minimum $4,000 per provider per year. Once a clinician completes their personalized education curriculum, they can be featured on our directory, which makes it easy for LGBTQ+ patients to find providers that they can trust. Being able to search by filters about clinicians that matter most to them, and also by services that are relevant for this community. This improves patient-provider matching, helping not only patients and providers, but also payers. Payers are our end goal, and this is how we will get to them. We spoke to large payers like Humana, United, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we know that they're looking for ways to better serve their LGBTQ+ member population. But in order to partner with payers, we have certain proof points along the way that we need to pass. Our training platform will show that we can improve provider practice, and our directory will show that we can improve patient-provider matching as well. Self-insured employers is also a strategic move along our path to payers. Self-insured employers like Target, Otis, are all looking for ways to cut down the cost of LGBTQ+ healthcare while also showing that they support the community. By working with self-insured employers, we'll also incentivize payers to work with us in order to win over those employer contracts. Now is the time to act. Over 1 in 5 Gen Z adults identify as LGBTQ+, more than any other population before, and that's only going to continue to grow. And we at Inclusive Plus are not the only ones that realize that this is an important and growing need. State medical boards are now requiring courses in topics like LGBTQ+, HIV/AIDS, implicit bias, all topics that we cover on our platform. And this growing trend and regulatory tailwinds ties directly into our go-to-market strategy. Let me go into some specifics about our go-to-market strategy by using our 2 paid pilots as examples. Our initial strategy is to partner either with subdivisions within larger health systems or medical organizations that have a vested interest in serving this community. For example, Mindful Care with mental health care services. When we spoke to UChicago, they were already looking for something like this to be able to mandate across for all of UChicago. By partnering with us, we'll be able to better utilize their already budgeted CME and be able to help health systems maintain regulatory compliance as well. And now I'll hand it over to Bernice to talk more about our health system strategy.
Thanks, Lori. So we'll take a deeper dive into our unit economics. So this is an annualized model that shows $1 million of recurrent revenue and associated costs per health system contract. Our COGS include our platform as well as creating personalized CME content. Both of our providers requested that we make personalized training because of the gap that currently exists in the current market. Our LTV to CAC is high at 5.1, and our churn is low because sales to health systems is very sticky. And we are starting with the CME market, which is growing at a rapid rate of 6% per year because of specialized training that's needed, like for LGBTQ+ care. This will be easy. We'll then focus on growth after capturing this market by shifting over to the payer market. In the payer market, over $300 billion is spent on LGBTQ+ healthcare right now, and $50 billion of this cost is attributable to disparities in care. By requiring in-network providers to work with Inclusive Plus, payers can effectively address $32 billion of this cost. When we spoke with Humana, we learned that payers will pay out 20% of their cost savings, leading our potential revenue to be over $6 billion a year. And we are the only company that is creating a full ecosystem for LGBTQ+ medicine. Our training is comprehensive, including both medical and cultural competency, and it is CME accredited, adding no extra work for providers. Providers are also excited about the personalization aspect of our training because they won't waste any time doing modules that are either too easy or not relevant for their lines of work. And through our vetted directory, patients will be confident they will get the care they need.
We'll hit over $150 million in revenue by 2028. The dark purple you see is our sales to medical organizations and health system. The light purple bar is our sales to payer. We'll hit $5 million in ARR with just 4 health system partnerships, and our current pricing model is $500 per MDDO, or $500 per doctor per year, and $200 for each other patient-facing healthcare provider. The regulations that we talked about earlier are not just for doctors, but for nurses, PAs, dental hygienists, and we're able to take the modules that we've already created and dual accredit it so we can use it for other healthcare providers. Not only that, but accreditation in the US is nationwide, not state-specific, which makes it even easier for us to scale our product. Speaking a little bit more about our visions for growth. In our beta launch, we're focusing on health systems and companies that have a vested interest in LGBTQ health, but in phase 2 in 2024, we're going to expand to all health systems and medical organizations, and including and add content in endocrinology, OBGYN, and infectious disease, because these specialties need additional training to properly treat LGBTQ patients. In 2025, we're going to expand to self-insured companies and take the data that we have gotten from our medical organization, health systems, and self-insured partnerships to then go to payers in 2026 and start working with them. We are a team made out of both clinicians and members of the community. So we understand what's needed all the way from medical education to patient experience. My co-founders and I all have a passion for health equity, and we created this company not as a Band-Aid, but for a true solution of a problem that we saw in the market. And we're lucky to be joined by an amazing team with experience in LGBTQ medical research, health equity, medical sales and marketing, and social work. With $1.5 million, it'll give us an 18-month runway to create our own CME content, optimize our training platform, and continue to scale to other medical organizations and health systems. Once we have a lead investor, we also have tag-along investment already from the Tarson Fund and Inflect Health. We've been working on Inclusive Plus before the 2023 regulation, and we want to keep this momentum going. Help us make that a reality. Thank you. Alyssa.
Thank you. It's a massive problem and appreciate you highlighting. We are investors in a business called Folks, which also has a similar market share. My question is, you talk a lot about going after plans and self-insured employers. The TAM that you cite, getting some of the downstream or capturing some of the downstream business from focusing on culturally competent care is typically for those in the business of care delivery. So can you talk about your decision to only do the first part of training and not to employ the supply or actually deliver the supply? And do you think that your solution today will be effective enough for what health plans and employers will want?
That's a great question. And something we thought about a lot is how do we quickly scale the business? Because timing is everything for something like that. And by focusing on education and creating this type of education platform, it's something we're able to grow easy and quickly. We actually already have a network of professionals and experts in the field to build out the training for us, right? Something else to keep in mind is the importance of the whole ecosystem, so the directory we're building as well. And for the LGBTQ population, trust and brand matters, and we want to make sure we're first movers in that market. So like you said, getting providers and building that out is kind of a slower process, and we're trying to get in more quickly. Yeah.
Can you talk about your content, like uniqueness, science background, and competitive advantage?
So our content is focused on both medical and cultural competency. So to give you an idea, competitors in the space mostly focus on cultural. So how do you talk to patients, what pronouns to use, how do you make them feel comfortable? What we're building out that's a little bit more difficult is medical. How do you dose certain medication, right? STI treatment is different for LGBTQ and non-LGBTQ. So is family planning. So we're really building out content that's medical focused, and there's a gap in the market right now. Let me go, Eric.
Thank you. So I'm a deep believer in focus when you're starting, because you have few resources and you have to focus on the market you're targeting. And my concern is if the LGBTQ market is not too broad to start with. And the question comes from personal friends. So Adriana, a very good friend of mine, medically speaking, what she cares about with her wife is about fertility. While another good friend of mine, what he cares about is longevity. They are both. So I'm curious, medically speaking, it's not too broad to start with a whole segment?
So if you remember our growth slide, we're actually starting right now with primary care and kind of mental health services, because that's actually the biggest need for the community. So we could start more focused. And we also have a lot of inbound interest for that type of training. Next year, then we're going to expand to fertility, endocrinology, and infectious disease, which is also focused, because there's actually many, many medical specialties. So we are taking a strategic approach to growth to stay focused. Jim?
Thank you. Two questions. It's interesting that you say that there are a lot of people teaching culture but not content right now. And to me, it's surprising that you can do culture online. And I'd be interested in knowing what kind of evidence you have that you can be effective in teaching, bedside manner, which is really challenging. The second question is, it's nice that you have a built-in market because people have to do their education, their CME. But they've also got a lot of other things they have to learn. So it's not just a question of, well, people have budgets for CME, but what other things with the medical field expanding so rapidly, what are you competing against in terms of CME education?
So you have two questions, so I'll try to answer them one at a time. The first one is, how do you really teach cultural competency? So there's other companies that are teaching cultural competency, not necessarily for LGBTQ medicine, and studies from their companies have shown that it increases patient retention, it changes how patients feel for providers, and actually also decreases provider turnover, which has been a huge problem for practices. So that's an additional benefit that our product can offer that we didn't speak about. The second question you had is, there's so many CMEs you have to do. That's true. But because this is required, providers need to do it. And through our interviews with providers, they were saying there's too many competitors in the space, I don't know what CMEs to do, so if my health system tells me this will fulfill your requirements, then it's easy for them and easy for us to get the market, right? So we're not competing with the other things. And so people have an idea. Providers are required to do anywhere from 75 to 150 credit hours every 1 to 3 years. So there's a lot of credit hours they're required to do, and we're just going to be a portion of that. I can't see your name, but in the blue suit. Yeah.
Pete.
Pete, okay. Sorry.
All right, got it. We're rolling. So, great presentation. Thank you very much. In order to, and you were talking about dosing and overall services that go beyond the cultural fit and the core things that are very important as well. But in order to do that, you have to be accredited, correct?
Yes.
And that process is pretty intensive, and in itself, you could develop a business around that. And to be across multiple disciplines, you have to be also accredited in those disciplines as well. A lot of times, the first touch of the patient starts with a nurse practitioner or a nurse or a variety of different kind of disciplines. And so when you look at, and I think this becomes really powerful if you have the whole context of patient care kind of from an overall patient journey, very powerful, but it is much more complicated than putting up a website with great educational information that will help somebody but isn't accredited, et cetera. So how are you addressing that with your budget that you are doing with a much bigger plan? It seems like there is a lot there, and it would be helpful to understand since that's your first step.
So I think what's important to understand is we're healthcare professionals, so we very much understand that market. With regards to CME content creation, we already have a partnership with Midwestern University to credit our ACCME, so for physicians, MDs, and DOs. And then we'll continue to expand on those partnerships in order to get those CMEs accredited by multiple organizations for multiple provider types.
The other thing that I'd like to add is that we're not trying to totally reinvent the wheel. So we are leveraging existing third-party CME courses. And then through our current pilots and our partnerships, we're identifying what gaps there are in the market and filling in those gaps with our own CME content.
David.
I thought the presentation was great. Really thoughtful and well presented. I have a question, though, on do we have proof of efficacy of this training impacting results? Because the reason I ask that is going to sound very cynical, but I'm the non-doctor in a community of people who are all doctors. And typically they do this on their laptop in front of the television, or they go to a seminar and they do the minimum amount of time in meetings. Mostly they socialize and then drink at the bar. And so my cynical, having seen this, I'm thinking that they're just going through the hoops, right? And so it's hard to see how that has efficacy on results, but I don't know what the data is.
I would love to address that. So as someone in medical school, I have seen that a lot of times. I will say the one way to really improve education for providers is having special LMS, or like learning modules, in which you have to answer questions in the middle of the videos and answer questions throughout, so you have to pay attention, otherwise you fail. So we're going to be doing that to kind of force that attention. Another thing that I want to bring up is we spoke with the AMA to understand how they're tracking the efficacy of CMEs that they're doing, and they're kind of asking before and after, is this changing your practice, right? So that kind of survey question that they somehow have tied to changes in practice, and we're going to be learning from the AMA as we try to track it for our product as well. Van Jones.
I got a question. It's about I went to UHC, who provides healthcare, and there's a feature where you can click on LGBTQ plus, and I can see all the physicians that are available that service this market, and I'm trying to understand what new or value add you would provide there if I'm a user, ultimately a patient, and I'm trying to find, I can see the reviews, I can see what they subspecialties, I can see all that today. So I'm really trying to have an understanding of like ultimately the value add that you have.
So we interviewed a lot of LGBTQ patients when we started this product. And what I will say, the reviews you mostly see on websites like that are not really LGBTQ patient reviews. Even though you filtered by it, it's going to be reviews from the general population. Another thing is LGBTQ patients right now don't really trust what they see online because it's not vetted. So even if you're a doctor that's LGBTQ friendly, so you're like willing to see LGBTQ patients, you're not going to discriminate, if you're not educated, that patient experience is still going to be negative. There are many patients who get misdosed for medication, not tested properly for STI things. So right now, I know it shows up there. They're not vetted. I'm willing to bet LGBTQ patients are not having good care experiences, and the reviews you see are for the general population. Mar.
Yeah, I have two questions. One is, I think you mentioned the budget for CME is $4,000. How did you guys come up with the $500 price tag for your product? The second question is, to follow up on Ko's comment, have you guys, I think education is going through a big transformation because of generative AI. The way we consume that content and efficacy that was mentioned is changing. I don't know if you guys have thought about using some of this new technology in developing your modules.
So the first part of the question that we can start with, sorry, can you repeat
the first question is on pricing. I'm trying to understand your market size.
So the first thing for the $4,000 per provider per year, it's actually more than that. That's the $4,000 that doctors get reimbursed for their own CME training, and hospital systems have actually a wider budget that they do to provide free training for their providers as well, so I just want to clarify that. For the $500 per provider per year, there are some other companies in the space that provide training, and they're priced around that. So we kind of match training, not LGBTQ specific, but other types of specialties. Your second thing was how...
Sorry, how is that $4,000 split out?
It's not. So the $4,000 is just for reimbursement. So like someone else said before, if the doctors are going to a bar or going on a ski trip or doing random things, like that's their $4,000 budget that they could do whatever they want. Medical systems actually have multi-million, tens of million dollar budgets for additional training that they provide, and that's actually where our product is going to be put into. So it's just for you to understand how big the market is. And then your second question about generative AI, so I was actually at Google Health. I'm doing business development for like healthcare AI solutions for health systems. I will say generative AI I don't think is there yet to really fit into the CME space, but it's something we're looking very closely at and something I personally have professional background in. So we'll be following that as it goes. Constance.
So I just wanted to push a little bit on market again. So there's a couple things. I thought the comment earlier about just there's so much CME education out there. How does one choose this, and how do you capture so much of that market? Coupled with a couple things that, you said that the Gen Z population, 1 in 5 profess to be LGBTQ, which is more than double what the population as a whole is. So that seems high. I guess even if you would assume that that's correct, maybe it's separated, maybe there tends to be a population in certain geographies, I would imagine, I think. But then, I saw that only DC requires LGBTQ training in the whole country. So if you're not requiring it, or if it's not required, and the population, may or may not be large in certain areas, I guess how do you really capture so much of that market?
Okay, so you're asking, okay. So the first thing that I want to address is if it's required or not, right? And then also how do you kind of capture this market? It's a very fragmented market in CME, and if you look at the competitors and how people sell into CME specifically, it's always by specialty. So it's like a cardiology CME, a nephrology CME, and even within that, there's subsects. So because we're really the first one in the LGBTQ CME space, it's really easy for us to grow that market because we're starting right there, right? So we're going to be the go-to. The other thing to talk about is the requirements.
I guess that's assuming there is a demand for this to begin with. And I guess that's my question is like, is there truly a demand for it?
Yes, so kind of what you were focusing on, which is like the LGBTQ specific in DC. So if you actually look at the chart, HIV/AIDS is required in multiple states, which we roll under LGBTQ because it affects that population. The same thing with cultural competency, implicit bias, that's also LGBTQ specific. So even though it's not labeled LGBTQ, implicit bias, cultural competency, HIV/AIDS, and there's other subcategories that kind of are rolled into the type of education our platform does. Something else that's really important to note, this was just passed in 2023. A lot of states have things in regulation now that I believe will be passed in 2024. And the last thing I want to touch on, because I know it's a big, hot political issue right now, academic medical institutions, even if they're in states that might not align, I don't know the correct way to say this, but like are anti-LGBTQ, they tend to still want to provide good care for their patients because they're made out of doctors who care about patients and care about good care. So even if they're in a state that doesn't like it, they still would want to offer it. And we actually see some institutions going the other way, making the extra step to show that they're inclusive and care about that patient population in states that are more hostile.
And with that, thank you very much. Okay, judges, if you could take a minute before the break here and go ahead and submit your forms. Remember to hit submit at the end. For everyone in the room and for our judges, we will take a break. We will start sharply at 10:30, so try to be back in the room in 15 minutes at 10:25. Thank you. All right. All right, let's go ahead and start taking our seats so we can get ready to go on the live stream. All right, we're ready. So send down. Where are you going? All right, let's go ahead and start taking our seats here.
I'm going to. I can't help myself.
You got the clicker?
Got the clicker.
Okay. We're going to go live in about 2 minutes. Perfect timing.
Nice.
Oh, that actually was quicker than I thought it would be. We'll give it another minute or two for the people on the live stream. Folks in the back, if you want to find some seats, we'll get you in, settle in a chair. And for everyone who might have come in or refreshed the water, if you want to open your water, now before we go on the live stream is an excellent time to open your water. We love open water, but that clicking is definitely noticeable. Now is an excellent time to use your open water, which is a good idea for me too. We'll give it another minute before we start.
Sir, keep the microphone a little closer.
Sure.
Thank you.
I was just talking to them. All right, you got the clicker? We'll give it another minute before we get started. Folks in the back, Erica, if you want us to find a seat, we're welcome to have you. Just a few. You probably steal reorbital seats for now if you want. Or if you're comfortable there, whatever. Okay, we're back. And so with that, we'll get started with our next team, which is reorbital. Whenever you gentlemen are ready.
I'm Jack, head of sales and marketing at Reorbital. Microgravity, when used as an environment for manufacturing, offers for the enhancement of products and materials beyond their natural properties. Through a logistical innovation, we will become the very first company to mass produce products for Earth from space. And today, we're going to talk to you about product number 1, which represents a multi-billion-dollar opportunity in the fiber optics industry. Attenuation refers to the natural dimming of light as it passes through a medium. Our first product, Z-Blan, is a type of glass that offers a 10x improvement in attenuation performance relative to the next best available alternative. However, achieving that performance improvement is only possible when Z-Blan is manufactured in microgravity. And nowhere is attenuation performance a more massive hurdle than in quantum communications. This gray circle here represents the maximum distance that a quantum signal can be sent across existing silica glass-based fiber optics. This much larger circle represents the distance you can send that exact same signal across our product. Not only have we spoken with researchers here at the University of Chicago, Northwestern University, Argonne National Laboratory, and Fermilab about how transformative this would be at a very high level, we've also gotten very tactical with them about the use cases and the purchases that they would make on day one. To recap one of those conversations, we spoke with a researcher here at the University of Chicago. In this conversation, we aligned on our $180 per meter price point. We aligned on a specific link right here in Hyde Park. We aligned on a link of 2 kilometers, representing $360,000 in revenue. And by the end of that conversation, this individual joined our team as an advisor. There are 85 research institutions in the United States alone, either university affiliated or federally funded, that have the same demand for low-loss fiber optics. To prove out that demand, we also proposed a link to a separate researcher, again here at the University of Chicago, one that would only be possible with our product connecting the quantum loop in our city with the quantum team at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Again, we validated the price point of $180 per meter, and we validated the enthusiasm and the demand for a link that would represent $38 million in revenue alone. This is our beachhead market. These research centers represent a total addressable market of $1.5 billion, just a fraction of the total addressable market for Z-Bland, just shy of $12 billion. And it's a market that we're going to pursue across two channels primarily: direct sales to institutions such as the University of Chicago, indirect channels to major suppliers of fiber optics such as Corning. We'll also note that we are right now finalists to participate, and we'll know tomorrow if we get in, so you can ask us then, to participate in the Duality Quantum Accelerator, which will provide us with 12 months of unparalleled access to quantum resources, partnerships, and customers. And lastly, Z-Bland is just the beginning. It is just a fraction of the total market for in-space manufacturing, a massive market that we can and will lead with the logistical approach that Mike is about to talk about.
Thanks, Jack. Hi, my name is Mike Gustafson. I'm one of the co-founders and the COO of Reorbital. I'm excited to talk to you today. I'd love to introduce you to our team. So joining us up on stage is Steve Chomsky, our co-founder and CEO. He is a space industry veteran with over 10 years in aerospace and manufacturing. He's currently the chief engineer on a satellite constellation program for a Boeing subsidiary. I myself come from 8.5 years of DoD aviation experience, and Jack has 5 startups in the last 7 years. We also have Dr. Dimitri, a fractional CSO, who I will talk about later, is a world leader in Z-Bland. We're advised by Dr. Dennis Tucker, the preeminent Z-Bland researcher, who established several of the watershed experiments that demonstrated the incredible capabilities you unlock from Z-Bland when performing it in microgravity. We're advised by Maxwell Hill, a controls and spooling expert, and Dr. Tian Zhang, a quantum communications expert as well. Now is the time to be getting into in-space manufacturing. And the reason is because the industry is facing an extraordinary tailwind. Up until now, you've probably been aware that the cost to go to space has been dropping precipitously. But what's not quite as obvious to everybody is that the cost to go up and back down is also plummeting. We expect that it'll go down by 10 to 50x in the next several years, and that's because of the advent of fully reusable rockets, rockets that take you up and deliver you back down to Earth. And that's going to allow the the downmass cost, as we call it, to drop exponentially. And with that, the number of flights is going to increase exponentially as well, allowing us to meet the demand both in throughput and cost to satisfy in-space manufacturing. But the current model doesn't work. All the other players are indexed on how to do things the old way. And what I've got on the screen for you is 3 companies who are working to do Z-Bland in space. But they are indexed on what we call a capsule paradigm. And a capsule is something where it's a fully autonomous space vehicle. The launch vehicle takes them up into orbit, and then their space vehicle jettisons, and it must perform every function that a space vehicle does on its own: power, communications, guidance, and it also has to do the main thing it's supposed to do: process Z-Bland. And then after all of that, it has to re-enter Earth and get picked out. You could also do your research and development aboard the ISS, but you get suffered the same downmass cost that we're currently experiencing, and it's going to take 3 months per experiment, because that's when the ISS gets resupplied. And this is where our logistical innovation comes in. We are making a non-capsule approach to this. We will not separate from the host launch provider. And that lets the host rocket take care of all the big stuff we shouldn't have to be doing anyways. The navigation, the communication, and the reentry will be taken care of by the host rocket. Our box is small, it's automated, it's fully autonomous, it's standardized, and it's modular. You can use this for Z-Bland, for other applications, and you can copy and paste this extraordinarily quickly. Here's what it's going to look like. You take the raw Z-Bland and put it in our box. Our box is then put onto a fully reusable rocket, and they take us into low Earth orbit. And while it's there, they jettison the rest of their cargo destined for a life in orbit while we remain on board. We stay on for 72 hours and draw 68 kilometers of usable Z-Bland while in the process. And then we let the fully reusable rocket take us back home. And the best part about this innovation is that the effort you need to have between flights is so minimal. All we need to do is take out the completed material and then put in a new input material. No major system tests, no refurbishment, no reapplying heat shields. And this is what this looks like on a line-by-line basis against the capsule model for space manufacturing. The time between launches is significantly shorter. The amount of material that's usable that you create is much higher because, as I said, our payload, the cost is sensitive to space, we're spending more money to send the actual thing we want to space. That means more revenue per launch, that means more flights per year, which means more revenue per year. And the critical thing is that this works for Z-band, this works for every possible in-space manufacturing application. And the best part is the box, the manufacturing approach pays for itself in just over one flight. $7 million in profit, launch costs that we've verified with providers of $6,250 per kilogram times a 200 kilogram mass, and 68 usable post-draw fiber times our vetted price point, as we've talked about, $180 per meter. In 2030, we expect to be doing 31 launches per year. Throughout the course of NVC, we've heard the feedback, and we've been working hard to reduce our risk. We're bypassing the mistakes we've learned from the first movers. We've got IP protections ongoing. We are much more aligned with the government SBIR and STTR grant process, and we've been in conversations with insurers to have full mission coverage. What we've done up until now is we've developed our power, mass, and throughput budgets. We've vetted our assumptions with the best in the world on the subjects. We've received launch terms from a reusable rocket provider, Stoke Space, and we're in ongoing discussions with SpaceX. We filed a provisional patent for our process, and we're drafting an application for a SBIR grant for a Navy application. We've also confirmed a supplier, and critically, we've established a key partnership with D-Star. D-Star is Dr. Dimitri's led company, and they are Z-band experts. They accelerate our timeline by 6 months, allowing us to focus on the space, and they focus on the Z-band, allowing our required capital to be $1 million to work on this. As we scale, we'll become the industry experts in not just Z-band, but all in-space manufacturing. And you can see that in our income statement, most of what we're doing is buying more boxes and upgrading our capital to have a bigger, more modular approach to take up the market. I'll leave you with this. Let's put Z-band and in-space manufacturing in your portfolio as you change the world from in-space manufacturing. Thank you.
Just in time, wow.
Matt.
Just help me understand. I think I know what you guys are doing. You're making cable in space, is that right? Versus here, and if that's, so if I got that right, it could be wrong. Why is it more advantaged? What is it about doing it in space that produces,
Yeah, so it has to do with the molten process as you're drawing the fiber, and you melt it beyond its glass transition temperature. And so during that, as it cools, it starts to solidify, and you get nanocrystallite formation, and that has a different buoyancy than the materials around it. And so as it rises and falls through the material, it drags on the other materials and causes other microcrystallites and occlusions to develop. So by doing it in microgravity, you don't get that buoyancy force, and then you don't get as many defects.
Gotcha.
John?
Very, very cool presentation here. When you've looked at this and you talked to SpaceX and you're talking about Starship to do this, and I don't know if you talked about the Falcon 9, but the current way this works with Falcon 9, it's not up there very long, right? Have you actually talked to them about, are they going to keep it up there for 72 hours?
So we haven't had that specific conversation with SpaceX. We did have that with Stoke, and they said about 3 days on orbit is in line with what they're doing.
And when are they planning to have a launch vehicle that actually does this?
For Stoke is a few years out. They're a little bit behind Starship, I think, probably 3-4 years.
John, I'll add that we've had beginning downmass conversations with SpaceX, and that we would ideally use 72 hours in orbit, but we do not need all 72 to make a profitable, viable approach with this.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at doing this today with like the Falcon 9, and let's say you can get it, call it like 30, 40 minutes, could you actually make a reasonable amount of material in that amount of time to get started?
The draw rate is 35 centimeters a second. So for any arbitrary length of time, our price point's $180 per meter. So that's order of magnitude about what you'd be looking at.
Ma'am, I can't see your name, but, oh, okay.
Cindy. So it's a very clever, brilliant solution. I love it. But how do you protect it? You're talking about filing for IP and so forth, but once somebody sees the solution, wouldn't it be feasible for anybody else to, well, not anybody, but for many, to be able to invent around what it is you already have?
Yeah, so there's a few things that are helping us there. One is, of course, the IP that we're pursuing. Like I said, we just filed a provisional patent. So that's a start, the provisional patent. And then on top of that, there are non-trivial interfaces and engineering challenges that you need to do when operating as a hosted payload. There's certain thermal aspects, like for instance, you can't point in a certain direction. You don't really have control over that because you're at the mercy of the host. And that's just one example. There's certain electrical interfaces, power requirements. So as we tackle those problems along the way, we'll define more and more IP, and we can also define the standards of what interfaces the host vehicles will want, because we'll be first mover, and others will have to copy us.
So what is the actual invention? Is it the idea that it's capsule-less, as you discuss in your plan, and the idea is, you don't need to, eject it from the rocket and so forth?
Yeah, our provisional patent is related to the fact that it's a non-separable payload and the engineering involved in that.
Mark?
Yeah, be careful about what you're describing for your IP until you get your patent. Can you describe the market for, you're manufacturing some material in space, right? Can you describe what the market is to buy that down here on Earth?
Yeah, so, if you want to talk to Tam.
Well, I think there's a couple markets, and maybe the best one to start with is probably in-space manufacturing, because that's like the top, that's the ultimate goal, no matter what product we start with. And the way, and probably helpful for the whole audience, why this is a big deal and why people are pursuing this and just haven't caught onto this side of what we're doing is because there's a ton of products that can either, again, they can be enhanced in a way that can't be done on Earth. So maybe that's an entire product. Maybe you produce computers, but you have semiconductors, or there's a small component of your process that we can take to space, we can bring back down to you, and it's 10 times better than the competition.
But is this something that's already, is this being done already?
So currently, what I'm describing can be done on an R&D scale, and no one can do it, no one can mass manufacture.
Is there demand, because this is going to be extra cost to these, who you're selling it to. Is there?
Yes, so Mark, to answer your question, this is why we focus specifically on quantum communications, is that is ongoing right now. They're sending those data links that's being adopted right now by commercial industries. Major banks are doing the research and establishing point-to-point communications. And what's really important is that the distinction between quantum comms and traditional is that they have no repeaters. Or those will come on in 5 years, maybe, and they will be a full order of magnitude less data throughput than the existing one. They must have something that allows them to extend their reach if they're going to do anything other than a local point-to-point network. So those are in use right now. They're going on in R&D, and they're being adopted by commercial users as we speak. That matches our timeline because as we're able to produce this, we'll be able to provide it for those that are using it right now. Mar?
Yes, I think we're all asking about the same thing, like how, what's the differentiation, what's your, differentiating advantage over time. Maybe you can talk a little bit more. There's a lot of competitors in your business plan. How do you fit in? If you could just, I'm guessing you have a slide on that somewhere. That would be very helpful to me to understand, and I think to all of us.
Yeah, so I think this is similar to the other question in terms of protection and where our competitors stand. So right now, a lot of our competitors are really been investing in the capsule model. So that's sunk capital in that model to a large extent. And to do this, there are, like I said, non-trivial engineering challenges that you must overcome. And we, by being first mover advantage, will lead the road on that. We'll develop IP on that. And I believe that this is a large enough market that there's room for more than one winner, but I think we'll be the standard setter.
And, if I'm looking at this as an investment and you're like, we have to put in maybe $10 million for the first, if you want to get something out in space, what proof do you have now that your method works? How would you convince me that I'm the one that you should bet?
In terms of
your technology,
logistical
your
approach?
product, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a few things. There's the fundamental research, that's what really Dimitri and Dr. Tucker pioneered all the way back in the 90s. Then on orbit, there's been several experiments since, varying levels of success depending upon how much they invested and how well they were actually able to perform the engineering. There is no better leader in the industry, in my opinion, in the actual technology than Dimitri and Dr. Tucker. And so being partnered with them, I think, gives us a very strong technical advantage.
Van?
So if I understand it correctly, you are reliant on all of these companies that have sprung up over the last several years, just particularly SpaceX has been around for a little while. What is their, I've seen other space-focused companies come about, and I think that there are a lot of options or a lot of things like a SpaceX could look at and say, here's our priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. What you are producing, do you know where that relatively stacks up in terms of how they think about it, like those that are launching actual rockets into space?
Are you talking in terms of getting access to the launch vehicle and getting?
Yeah, getting access to the launch vehicle, to me, it seems like that's a non-trivial condition.
You'd actually be surprised. This is what they sell. They sell rides on rockets. It's actually pretty simple. It's really just all about if you have the money, then they'll take you up there. And I've worked with SpaceX and other rocket providers in the past for other satellites I've worked on, and never had any issues. They're very easy to work with.
But is there a constraint upon space that they actually have on the rocket to do various activities and various technologies that are on the actual unit itself?
Yeah.
There's existing constraints around that.
So we're designing, I don't want to get too much in the technical details here, but we're designing our payload around standard interfaces that are standard ride share within the industry. I've built satellites that are at this exact same form factor. And so by operating in that region, we have a whole host of supply base that we can get components from. Our interfaces are much simpler. So the space aspect, and it's also much larger than, our device is much larger than anyone has been able to do on the ISS or these other missions. And that's an advantage for us.
The gentleman in the back, I think you got your hand up for a while.
There's a company, Varda Space, that is focused on space manufacturing, including of fiber optics. They've raised like $50 million at a $500 million valuation. Can you just talk about differentiation from them?
Yeah, I think they're fully tied to the capsule model right now, and we fundamentally believe that our model is a better model.
I think there's a little bit, I'd be happy to talk a little bit more about that. So they did raise a bunch of money to work towards this. They ran into, I don't think that they appreciated the R&D that they needed to take on. They didn't have the same level of expertise when they started to work on their Z-band. And so they have, I know that their early days were very Z-band heavy, but they are not currently Z-band heavy at all. They are focused on, their whole thing is actually the capsule model. They're working on having a way to support many missions via their specific capsule, and that's what they've devoted most of their capital to. They've moved off of Z-band.
So the thought is maybe you could kind of partner with them in the future, like in their capsule, and you guys have the superior Z-band manufacturing technology. Is that the idea?
We don't want to do capsules. We don't do capsules. We are doing a non-separable payload. That is an option if for some reason the reusable upper stages are delayed. We could potentially do something as a demo, but we believe that our model is the only way to achieve scale.
Jai?
Yeah, so I think the real difference is the fact that you guys are not using the module, right? Not building the module. So two things. One, you're not dependent on somebody else having to keep it up for 72 hours, right? So they'll charge you a different price. You might not get that. And also, like, if you want to manufacture something else, you might need, I don't know, 10 days to be up there rather than 72 hours, right? And also the technology for creating the things to be up there is getting more and more cheaper and kind of more commoditized. So why not build that and depend on somebody else to actually keep your payload up there for a long time?
So I think to answer your first question, which had to do, we were depending upon the providers to do that.
Yeah.
That's correct. And that's why we got really specific in our conversations with launch vehicle providers like Stoke. They sent us launch terms that included pricing estimates and included the understanding that we want to be on for the time frame that we're saying. So we validated that to some extent. And then can you remind me?
But you're still dependent on Stoke, right? You kind of, you don't control your own destiny by doing this to some extent.
So the benefit here, though, is the cost. Because sending up that capsule is still, like, you do control your own destiny in some sense, but you lose a lot of control over your destiny when you have to bring it back, when you have to refurbish and retest all those additional supplies. That all is going to be, like, you really don't just remove it. You trade one evil for the other. If we were to ride up with Varda, we'd be constrained by Varda's ability to get their capsule to go again, and Varda's ability to get on the next rocket, and Varda's ability to refurbish. So it would be a little bit less clear, but it would be a similar handoff. We're confident in this approach because we get a known set of values and a cheaper price.
I'll also add there's a large ecosystem of launch vehicles in development that are going to have this capability. So like I said, it seems like SpaceX is first and they're ahead of everyone, but pretty soon they won't be the only game in town. So if one vehicle provider doesn't want to do that mission, we have a wide range of options.
John?
Have you talked to, whether it's Stoke or whatever conversation with SpaceX about, look, they will put it on the rocket. I mean, there's space for it. That works. I mean, that's how the business model works.
Yes.
Certain of that. About what is it actually doing up there, the level of vibrations it's causing, any potential impacts in and around what it might do to the space vehicle, because that's generally the biggest concern, because usually there are experiments on those rockets, absolutely, but what they're worried about is anything that could impact the systems on the...
We're actually, this brings up a good point. So because we've deleted so many subsystems compared to traditional satellites, like we don't have propulsion, and hydrazine's very toxic, you have to worry about leaks. We don't have a comm system, so there's no issue with interference, really. So actually, our interfaces in a lot of ways are designed to be the simplest rocket they've ever integrated. And once they do it once, we stay on the rocket, which means they can get consistent revenue from us over and over and over again, which is an advantage for them. In return, we'll probably ask that they make some concessions in terms of not moving around too much and maybe pointing in a favorable way towards the sun, but we're trying to design to minimize any of those interfaces.
The gentleman next to Mark.
So if you could paint the picture of success in whatever years it's going to take, 7 years, 10 years, 3 years, at scale, how is your business operating? Is it one line of business? Is it multiple lines of business? And what does that look like?
At scale, when we are, 7 years down the road, this should be multiple lines of business through multiple products. By developing the box the way we are, we'll be able to facilitate, all of the work we do to this immediately copies and pastes to the next thing we're able to host and support. So we expect to have very, very rapidly scaled and met the Z-band demand that exists through, and we hope to be flying, let's say, 7 years from now, probably once every other week. And we expect to be expanding from a well-turning flywheel of Z-band and establishing those next set of products which can be made in microgravity. And there's a whole litany of things up there, including semiconductors, turbine blades, biological cultures, human organ tissue, and a whole host of other things where small scale crystal sizes are absolutely dependent and affected by gravity. So we will be able to expand very rapidly into those exact domains.
And
Great.
just out of
And with
curiosity,
that, well, we're done. Thank you very much. And judges, if you could go ahead and fill out your forms, that would be great.
prize money. We haven't.
All right, they're just miking up right now. Let's go and start settling down and taking our seats. You guys want to take some seats? It's taking a smidge longer to mic up people than we anticipated, but we'll be fine. Let's go check on them. Okay, we'll get them set here. You guys all have live mics, right?
We're all mic'd up, yeah.
Okay. Who's starting with the?
Me.
Okay. The only thing is the blue tape when it comes to Q&A, try to stay behind it, just so that the cameras can pick up the judges. Okay?
Okay.
You ready? Ready? All right. Our next team will be Everleather.
We are Everleather, the leading restorers of high-end leather. Let me tell you the story of Sally. Sally is cool, she's fashionable, she wears Prada and Gucci. Sally also has a new puppy. But after a long day of working, Sally came home to find her new puppy had destroyed her most beloved Louis Vuitton handbag. So Sally was devastated. What does she do? Well, luckily she lives close by to a Louis Vuitton, and I say luckily because otherwise this would not be an option. But she goes to the Louis Vuitton and the rep says it's going to cost her an arm and a leg and it's going to take up to 6 months to get her bag back because they have to send it to Paris and wait for it to come back. So she goes to the local guy. But he's cheap and he's fast, right? But he says he only repairs shoes. And not only that, but he has no experience with something as nice as a Louis Vuitton. So she has one more option. She goes online. So she's a little discouraged by the negative reviews that these digital stores have, but she decides to send in some photos anyways. And what does she get in response? Well, half of them say that they can't repair her bag, it's too damaged, and the other half say they're going to charge her the same as Louis Vuitton. Sally's options are limited, and she is not alone. There are 3 million luxury pairs of bags, luxury bags in the US in need of restoration. 11 million luxury pairs of shoes, and we know that not a single consumer is willing to throw any of these items away. This is where we come in. Everleather offers high-quality restoration services for luxury leather pieces to give them the chance to look as good as new. This is some of the work that our clients have sent in so far, and this is the restorations that we did. And I want to take a moment to let the quality of that expert craftsmanship really sink in. Everleather is unique. We have 4 generations of high-end leatherwork experience in the founding family. We have an artisan heritage program that's ready to scale, and we have a tailor-made experience from the beginning to the end.
This isn't just a dream, it is a reality. In 3 years of operations in Monterrey, Mexico, we have restored more than 14,000 items. We have addressed more than 4,000 unique customers, have trained 11 expert artisans, have 57,000 followers on Instagram, and have built 5 key strategic partnerships. Everleather is growing. Just last year, we made around $600,000 US in revenue and had a profit margin of 82%. And because of this, we want to expand Everleather to the US. We can't miss this $3 billion opportunity. And the first thing is that we want to focus on bags for 2 main reasons. Bags have higher margins, that's the first part. And the second part is that in Mexico, when we have targeted bags first, that once the customers trust us, they bring us the rest of their items. We think this strategy is going to work in the US. Imagine if with a market of 20 million in Mexico, we have achieved 600K in revenue, what we could do with a 3 billion market in the US. You may ask, why now? Well, there are 3 main reasons. The first is that the prices of luxury items are skyrocketing. So consumers are more willing to restore their items than to buy new ones. The second is that there is a higher willingness to pay for sustainable products and services. And as some of you may know, leather can last until 100 years if taken care properly. Finally, competition is failing. As you remember the story of Sally, there are no consistent and accessible options for her.
We plan to attack the US market by building on our success in Mexico. We will leverage our strong reputation to acquire our first customers in the US. For the first phase of customer acquisition, we will subsidize our customers, providing free restoration services to key Instagram influencers and other socially connected individuals. In the second phase, we will launch a generous referral program and also partner with businesses such as tailors, dry cleaners, and hair salons in wealthy neighborhoods, a tactic we had great success with in Mexico. In the third phase, we will substantially increase our digital marketing spend, buying Google ads and flooding our Instagram with the beautiful before and after photos you saw earlier. This will help inspire trust from our customers. We also plan to build trust in our customers by digitizing our personalized customer service. Sally will now have a very easy, convenient, and transparent way to understand exactly what is going to happen to her bag. And once she purchases our services, she will be able to track that restoration every step along the way. In order to meet the customer demand, we have an aggressive plan to scale operations in the US. In the fall of this year, we will launch our website in the US, acquiring our first customers and sending the initial restorations to our Mexico workshop. In the beginning of next year, we will build a workshop in Dallas, Texas, hiring artisans and training them via the Artisan Heritage Program. We also plan to then begin starting to restore the bags out of the Dallas workshop. And by the end of next year, we will have scaled to 30 artisans in this Dallas workshop, identified opportunities to improve our process, and aim to complete 100% of our US bags in the US. This will culminate in very attractive unit economics. By the third year, we project that 80% of our business will be in the US, and while the cost of doing business is higher in the US, we will still maintain a very attractive gross profit margin of 56%. And we anticipate great returns on marketing. Because we operate in the luxury goods segment, our customers have high revenue generation potential. And by the third year, we project that for every $100 we spend in marketing, we will generate $470 in lifetime gross profit. The success of our customer growth will help us reach $15 million in revenue by year 3, with positive EBITDA margins of around 15% and positive cash flows, all supported by a team of 80 artisans across both the US and Mexico.
Thank you, Andrew. Well, passion led us here. Olga and I co-founded this business. Olga is our CEO. She brings with her 4 generations of leather treatment techniques, and she's a very experienced lawyer. Myself, I'm the CFO. I have experience in finance, of course, and I have experience also in sustainable strategies, which I carried in the works I had before. Then Andrew and Sarah joined the team recently. Andrew, our new CMO, he's very experienced on the launching of new products in the US and on digital marketing strategy. And Sarah, our new COO, has a lot of experience on market of operations and recruitment. Now, our plans to grow are the following. We have made some serious steps. We have developed our product market fit, and we have also achieved profitability, which is not easy. But to take this to another level and scale this company, we have to do much more. First, from the first 2 years, we will launch our services in the US, which we have already explained. In year number 3, we will scale the Artisan Heritage Program and build B2B partnerships. Here I'm referring to resellers, such as The Real Real. I'm referring to auction houses, such as Christie's Auctions, and I'm referring to renters of luxury items, such as Viverel, for example. In year 4, we plan to continue our expansion in the US market and are looking also for opportunities in other markets which are attractive, such as other countries in Latin America or Asia. Then our customers, in many of the surveys we have carried, they have told us that they would love for us to provide resale or rental. We're considering that option, and as having these customers ready to be given these services is something that will be nice to have. Finally, we're seeking $1.4 million to execute our plan. 30% will go to our capital needs. This is to rent and refurbish this new plant in Texas, in Dallas, Texas, for 36 artisans, purchase all the inventory we need for the workshop. Then there is the marketing spending that we have, so that Andrew just spoke about. And finally, the labor. The labor is one of the most important parts of our company, and we're going to have on recruitment, on training, and on salaries. Finally, we invite you to be part of the world's leading restoration businesses. And I leave you with a quote: "Luxury is that which you can repair." Thank you so much. Go.
Can you talk about the breakdown of the cost from the viewpoint of the customer? Because I was very curious about how to compensate the two logistics cost, collecting the goods and sending to the sending back, and also the potentially sending in between the goods to the Mexico.
Well,
Yep.
Well, one thing in this part is that in the beginning, we're planning to leverage on our operations in Mexico. Right now, the cost of sending the items back and forth is of $86. That's the cost we have. And that is one of the reasons we're not putting the business in Mexico and bringing the things to the US. That's why we're starting what we are planning to put a plant in the US. That's the reason why. But yes, those are the cost. And the cost of the shipping in the US is of $26 only.
Sorry, I just want to quickly add, I also wanted to address the shipping cost as something that in our projections we are covering. So that's not something that if that was part of the question, that's not something that the customer is paying for.
Brent?
First of all, we're investors in Vivrel, so if we can help with that partnership, just let me know. But have you thought about, instead of being kind of like the central service connected to demand now that you'd like to scale in the US, have you thought about, and I don't know if this scales or would have different margins, but could you buy distressed inventory and then use your capability to turn it around and then sell it in the 27 different secondary marketplaces for luxury goods and make more money doing that?
Well, that's actually, Brent, that's a very good question. We have thought of that business, of course, but we want first, one of the good parts of the business of restoration, which we have a lot of capabilities, is that we get a lot of contact with the customers. We get their trust, and that gives us a lot of opportunities later. And we know that the US market is the biggest market that we can enter. If we're successful in the US, we can be successful everywhere. So the point is to become the leading restorators of leather, and well, the strategy is to go first into the US and conquer that market. And of course, that's another business avenue which we have thought, but I think like the restoration opens like many other opportunities that are even bigger.
And I will also like to add on that even though it's easier, we think that it's a different business model, like selling the things than restoring them. So now the way that we want to enter is to gain the confidence of the customer through the bags, and then what has happened is they bring shoes, even we have repaired like jets and bars and cars because they trust us with leather, and later we can sell them things. But getting into the reselling market, there are a lot of competitors, and now the landscape, I don't think we have a competitive advantage to enter there.
Mar.
Yeah, I have a question on the go-to-market and acquisition. I think you presented Sally as the person that has the problem, and you're talking about direct-to-consumer. But a lot of the brands are opening this resale section on their sites, and it's becoming a significant part of revenue for some brands. So I believe most brands will have that. If you can talk about going directly to brands and offering that services to them.
What has happened, well, in Mexico, in our experience, is that it's very difficult that customers do not trust very easily where to go. So when we get one thing and they trust, then they come with everything else. So
I'm just saying going directly to the Louis Vuitton or whoever and say, I'm going to run that part of your business because you don't want to deal with all these artisans. We're really good at that.
Yes, so what happened is that 2 months ago or one month and a half ago, Dior Couture just talked to us in Mexico and they say like, we want to give after services to our clients, like can you make this because we don't want that to be sent to Paris. So we can train you to be our restorer in Mexico. So we are now having that connection, but the reason why we do not go with them is because our clients recommend us with the brands and they look for us. But of course, it's an opportunity that we're ready to explore and we want to, but it's something that has worked in Mexico and we're very happy about that.
Sam?
Did I see correctly that you're going to acquire 10,000 customers with $400,000 of marketing spend? And if so, I'd like to understand that better. And then the 3.2 purchase frequency seems extraordinarily high for this use case and price point. So maybe a little LTV CAC chat would be nice.
Sam, the 3.2 has been a number that people have complained about, but it's actually based on our current numbers in Mexico. So what happens and makes this number make sense is that they bring one item, one bag, because they don't trust us. And after that bag, and we do the work and they get impressed, they bring a lot of items. We have clients that have brought like 30 bags or 40. This can be crazy. Of course, the normal customer has, one bag that
They're
uses
probably
very much.
resellers, by the way.
Yes, we have resellers as clients also.
Yes, in Mexico we have a partnership with Trocker. That's a reseller, and we fix all their items, actually.
And also,
So can you answer the question about how you're going to, I think it says $400,000 of marketing and 10,000 customers on.
Which slide was that on? Was that early in the presentation?
Use of funds.
Yeah, so the use of funds, the initial was going to be, that's the initial spend, is $300,000 in the first year or so to acquire around 4,000 customers. We know that word of mouth is extremely successful. In Mexico, there's been almost no marketing spend at all. And so we're going to plan to pump most of that $400,000 into Google Ads, which we've had a little bit of a pilot with and have had success there, as well as partnerships with those businesses that can refer to customers, and Google ad keywords and stuff on Instagram as well.
Constance, I think.
Yes. So I guess my question is around financing. It sounds like you don't have in your financials you said you're profitable already in Mexico. That's not in your financials, but it looks like you only need about 600,000. You're gonna be profitable by year 2 and extremely profitable after that with a lot of cash flow. So why would you raise money? Like why wouldn't you take a $600,000 loan if you needed that or come up with it on your own? Like why would you go to market for money?
Well, in that part, what we were thinking is, imagine if we didn't get the money. So first, some of these numbers, like we will need around 3 years to raise the 1.4 million that we have, growing at a 32% rate from, like our last growth rate was about 32% from 2021 to 2022. We will need around 3 years to raise the money. We will take much more time and we won't be able to grow so aggressively as we want because we want to take this market hard.
And we're losing money in the first 2 years.
Yes, in the first 2 years we're losing money actually, and our cash flows are negative.
Okay, I mean, I'm just looking at your financials, they don't really reflect that, so it just is
I just want to quickly add on that point is if we don't raise the money, there's essentially we're not going to grow at the rate that we have projected here. If we do raise the money, we can grow at this rate and become profitable in the time frame that we're projecting. But if we don't, there's a fear that the competition is going to fill this gap that we've identified, that people are starting to, like people are raising money, and so we want to act quickly, essentially, and we need the money to do it. That's
John.
Great presentation and very cool that you already built the business. My question is, who owns the business today, and then how do you incent the team with equity?
Well, I own the business today, and we will talk about equity. We are, well, Sarah and Andrew want to stay, and
that's why we're here.
Like that's why they're here, and we're open to. Like we haven't think about specifically like how much of equity, but whatever is.
So with the seed round, you'd create the equity plan for the team.
Yes.
Yes.
And they're married.
Yes. I don't see the name. David.
It was a great presentation. We're the lead investor in Rebag. So like when I originally saw that, I didn't believe it was a big market, and they're like $150 million of revenue, and just like a freight train. Most started with bags, did other times. But I have two questions. The Rebag thing, by the way, if that's helpful, just reach out to me and I'll put you in touch with the CEO. But was the demographic in the US that you're targeting is very expensive to acquire typically because it's very valuable to a lot of consumers. So I don't understand why you wouldn't bring a B2B strategy like go be on Rebag's website, right? Like, because they spent millions of dollars acquiring these customers, and they're just of a different scale. So the question is, why it's going to be very expensive to acquire these customers is my guess. I think that may be what you were going at. Second question is, you didn't really talk about capacity and scalability. Like inherently here, just like in Rebag is the same issue, there is like a model of how you invest forward in, because there's a people-intensive business in your artisans. So you didn't really talk about that, but I'd be really curious about how that works.
Perfect, David. I answer the first question? Yes. Well, on the first question, we have thought about it. And of course, targeting business like the Real, or all of these players that have already had contact with the customer could work. But in Mexico, what has happened is we have the customer acquisition, as Andrew mentioned, was very straightforward. And our customers, once we had enough customers, they started speaking about our work. And that's how we got some of the partnership we have developed, thanks to our customers. We haven't actually looked for them initially, but our customers have recommended us with the brands, and they have come with us. But I think it's a better selling point to have our customers sell us than us going to the luxury resellers and tell them like, okay, please, we're gonna do the job. We want the customers to speak for us and then go to the businesses. That's
David, that's something that has happened in Mexico. Not necessarily is going to work that way in the US, I understand. And it's definitely something that we're talking about, like looking which will be the best partnership for us and to be ready to scale with the demand that that's going to give us. For instance, Farfetch just joined the registry, that it's one that is doing the same as we do. And if you enter right now to the page of the registry, they are like out of demand because they have so many demand that now they are running out of service until they finish. So there is a market and we want to go to a B2B, but we have to be ready to scale, and we are. So I will tell you how. We have the Artisan Artisan Heritage Program, and the way it has worked is that every time you fix a bag, you get more knowledge, you're more productive, and you know more techniques of how to fix it. With the experience that we have, that are 14,000 items, every time we are faster, and we have developed a lot of content that help us to train an artisan in 1 month. So in 1 month, we're able to have that artisan, and we're having KPIs, for instance, how many bags do you produce and how many returns you get from the quality control center. So we have the program, we're ready to scale, and of course B2B is an option for us, and we will analyze that opportunity in the US.
Gail?
Many years ago, we invested in a renewal company on the fabric side. They did really well initially, and as they scaled, labor was a real problem because it seemed that the folks who were repairing the items just didn't care as much, and there was much more turnover and issues in terms of quality. Could you talk a little bit more about your plans for quality assurance as you have a lot more revenue?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. I actually have a lot of experience in recruiting and managing teams. I've overseen teams of like 50 or more across many states in the US. But if you don't mind going to the slide with the maps, we've identified Dallas as the place to open operations because not only is Texas the highest concentration of leather work and shoe work repair like in the US, but it's also within Dallas is the highest within Texas. So from my experience, if you offer a high wage and you just kind of monitor pretty closely at the beginning, which is part of the Artisan Heritage Program, you can churn through, I mean, not necessarily churn through, you can see a lot of the work and the quality up front. And then if we cultivate the culture, which is something they've done in Mexico very well, like it's a way to keep the workforce, like retaining the workforce is like a key component, and it's something that I have a lot of experience in. And sorry, I we have experience on the team and we can do it.
And also, we're paying above the average price per hour in Dallas, that it's $16. We're paying $22. And also, well, I think that's important to keep them.
Yeah, the wage and the culture, and then just offering a safe work environment, especially.
And also, other companies have done, like, for instance, Hermes has 7,500 artisans right now, keeping the quality they have, and they're building bags. We're just restoring them. So we know this can be achieved. Eric?
So I want to challenge the idea of having to move them to the repair shop to the US. There's a labor problem in the US. There's not a labor problem in Mexico. You have experience building trusted artisans in Mexico. Mexican artisans are cheaper. And the only reason why your unit economics are high is because right now you have a low scale. But as you grow up, they will definitely turn down in terms of taxes, in terms of, so why do that? Why not really consider keeping the repair shop in Mexico?
So I'm happy to speak to that one again. Also, there's a few main reasons. The first of which is it's going to reduce our profit margin if we take US bags and ship them to Mexico by 10% on our US operations. The second reason is the customer experience. Anything over 800, and we've been speaking to VP of Regulatory Affairs at FedEx. We've been speaking with 2 different law firms, but shipping things to Mexico over $800 requires like 4 invoices per package, then 4 copies of each label. It's very complicated. Not only that, but we can't ship exotic leather or leather jackets across the border. So if we want to expand beyond bags into something like that one day, it becomes a huge hassle. Third reason is we want to prove our concept in the US. If we can expand and open a workshop in the US, like one day we want to, there's a chance we want to move on further than that. So if we've done it here, we can do it anywhere.
Great job. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Okay, judges, if you can go ahead and fill out the forms. We've now seen half the teams. We'll get ready for the next team. All right, if we could go ahead and start taking our seats. Our next team is getting ready here. You guys all have mics, right? Yeah, we have mics. Okay. All right, so we don't need a hand. When you go to Q&A, stay behind the blue line so the cameras can see the judges. Okay. Other than that, our next team will be flash forward.
Ready? All right. Thank you for being here today. My name is Moises, and I am the CEO of Flash Forward. At Flash Forward, our mission is to digitally transform global trade. Now, I want to start off by walking you through what the agricultural export process looked like back in 1997. It was primarily managed over email, spreadsheets, fax, and even paper. But the reality is that this is still happening today in 2023. Now, if you weren't aware, the export process is very complex, and it can require the communication with 30 or more different stakeholders and the communication of dozens of document requirements. Success demands perfect synchronization amongst every stakeholder. But the problem is that the tools that SMEs rely on, like paper and spreadsheets, they're error-prone. And the results are delays, detention and demurrage fees, lost goods, and ultimately unhappy customers, all of which could be crippling for an SME. So what options do these SMEs have? Well, one, they can look towards premium solutions and spend maybe millions of dollars and years trying to implement a solution. But they don't have the time or the resources for this. Alternatively, they can look towards point solutions, and they can maybe help them with maybe freight forwarding or just compliance or just invoicing. But point solutions do not solve this problem of fragmentation, because what they really need is for these disparate systems to come together and communicate with one another. So these SMEs end up just falling back onto their paper, their spreadsheets. They incur this pain, and now they're looking for support. And this is where we come in at Flash Forward. We've spoken to hundreds of SME exporters, and we found that they want 3 key areas integrated together into a single platform. They want, behind us you'll see our SaaS platform in action, integrating these 3 key areas. The first thing they want is workflow management to manage their orders and their documentation requirements. The second thing is our booking management to procure bookings in platform. And 3, insights like track and trace and analytics for demand planning. And now we're excited to share that we've been gaining traction quickly. Over the past few weeks, we've gone from 0 to 6 prospective clients that are excited to work with us, to partner with us, to iterate on our MVP with us, and to really refine our pricing assumptions as well. So now I'd love to turn it over to Austin to talk about our path to success.
Thanks, Moises. So the first step of accomplishing our goal will be to enter the market by targeting agricultural exporters. Now, even though we want to eventually target the entire SME market, the most logical first vertical is agriculture, because they're in the most pain. And this is for 2 reasons. First, ag exporters have the highest frequency of workflow failure due to generating documents, interpreting export requirements, and communicating with stakeholders, things that a platform can solve. Second, out of every vertical, ag exporters have the highest rates of ocean carrier booking denial and are unequipped with the software resiliency tools like automated rebooking to mitigate this risk. But above all else, when things do go wrong, ag exporters lose everything. If a shipment of fruits and vegetables is delayed, it'll spoil within the container. And this isn't just the US. Worldwide, this amounts to $600 billion a year in food waste. So given this is how we're going to enter the market. Our first 10 customers are in enough pain to leave their manual processes behind to be early adopters of our MVP, even if it's a minimum feature set of our platform. From there, we can expand to other sub-verticals within perishables like dairy, meats, and seafood, who all face similar risks as agriculture. And this can be our next 100 customers. Following that, we can expand our product around the globe, starting with the countries we're already exporting to from the US. And this will get us to our next 1,000 customers. But overall, with our core platform of unified features, we anticipate that agriculture exporters can save up to 50% on spend and sell 20% more goods per year. Now, with this initial approach in mind, I'd love to discuss the second reason why we'll succeed, because we have a great team behind Flash Forward. Before coming to Booth, our CEO, Moises, was a partner at a supply chain consulting firm, having done digital transformations for agriculture and perishables clients. Our advisor, Ernesto, has 20+ years of experience in the freight forwarding industry. In addition to this, all of us founders here are Booth MBAs with computer science backgrounds. Together, we have AI, data science, and full-stack web development experience. Our industry expertise, combined with our ability to build, will accelerate our time to market. In fact, we're the ones who built the MVP you saw earlier. So the last step for success is scaling our platform for long-term growth. And I'm going to hand it over to our CTO, Shrey, to tell you more about it.
Thanks, Austin.
I'm going to talk about our product roadmap for the next few years. We've broken down this product roadmap into 4 phases and are currently in the middle of phase 1. Phases 1 and 2 are focused on developing the SaaS platform. By the end of the summer, we will have completed phase 1, which is developing the minimum lightweight platform that customers are willing to pay for. By the end of phase 2 next year, we will have expanded the width of what our platform can offer with services like third-party integration. Underlying all of these features is a database of domain-specific data that we'll use for future analysis. We are currently working with our partners to iterate on our pricing assumptions. But right now, we know we can save over $400,000 a year for our medium-sized exporters and believe we could capture about 17% of that for a total of $74,000 a year. Now, phase 3 is turning on freight forwarding services. This serves 2 purposes. First, it's a new revenue stream from both new and existing customers. But second, it serves a synergistic relationship with the SaaS platform. So that is, more customers will be drawn to the SaaS platform because of our freight forwarding offering, but also those who are already on the SaaS platform will be happy that they can complete more of their activities within the Flash Forward ecosystem. This synergy also serves as a competitive advantage for us as we scale globally. Now, phase 4 is advanced machine learning, and this is my favorite part. This serves 2 key purposes. First, for internal operational efficiencies for us as a freight forwarder. So this is things like demand forecasting. And second, we have external platform features that our SaaS users can take advantage of. So this is things like advanced document parsing and inventory management. The data that we've collected from the first 3 phases will be used as model input during this phase. This domain-specific data also serves as a competitive advantage for us as we scale. Our competitors won't be able to replicate the models we have because they simply don't have the data that we have. Now I'm going to turn it over to Charles to talk about market and financials.
Awesome. So of the $1 trillion that's spent globally each year on freight services, $46 billion is spent right here in the United States by small and medium-sized businesses. As we expand, we'll capture more and more of this global market and become a dominant player in a $1 trillion industry. Ultimately, even if we only capture 1% of this market, that's still $460 million in freight services. Now, one of the great things about our initial medium-sized customers is that they have amazing LTV to CAC ratios at 4.2. And this doesn't even factor in when we turn on freight forwarding services, which will further elevate our customers' lifetime value. All of this means that by 2028, we'll have $67 million in revenue and a projected $22 million in EBITDA. This 5.5-year financial forecast encompasses all 4 stages of our product roadmap. And what we're seeking today is $1.2 million to build a runway for the first 18 months. At the end of this first 18 months, we will have implemented both phases 1 and 2 of our product roadmap, and we expect an ARR of $700,000. This will provide evidence that we can capture and service the SME market. We'll then leverage this to raise a seed round, which will enable us to expand into freight forwarding and advanced machine learning features. We're on a journey to transform global trade, and we would love for all of you to join us. You can check us out at our website, flashforward.app. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation. We're happy to take any questions you may have at this time.
Great. So, David?
So get going here. Yeah, thanks. I have 2 questions. I actually know a lot about this market, and so the 2 questions are, what's the strategy you didn't talk about in terms of how you're acquiring these SMEs? Because it's fairly competitive. In this vertical, they're actually hard to find. Like, my partner's family has a business exporting fruit from California to Taiwan. I didn't know about that for 5 years. So like, I sit next to him. So it's like unbelievable. They're they're below the radar. So what's the strategies for acquiring those customers? And then the second question is, you talked about kind of the cool things you could do in terms of data analytics and down the road. A lot of the problems, though, are knowing where the item is, like the drayage gets backed up at Port of LA, or they just mishandle the crate. Like, how are you acquiring that data?
Yeah, so love to take a crack at the first question in terms of acquiring customers. So really, in terms of our go-to-market, we have relationships with dozens of SME customers, specifically in this vertical. So specifically when we're going to market, it's about leveraging those relationships. We've talked to over 300 different types of customers that are moving these types of goods. And so that serves as kind of this initial database in terms of customers that we can go to and acquire. Now, of course, gaining a customer in this particular sector is all about gaining trust and getting them to believe in you. And we believe that we have the expertise and we're developing the product that they'll be willing to adopt because of the value proposition. And in terms of the data that you spoke about, specifically the problems that happen maybe at the port, that how do you capture that information? And so the first step really is we will have visibility to how things are moving and when things are delayed. So first we'll have like a timeline in terms of that data element. But the second thing is that there are already services in the market that are working towards really procuring these types of information, that they've done a lot of the legwork on the back end. And so these are these types of point solutions that our customers aren't necessarily interested in procuring, but they want into a platform. So there's this opportunity to really partner with these types of players and get that information onto our platform to deliver value to our customer set as well. Yeah, Ko?
Which is the country you target for the export sites? The reason I'm asking is this business needs a lot of the expertise and import and export reporting and the necessity and the tax compliance. For example, we are the investor of the Flexport. Flexport has a very strong expertise in China to the US. Inbound tax and compliance reporting. I think it's very essential to have a import and export reporting expertise and tax filing in each region. Each region has a different system and different requirements, and those requirements change every year. Do you have any people or person who has expertise in those? And if so, what country and what region do you have expertise?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, there are changing requirements. And so our initial focus and the way that we deliver value starts first with the exporter. So we know that we can deliver value, first of all, just on the export side within those four walls of the enterprise because of the workflow management that we're providing. In terms of getting the export requirements, kind of the taxing that you're talking about, we're focused on where these fruits and vegetables are coming from and going to. There's a lot happening in Latin America. We have expertise in that area as well. And so that's one of the focus areas that we're going to be looking at as well.
So do you help to filing the documents, or do you help to report those compliance?
So
do you do the service for those?
So we're creating the documentation. So what we know is we have visibility and understanding of what the documentation requirements are, and then we automatically generate those documents through our platform. And then if needed, then we'll file on behalf of our customers. So they'll sign over an LOI, allow us to, for example, declare a customs declaration in the US, something like that.
Thank you.
Guy?
Yeah, just to clarify, so is your customer the shipper, a broker, or a freight forwarder?
Our customer is the exporter. So they would be the owner of these goods. Maybe they're procuring it from a broker, but they're the one that's securing the contract with their supplier or with their customer.
With their customer in
another country.
In the destination country.
Yeah,
okay, thanks.
Correct. Yes. Cindy, yeah.
So when I was reading your plan, I was curious to see that you had at that point, when you wrote the plan, two paying customers. One was in agriculture, the other was, I think, scrap metal.
Yeah.
And I wonder what drove that, and second, are you overlooking some other opportunities that may even be more easily accessible than agriculture? And I know you say you have great contacts in agriculture, but somehow you picked up the scrap metal company, and it'd be interesting to know a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so the scrap metal company was really kind of validating our thesis in terms of can we actually scale to different types of customers. They're a much larger client, that they're like a $4 billion company, and we wanted to see, is there this possibility of utilizing our systems for a large scale client? And we also just happened to have relationships with them, so it was like this is kind of an easy way to validate our value proposition, or validate our thesis. In terms of like why we chose agriculture, I can turn it over to Austin to talk about that.
Yeah, so the primary reason we chose agriculture is because they do face primarily these problems in process-driven problems, things like document procedure and customs clearance. But what we also found out by talking to them was that it's not just the process-driven problems, it's also this idea that these problems aren't unified, or the solutions for these aren't unified into one system. And this actually, back to Moises's point, we do see this popping up in other industries as well, but the impact is much higher in agriculture at the start. So that's why we're going to market first with agriculture, because if a container gets held up at a port, scrap metal might be okay for a month or two. Obviously, it costs them money, but at least for agriculture, they have to either sell their goods at a loss to, like at a 90% loss, or if not more, to a different country, or they'll just lose the entire shipment altogether.
Just a sort of little follow-up. You said you had great contacts also in that industry. That was another thing driving it. I just wondered where that came from.
So where the contacts came from?
Oh, well, why you had already this expertise. I just trying to understand that a little bit better.
Why? So prior to Booth, I was a partner at a supply chain consulting firm, and I worked with a variety of different clients that were from the smallest exporters, importers in the world to some of the largest in the world, and they all happen to be working in different industries. I saw these same problems across this landscape. It's just that the problems at the enterprise level are much different than the problems at the SME level. And that's why we think that at the SME level, there's this opportunity to really build something and scale throughout it.
I see, thanks.
Yeah. Alyssa?
In looking at your backgrounds and just hearing your story, you all seem to be a group of amazing technologists, and I'm just curious why you chose this problem out of all the things that you could do. Why is this the problem?
Yeah, I'd love to answer that question. So my background, I studied industrial engineering and operations research. If that doesn't scream supply chain, I don't know what does. So I'm very passionate about working in the supply chain space and really trying to solve problems there. I think my thesis is that supply chains don't need to be cost centers. They should be value centers, that they can really change the way that a business operates. And especially like when I was in the ground level working first in the supply chain, working on documents, I just found that there's an opportunity to make the supply chain better. And that's really what I want to do and want to bring to the table. Yeah. Mark?
Yeah, I think it was mentioned earlier about, basically acquisition of these SMEs. I think when we hear SMEs, as investors are like, oh my gosh, how are you going to get these people?
Yeah.
So the question is, can you define what's an SME for you? You're also going to charge them $74,000, which is not the usual tag for an SME. So maybe you can talk about that.
Yeah, so for us, SMEs are really someone who might be exporting less than 2,000 bills of lading. So that's how we're looking at that particular market segment. In terms of what we're charging, so that's really going to range. So we're looking at these medium-sized customers. We know that we can charge them about $74,000. As they get smaller, we will definitely have some tiered pricing elements to it, where it might be a little bit lower. But we're not starting off at $74,000. We're starting off at a lower base, and then we're increasing. We know that ultimately we can get up to $150,000 for some of these customers. For the smaller ones, it might be a little bit different.
In terms of revenue, like give me a ballpark, like what is, somebody is going to pay you $74,000 for this software?
Yeah.
What's kind of their volume in dollars? How much are they shipping?
Oh, how much are they shipping? Oh, okay.
Exporting.
Yeah, no, they could be shipping anywhere from $10 to $30 million worth of goods a year. Yeah. Matt?
So I always over-index on the customer journey here. In this case, I'm still trying to figure out, there are a lot of players in the supply chain space doing what you're trying to do. Give me a sense of like the life of an orange or whatever, right? From the farm to wherever it's going, and where does it meet its demise, and how you're coming in as the hero solution here.
Sure, yeah. So many of the problems that we're seeing are procedure oriented. And so what's happening is, okay, you get your orange. And now you as the exporter have to figure out, how do I get this orange to my destination? Okay, so maybe I talk to my freight forwarder, maybe I Google it, maybe I talk to someone who's done this before, and I try to get this expertise in-house. I then have to figure out, okay, what documents do I have to fill out? What are the fields? Who do I have to go to get this information from? Now I have to go to my booking partner, and I have to say, I want space on this vessel. Maybe they have it, maybe it's too expensive. Okay, so maybe I go to a freight forwarder. Maybe I go to them, I try to get that information. And all this is happening, and right now it's all happening, all this communication is manual. You're calling, you're typing, you're writing, and what ends up happening is that your documents end up being incorrect. You end up having to export, and your documentation has an issue. Now your goods are stuck in the port. Now your goods are going bad. They've been delayed. Maybe you don't have visibility to when your ship is coming, so because you don't have visibility to that, you don't get your drayage on time, and so your goods don't get there on time. And so all of these problems are process-oriented that can be solved just by simply providing them with a coalition of all these tools into one location and information. So, Bob?
So just continuing on that, though, in order to provide it, though, you need to have the data by the shippers, by the actual suppliers of the transportation. Meaning you have to have the availability, you have to know the pricing, and it's got to be bookable pricing. So I come back to where are you going to get the data, because my experience, having invested in this space, is that those are not the kind of people that just like to hand over that data unless you're projecting serious demand to accompany it.
Yeah. So the first step in acquiring information is from in-house. And so a lot of these players have these simple ERPs, and so that's where we first get our first step of information, right? The contract has to be written, it has to be inputted somewhere. We'll take that contract and we'll get information from the contract, and that gives us visibility into like what needs to be exported. Secondly, we'll have data in terms of, like, from our knowledge and from our partners, in terms of what documentation and what requirements are needed for a particular export to happen. So we'll have that information already collated. In terms of partnering with these third parties, those are partnerships that we're working towards down the line in terms of our product roadmap. So, Van?
So what you've stated before could have been stated like several years ago. Sure. I mean, it's been a problem for forever. And in your document, you mentioned that obviously there are a lot of large players that are in the space, but they don't focus on this market. Talk to me about catalysts for change. Like, why now? Why are you uniquely positioned to build in this space? Because
yeah, so why now is really about what we're seeing is a macroeconomic shift. We're seeing two trends. One, it's really this movement of this wave of digitization that's happening. It's happening at the top level. We're seeing these large enterprise customers adopting these software solutions, and that's coming down to the SME level. Two, point solutions are really going away. We're moving towards these platform segments now, and that's part of where we play in. But this is all in large part due to what COVID-19 did. It brought to the forefront to these supply chain partners that they need to make their supply chains more resilient. So now they're very aware that they need solutions. So what these SMEs have done in our conversations with these customers is, like, 3 years ago, you would talk to them and had no idea what global trade management was. You go to them now, and they're looking for something. They're looking for a solution, but the solutions aren't available to them. And that's what we're building, and that's why we're going to have an opportunity to really move into this market segment. Constance?
So this is really more of a comment. Recommendation. The problem has really come out through the Q&A and your passion for it, and even your go-to-market strategy, which wasn't super clear in your presentation. So I would just recommend that you really put more of the journey, the orange, and the pain that you're just talking about, and why you guys and your passion. I would put that more into the presentation, because it really came out clear afterwards.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, judges, if we could go ahead and have you fill in the forms and remember to hit submit at the end. We're now going to take a break for lunch. So we're going to have the live stream running with that. We will take a break for lunch at about 12:45. We'll start heading from upstairs back down here. We will start promptly at 12:55. For the judges, we have lunch available up in room 219 upstairs. It's upstairs and over in the corner back over there. We will have someone from the Polsky Center here to watch the room, so you can leave your bags and your computers here if you'd like, unless you need them at lunch. For everyone who's not a judge or a sponsor, the cafeteria is right up the top of the steps on the left. For everyone who is a judge and a sponsor, room 219. We'll see you all back down here in about an hour. Thank you. 5 minutes before we start.
He and I sat next to each other in your class 30 years ago. So.
Okay.
Here you go.
You walk by.
I'll go round them out of the hall.
Okay, and we're going to endeavor to start on time so we can end on time. So everybody good. So we had a great morning. Everybody was very positively impressed by the presentations and the presenting teams. You should feel great. You were terrific, and the improvement since February is unbelievable. So that's terrific, and we're going to have 4 more like that. Before we start, I just want to mention someone else who has come. Francine Purcell up there and Greg Purcell here. They made a gift to the New Venture Challenge this year of $2 million to... No, it gets even better. It's $2 million to invest in the teams over 5 years. And so that gives us some optionality as to how much we put into the teams. And the idea is if we get another Grubhub or Simple Mills and we put in an appreciable amount of money, we will have even more prize money going forward. It'll be self-perpetuating at sort of a venture fund level. So we are very excited about this. Judges, choose wisely, and we will see what happens. So Francine and Greg, thank you so much. Okay, and now it's Katia.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Blay, the CEO of Cadia Health. The day before I went to college, I was in an emergency room in Massachusetts, waiting for news on an immediate family member of mine who was being treated for life-threatening alcohol use disorder. In the months and years to come, living with the very real fear of losing this person took a massive toll on my mental health. The mission of Cadia is to bring the highly specialized and effective care that I finally received after years of searching to families much sooner in their family's journey with substance use disorder. 3 in 10 Americans have an immediate family member who had an active SUD in the past year. That means that about 20 people in this room right now know exactly what I'm talking about because they've lived it too. For family members, the family members face intense strain because SUD is a chronic disease, so this goes on for years, and it manifests in trauma, social isolation, lack of support, and financial strain. All of this strain causes poor health. Kaiser Permanente reports that family members of people with substance use disorder have 31% higher medical costs on average. And this is driven by the fact that they're 5 times as likely to have anxiety, depression, or high stress, and 4 times as likely to develop SUD themselves without proper support. That's why in just 1 month of outreach, Cadia already has 13 partners interested in working with us. That includes 10 SUD treatment centers and 3 major hospitals, including one in Boston that's serving nearly 1 million patients a year.
I'm excited to introduce you to Cadia, a specialized therapy and a focused community in one app, so that family members like Charlotte receive the care that they need. The way it works is that people are starting with an intake survey first. This will give us a baseline of their mental health, and then we will customize the content based on their needs and drive interaction and through community features. And lastly, we will have group therapy sessions that people can talk to expert therapists.
At Cadia, we're using evidence-based techniques that are designed specifically for this population. The power of specialized therapy is that these techniques work very quickly and effectively. In fact, they can reduce family member costs by 40% in as few as 6 months. One of the most heavily researched of these techniques is community reinforcement and family training. And we at Cadia are very fortunate to have the founder of this technique as a clinical advisor, working with us to make sure that we're creating evidence-based content.
Existing solutions are falling short. Teletherapy does not offer the highly specialized techniques that are so effective for this population. Community groups like Al-Anon are not comprehensive, and other solutions like SUD treatment center family programs and traditional therapy are expensive and they're difficult to navigate. Not only is this population feeling the pain of not getting the support that they need, but let's talk about the impact this is having on their employers. Private health insurance makes up 29% of all healthcare spend in the US, and self-insured employers pay for most of that private health insurance. Cadia lowers costs and boosts productivity for these employees. Through our customer interviews, we've uncovered that employers want to see these 3 things before they invest in a point solution. They want to see high return on investment, high utilization and retention, and credibility in healthcare.
So in order to prove those 3 things out, we're starting with individuals. We're doing this by working with those hospitals and SUD treatment centers to get critical mass of users on our platform. Then, using that intake survey that Artie told you about, we're able to get self-reported ROI data. That sets us up to sell to mid-size employers. And at this point, we'll be able to get claims data from these employers because they're self-insured. With that hard ROI data, we can then begin to sell in a more competitive market with larger and larger employers. So the partners, the SUD treatment centers and the hospitals are interested in working with us because they know that the evidence-based support that we use actually doubles to triples the chance a SUD patient enters treatment, and it also improves the chance of sustained recovery. So while Cadia's focus is on improving family mental health, the methods that we use also have these effects for the affected patient. When we've spoken to said treatment centers, they tell us that about a year prior to the patient entering the program, they begin to have contact with the family. And families call in, talk to business development staff or program administrators, and at that point, these people would be able to refer them to Cadia. Then after the said patient enters the program, families continue to seek ongoing support from the program. And again, we would be able to receive referrals at that point as well. These partners already have overwhelming demand for family services, and they are completely inundated with these requests. They're very excited to work with us. They're saying that our solution is the first of its kind that they've seen to meet this need. Now, the partners that we are talking to currently would give Cadia access to 14,000 users, and that one of these hospitals, the one in Boston, is one of the most innovative hospitals in addiction medicine, and working with them gives us access to leading doctors in this field to also collaborate on our content. This summer, we're launching our MVP, which is an audio series that will be offered for free to individuals through one of our hospital partners. Then, in January of 2024, we're launching our first generation app, which will sell directly to consumers through hospitals and SUD centers. That includes access to content, community features, and drop-in therapist sessions with no maximum group size. And we're offering that to individuals for $10 a month. Our second generation app will be offered in January of 2025. And at that point, that's when we'll be launching Cadia for Business, our main strategy. We'll be adding a small group therapy at that point where groups only have 15 people in them. And we'll have passive sales to individuals, charging about $110 a month for an individual subscription, which gives access to 2 sessions per month. Now, let's talk about our employer pricing. So we have a one-time implementation fee that we charge up front, and then we have a recurring utilization-based fee. We're expecting about 8% of eligible members to use Cadia and 28% of members to be on our premium plan, which includes that small group therapy. We're charging $105 per month to employers when an employee uses the premium plan, and $8 per month for the basic plan. Our market is large and it's growing. If we think there are about 98.6 million concerned significant others, also known as CSOs in the United States, 35% of those are open to mental health care, which is how we end up with 34.5 million Americans. That's an opportunity of about 10.5 billion. Breaking that down to just those who are open to virtual support, we get 6.2 billion. And then lastly, those employed by a company offering mental health services, and we're at 3.4 billion. And again, this is just including our individual pricing. So walking through an example of an employer with 1,000 employees, you can see that the red bar here is our customer acquisition costs. Roughly half of this is cost related to implementation of our service. And then the rest is made up of sales and broker commissions. You can see that we are able to recoup most of that with our implementation fee up front, which is the green bar. And that leaves us with a customer acquisition payback period of 5 months on a customer lifetime of 15 years. That's how we get that 5.6 number for the LTV to CAC. And as the employers grow in size, these unit economics become even more favorable. We expect to reach $63 million in revenue by 2028. At that point, 80% of our business will be B2B, and we'll have a gross profit margin of about 72%. So our team is our core asset. I bring deep product experience. I've worked at American Express and brought a product to market there that accounts for roughly 10% of their annual revenue. Heidi is our clinical lead, and she brings 12 years of clinical and agency experience. She has very deep expertise in working with family members affected by substance use disorder. We also have Lydie on our team, who's our production lead, and she has experience in marketing in a cash-constrained environment and 5 years of combined experience in entertainment and finance. And then we're very fortunate to have Liz and Artie as members of our NVC team. So we're raising $2.2 million to get us through the next 18 months. Roughly half of this will go towards platform development. That'll allow us to build our HIPAA-compliant app and website for B2B sales, 40 videos, 87 podcasts, hire a CTO, CFO, salesperson, and convert myself, Heidi, and Lydie to full-time. It'll also allow us to onboard 2 therapist contractors. At the end of this period, we expect to have 5.8 thousand users and 29 B2B clients right at the start of January 2025. We hope that you'll join us to bring truly life-changing support to families in crisis. Thank you. Yes, Alyssa.
Great presentation, and thank you for sharing your personal story. It's a very big problem. And my question for you is, in SUD, there's, the good news is there's been a lot of heightened awareness on this market. I'd say the not so good news is you feel a little bit late to the game, and I was surprised by your competitive market map. As we spend a lot of time, we've seen all the players, we've had conversations before, a lot of the more later stage players are missing, whether it be Eleanor or Workit or Bicycle, or, I mean, there's 3 dozen others. Why did you choose to not focus on those companies on your competitive market map, and what is it that really makes Cadia different entering into a highly saturated market at this point?
So all of those companies focus on the SUD patient. We don't have any services for the SUD patient. We focus exclusively on the family, and that's what really makes us different. We're providing highly specialized care for family members specifically. And so that's kind of our, what's our differentiating factor from those companies you mentioned.
Maybe just a quick follow-up though. Many of those obviously do care delivery because that's what's reimbursed. And so recognizing a direct-to-consumer model may be helpful to get off the ground with the families. How do you expect to get reimbursement in your model from some of the folks that you talked about in the broader B2B beyond employers and working with plans or risk-bearing entities?
Right. So in the long term, certainly we're looking at partnering with insurance companies, but in the short term, our pricing is competitive enough where we believe that we can go directly to consumers and also to ask employers to cover this. And we're specifically going after self-insured employers also because they do cover those healthcare costs. Yes, John.
So thank you for doing this. It's a wonderful thing for Wool to have a lot of experience in and around this. The 2 questions for you. One, are you talking about offering therapists and psychiatrists, or just therapists?
Just therapists.
Got it. And with the therapist side of it, how do you plan to control and screen for quality and attract the best therapists? There's obviously a massive shortage of these therapists in the world.
Yeah, so unlike other therapy companies, because we only offer group therapy, we're able to hire far fewer therapists. So one therapist can actually serve 600 patients a month. As a result, we're able to invest much more into that training. We'll make sure that we're still developing the training program because we don't launch that small group therapy until 2025. But we're working directly with Robert Myers, who has an entire training program for his therapy craft, and others to make sure that our training is very robust. Yes, Cindy.
Yeah, could you tell us a little bit more about what craft is? The story's a little muddled because it seems like that's there to help the patient, with SUD, as well as the family members who have to cope with the patient. And I think, as I understood it from the plan, the purpose of craft is to help the families get treatment for the family member. Is that correct?
Yes. So craft is an intervention. So craft is all family members and the patient are very closely, all of their health is closely tied. And so craft is an intervention technique that uses motivational interviewing and other sort of behavioral therapy techniques to help the person with SUD, to help manage the relationship with the person with SUD. So you're right that it has a focus on the relationship, but at the same time, it also has a major focus on enriching the family member's own life. And so this is a great way to get patients to onto our platform in the beginning when they're super focused on that relationship with the SUD patient. And then once they start to improve their own mental health, then we believe we can dig deeper into that. Yeah.
So just a quick follow-up. Is craft as effective delivered virtually as opposed to in person? You differentiate yourself by saying, nobody's doing this using teletherapy right now. We will, and I just wondered, I don't know if it's always true that virtual therapy works as well as in person, and I just wondered if you had some comment on that.
Yeah, it's a great question. what I've seen is that actually virtual therapy is very effective. And in fact, many patients feel more comfortable with virtual therapy because there's a huge barrier to entry when you have to go into a provider's office and explain what you're going through face to face. So actually, we believe that virtual therapy might help more people get in the door and be equally effective.
It might get them in the door, but it just, would it work as well once they're inside? I guess that's the question.
Absolutely.
The efficacy, yeah.
Yeah, that's, I think what we've seen is that there has been a lot of work that's done to evaluate that through COVID, and what they've seen is that it is equally effective. Yes, Matt?
So a couple questions. Of the folks I know who've gone through this and been on the receiving end, so a huge need here. A lot use Al-Anon, and they find it effective. If I think about also what Alyssa was saying, like the plethora of online plays, a lot of them are focused on CBT as well. What is it that's not being done right in your mind here? Where is Al-Anon falling short in terms of supporting the family? And then to the degree that since everyone is kind of using the same general modality, how do you stay differentiated?
Yeah, so first to address Al-Anon, that's for those who don't know, it's a community-led group. And it can be great, but ours is different because our group therapy is led by specialists. And so you're not just meeting with other people in your community, you're getting access to an actual specialized therapist to help you, and also a community. So it's a much more comprehensive solution. It's also much more accessible because it's right there in the app. And we have a lot of content as well that people can engage with at any time. And then to your second question, I believe around traditional teletherapy or CBT, I think that in medicine, nobody blinks an eye to think about the fact that there are specialists in certain areas. There's a specialist in heart surgery. In mental health care, people tend to think, why do we need a specialist? And I think that that's flawed reasoning. In order to truly treat these people and drive really fast and effective results, we do need specialists. And people need to know that their therapist understands what they're going through. Yes, sorry, I can't see your name tag, but.
Sarah. You said in your business plan that the people that are going to be online, by the way, thank you for doing this. I mean, there's a huge need for this, huge need for this. You said in your business plan that the people are going to have video off. Can you comment, have you done any beta testing on both sides of this? One, whether the therapists are willing to work with people that have video off, because most therapists I've met want you in person or they want you on Zoom. They don't want you on phone. So to have video off is completely different. And then also in terms of feeling connection, do you have any beta testing on whether people feel connection if there's nothing but black boxes on the screen?
Yes, it's a great question. So our intention with that is not that people don't have to keep their video off forever. But we don't want that to be a barrier to someone joining a session. So we want to give them the option to remain anonymous if they want to. In terms of how therapists react to this, you're absolutely right that many therapists believe that the video should be on. But through our customer interviews, attitudes around that have also been changing through COVID, as therapists have found that talking to patients over the phone has many benefits related to making the patient feel more comfortable. And so we believe that this will be an effective solution. Yes.
Hi. So assuming your business is very successful, what would prevent any of the folks, Alyssa mentioned, from replicating your business model?
Yeah, so those other companies, they've taken a more generalist approach. They have other areas of the market that are more interesting for them to invest in at this time. At the point in 5 years when our business has grown significantly, they would be better off just buying us than trying to start from scratch. Yes, Mar.
Yeah, I have a question on, I think the group therapy is really interesting to increase the supply of your therapists, so that's great. I'd like to understand how efficient is to actually, does it work to go to group therapy versus one-on-one? And second, what is your margin? I think your pricing, you said it was at $10 a month, which if it includes the therapist, that might be, I don't know, maybe you can talk about pricing and margins.
Right. So the $10 per month, just to address the pricing first, that's just giving you access to the content. And so there isn't the actual cost related to the therapist in that. When we do offer about 2 sessions per month, the pricing increases to $110 per month. So there's a difference in the pricing there. And then your other question, I'm so sorry. Group therapy is, yes, so group therapy is highly effective for depression and anxiety. It's less effective for PTSD. So, but one of the primary, depression and anxiety are 2 of the biggest issues that our population is facing. And so it's going to be highly effective for this group. And also, as Matt mentioned, there are already many groups out there like Al-Anon that prove that this population is used to and comfortable with going into a group therapy setting. Yes, Mark.
Can you give me a couple examples of where employers pay $100 or more per month per employee for content?
So to clarify, this is not per employee per month. This is a utilization-based fee. So what so we're only charging them if the employee actually uses it. And we're expecting about 8% utilization. So when we've talked with salespeople, for instance, and other people in the space, we've learned that early stage startups usually charge between $1 and $5 on a per member per month basis. So that's if you did charge for every employee. If you were to sort of...
So if I use it just for February and March, I'm only paying for 2 months?
The employer would only be paying for 2 months.
For the months they use, okay,
yes.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think you talked about distribution initially through SUD centers and then ultimately through employers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the employer side, while the problem is very big and the solution is important, this is a fairly narrow slice of the overall mental health challenge set that employers will be trying to solve with solutions. So I'm a little more skeptical of that, but take that as premise for this question, and then I'll get to the question. Besides SUD centers, what are the best way for you to find patients' family members who you're ultimately trying to treat?
Yeah, so outside of SUD centers and hospitals are just a starting point. And outside of that, we'll be able to use digital marketing and go directly through employers. And the reason that we're not continuing to go through SUD treatment centers is because we want to contact our users directly, as opposed only 89% of people who have SUD don't receive treatment because they don't think they need it. So we're already limiting our market by going through those places. It's a great starting point, but it's we're going to try to go directly to the user after our initial launch. Yes, Gail.
I'd love to understand more about what you've learned from your buyer on the employer side. So I look at a lot of benefits plays, and the HR buyers are just inundated with these types of solutions. What is it about your product, your outcomes, that will make them actually buy this?
Yeah, so if you think about the fact, so I think employers are very interested in the ROI, and that's why it's so important for us to be able to prove that out. When you think about the increased costs of this population, if you say like people in general have $10,000 of healthcare costs per year, this population has $3,100 additional. And they're making up, if you look at every person that has this problem, 30% of the population. So for an employer, that's a massive cost base. And investing in this solution can result in many multiples of savings of what they're actually investing. So I think that's something.
So you're saying percentage of healthcare benefit costs, like insurance, would go down if they use your solution?
Yes.
And what percentage would that be?
An exact number we don't have yet because we have not built our solution out. And but what I can tell you is that studies show that the techniques we're using reduce costs by 40% in as few as 6 months. So it's fast and highly effective. Yes, Cindy.
How are you going to assemble your groups for the group therapy? Do you have a particular process?
That will be done through our, we're working with an engineer to develop those types of capabilities. And yeah, we'll pretty much try to make sure that people are basically have a similar relationship with the said patient, and also that they're not at the same employer, to try to make sure that there are no issues related to knowing someone in your group therapy session.
Great job. Thank you very much, Katie. Okay. I want to have you guys go over here and go ahead and we'll get the next team remiked. And judges, if we could have you go ahead and fill in your forms and remember to hit submit. And for everyone else in the room, if you want to open your open water, now's a great time. If you've got trash from lunch that you want to do, now's a good time to crunch it up. So, and we'll be at the next one. We're geared up here. If you're answering a question, feel free to go on up. During your presentation, feel free to go on up.
Okay.
Okay? Sounds good. You guys good and ready? You all settled? Good setup.
Ready to go.
Good setup, okay?
Do we have to do anything to turn these on?
Nope, they'll take care of it in the back. All right, cool.
All right.
All right. Let's go ahead and take our seats. We're now ready for our next team, czars.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Mithil. This is Thomas and Shreya, and we're the team behind Czars. Czars is an online marketplace for new and used South Asian clothing. Today, I want to talk to you a little bit about my culture. I'm Indian, and India and its South Asian neighbors like Pakistan and Nepal have a rich and vibrant culture that we often express through our clothing. We wore some here for you today to show off a little bit. But I actually wore this for one other reason. It costs $250, and I've only worn it once at a wedding last summer. Yeah. I drove all the way from Kentucky to a local boutique here in Chicago to buy it, and despite that, I'll probably never wear this again. Otherwise, I'll get some side eye from all my aunties who are re-wearing something. This is actually pretty common. Most South Asian clothing is worn only once or twice, it's very expensive, and really hard to find. And that's just one aspect of the problem. For example, Shreya has a closet full of expensive clothes that she would love to sell, and Thomas needs education to know what to buy and where to buy it. And there's millions of people like Shreya inviting their South Asian friends like me and other demographics like Thomas to dozens of events throughout the year. And all of us need an easy way to find and buy these clothes. That's 10 million people just in the US, going to 8+ events per year with 3 different outfits per event, each outfit costing $200. You can see we're talking about billions of dollars sitting in people's closets waiting to end up in landfill. And despite that, there's no central marketplace where people can buy and sell these clothes. That's where we come in. We're Zars, and Zars is that central dedicated marketplace that connects buyers with sellers and provides them with the unique features that they want that other marketplaces don't provide. Specifically, buyers have told us they're looking for 3 things. First is education. Zars provides educational content to help buyers find the right items. Second is sizing. South Asian clothing is complex and intricate. Zars solves that with detailed, unique sizing features. And third, buyers expect to connect with sellers before they make a purchase. And Zars is the only app where they can do that. And for sellers, Zars provides an all-in-one solution that lets them reach millions of people with a dedicated online presence. Okay, so Zars is great, but how do we know people actually want to use it? Well, we've talked to them. We talked to hundreds of buyers, and they told us they're ready to start shopping online for these clothes, but existing marketplaces like Etsy and Poshmark just don't offer the features that they're looking for. They also told us that rentals don't work because they're too expensive and don't offer the flexibility that they're looking for. We talked to sellers. Boutique retailers like Roz, who own a shop here on Devon, know they need to get online to survive. But they lack the volume to be an Amazon seller, and they lack the expertise to create a Shopify storefront. Meanwhile, garage sellers like Seema, who buy in bulk from Asia and sell on WhatsApp and Facebook, desperately need a unified solution that helps them simplify and elevate their business.
So clearly, everyone wants Zars. How will we get it in the hands of our first 1,000 customers? We have a 3-pronged go-to-market strategy. One for individual buyers and sellers like myself, another for the garage sellers like Seema, and another for boutique retailers like Roz. For individual users, we'll engage directly where they're already aggregating. This includes South Asian Facebook communities like the Desi Dance Network and Little Brown Diary. For garage sellers, we'll engage in the WhatsApp groups where these aunties are already buying and selling clothes. And for boutique retailers, we're targeting anchor stores in concentrated areas like Devon Avenue. We went to 5 boutiques in Devon and learned that a handful of stores actually have a very strong influence on their local business network. And Roz is a great example of this. She's an ambassador for famous South Asian designers here in the US, has over 15,000 Instagram followers, and is highly regarded by her neighboring stores. So getting one anchor on board can generate an additional 3 to 10 leads. Once we have our initial users, we'll scale using an omni-channel marketing campaign through collaborations with vendors like Pyari Wendings, who have the same target demographic, as well as influencer partnerships. And our educational content is one of our biggest differentiators. Whether or not you're going to shop for these clothes, anytime you Google a question about any South Asian event, our name will pop up first. So how has this strategy actually fared in practice so far? Well, we want Zars to be the biggest resale marketplace for South Asian clothing, but to get us off the ground, we want to build a strong initial supply through those boutique retailers. We've already secured 1 anchor store that's helped us get 3 more onto the platform. And getting these boutiques on board was easy. When we wanted to sell to them, instead of apprehension, we were met with enthusiastic support and an eagerness to be first movers on our platform. We're currently onboarding them to our MVP and are helping them digitize their inventory online. Combined, these 4 retailers represent thousands of different items at various price points, which will lay the foundational supply we need before we launch. We built a custom MVP from scratch because existing platforms like Shopify just don't work for what we need. While we onboard our retailers' inventory, we've also chosen 20 individual users to beta test the site and also have a wait list of over 100 people who really are ready to buy and sell once we launch. We're working with the beta testers to incorporate their feedback, but also establish a high baseline for listing standards. And most exciting of all, we have the hype. We've launched marketing campaigns on LinkedIn and Instagram and are seeing incredible engagement past our initial forecasts. In just 3 weeks, Using organic and paid campaigns on Instagram, we've reached over 25,000 users, driven over 1,000 engagements, and generated 400 clicks through to our website. And we've gotten dozens of comments like the above, both in person and virtually, about how excited and ready people are for this much needed platform.
So this summer, we'll hit the gas on our paid marketing campaigns while we ramp up for the launch of our mobile app at the end of this year. Next, in order to make Zars a more comprehensive marketplace and to boost our AOV, we'll source and offer accessory items like bindis and bangles. In the following 2 years, we'll expand our operations to Canada and the UK, 2 geographies with strong supporting demographics. In the longer term, we'll leverage the reputation we've built to expand our offerings to include apparel from other cultures as well. This strategy leads us into an $821 million obtainable market. But how did we get there? Well, with census and generalist marketplace data as a guide, we analyzed our customer discovery surveys to get a better understanding of our customers' purchase tendencies. We grouped respondents into 7 segments, each with unique behavior. We then turned to online and physical storefronts for pricing comps before applying our take rate. Now, what this doesn't capture is some key supportive tailwinds. First, that in our target geographies, the South Asian demographic has grown over 150% in the past decade. And second, in the same time, we've seen strong adoption trends of both resale and e-commerce. Now, before I get to the model, I want to double click on our customer acquisition. As a marketplace, we realize just how important adoption is to kickstarting the network effects that we would expect. So with the same customer tendencies in mind, and also, we analyzed our customer journey and our model uses paid impressions as inputs and considers the same purchasing tendencies that I mentioned before. This puts us at a 3.2 LTV to CAC, which is between Poshmark and The RealReal. Now, we believe that this number has room to grow, and that belief is rooted in the results from our early marketing campaigns. So far, we've outperformed even the unadjusted industry averages. Now for the model. As a marketplace, our business model is fairly standard. The only inventory we carry is for accessories. We take a 20% industry standard fee on all marketplace transactions, and sellers self-fulfill. Our expectation of the unit economics on the right is that 70% of our revenue comes from resale and about 15% from accessories. And for those accessories, based on early supplier conversations, we anticipate a 60% margin. Altogether, we expect to attain $87 million in revenue by 2028 across nearly 6 million active buyers. Again, these figures reflect about a 70% mix of resale. So if we see more sales from the pricier boutique items, these numbers will surprise to the upside.
So Zars needs marketing, strategy, and e-commerce expertise to be successful. And between the 3 of us, we have that covered. But what Zars really needs is passion and commitment. And we definitely have that. Zars is a real business with real buyers and real sellers ready to start using the platform. And we're committed to making it happen full time. All we need is your funding to get us there. We also have great advisors that are going to be guiding us along the way with expertise in advertising, supply chain, e-commerce, and marketing. We also have a development team that's ready to hit the ground running with the development of our mobile app. And they are also going to serve as our fractional CTO. So today we're asking for $1 million for 18 months of runway. Half of that will go towards the development of our mobile app, and the other half to help grow our business. We have specific milestones that we hope to achieve with that, chief among which is the launch of our mobile app in January of 2024. Now we're just limited by the funding. We can always go faster if we can get some more funding there. So with that, we'll take some questions.
And hang on one sec. Before we do questions, I want to see if we can get this right monitor.
Oh.
Yeah. We lost one of the monitors, so let's just check.
Should we start over? Did you guys see everything?
All right, we're not going to have. All right, we'll let it be.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Your magic touch.
All right.
Okay, I believe I saw your hand first.
Thank you. Nice presentation. I'll ask the naive question to get it out of the way for you so that you can answer all the other really good questions.
Sure.
If I look on Amazon, there are choices. So what is the problem with Amazon as a solution for most customers?
For most customers, the options available on Amazon are just simply far too limiting. And in fact, most people that are actually going to go to a wedding and need clothing that is a bit more higher quality, those options just won't work. Now, they may work for an occasional event here or there, but that still doesn't solve the issue of, well, which of those items should I buy? Shreya's South Indian, I'm North Indian. I wouldn't know what to wear to her wedding if I were to go. And Amazon certainly isn't going to tell me. But Zars has educational content that actually tells you which items you should wear, and then you can just buy it right there on the platform.
Guy, I wouldn't buy a dress to wear to a wedding on Amazon either.
Just saying.
Jim.
Yeah, a similar question. You mentioned that your educational content is the major differentiator, but isn't that easy to reproduce? I mean, I can just go on your website and steal it all and reproduce it. It's not something you can patent, right?
Yeah, that's a great question. Right now, so I'll talk about where this content lives right now, and then kind of why we believe people won't be able to replicate it. Right now, it's fragmented. There's no one person or book or entity that actually owns this content. For my own wedding, I had to talk to the priest, talk to my grandmas. Like, I had to really aggregate all this information into one place to really write a little guide for my friends who wanted to understand all the cultural meaning behind everything that was going on. So I think right now, it doesn't really exist anywhere. So this will be the first time that we're doing it. Now, why people will stay, we believe, is that because we're integrating it with also suggesting what to buy and how to buy it. So it's not just education around what are these events, what are the significance behind it. It's also right there next to it. This is what you can wear to it on our website, and this is how the sizing will work, and you can check out right now. And we believe once we start the flywheel now, we have that first mover advantage, and that even if people try to just copy and paste our content, we're building a brand with our marketing as well as relationships with sellers and buyers early on enough that we think that will be the main competitor there. Oh, yeah.
Ben?
All right, so I want to push on that a little bit. I use ChatGPT a lot, have a conversation with them, asking them what to wear to a North Indian wedding. Are you telling me you're going to have markedly different, higher quality content available through your platform than a simple chat interaction I might have?
Yeah, I think we are claiming that.
Yeah, so I think one other, well, we are claiming that. I think an additional point to add on, because that's a really fair point, is that, so even within South India, for example, there's differences between like Tamilian weddings and Telugu weddings. And those nuanced differences, even online right now, you can't find those. So the additional point of this kind of content that we're creating is a community building aspect where we're right now asking members of the community to submit what they know. What we have online, if that does not represent accurately what their village or their parents or their tradition is, we're inviting them in to add user-generated content and basically preserve tradition in this one place. ChatGPT can only do so well as the internet is right now. Like, the internet is not very good right now with all this content. My husband is Kashmiri. We could barely find any content online for Kashmiri weddings. We had to ask like the third person who knows, someone who knows someone who knows someone. So we're trying to get those pieces of information onto our platform, and ChatGPT can't do that.
Yeah. Sam?
Can you talk about the economics of acquiring the supply? You talked a little bit about demand, and then how are you going to fulfill the accessories? If it's looks like it's pretty low AOV on the accessories, how are you going to actually deal with fulfilling that?
Sure. Yeah. I can speak to the retailer onboarding first, and I'll pass it to Thomas for the economics. But for retailers, we're going out there right now and creating partnerships and getting them onto the platform. So we're taking photos for them, creating their initial listings, sort of reducing that barrier to getting them to list their thousands of items of inventory onto the platform. Now, what this does is sets the standard of what the listing should be. Now, these retailers will be elevated in the search results. If other retailers come in and list their items with lower quality of imagery, they just won't be, people won't buy from them as much. So by doing this intentionally ourselves versus just asking them to list their items, we are creating what that initial standard should be. And then I'll pass it to Thomas for the economics.
Yeah, as far as the accessory items go, we expect an AOV around 30 to 40 for each of the accessory items, and our plan is to utilize a 3PL. So this segment of our market would work very similar to any kind of standard Shopify DTC type store that you'd see today.
Okay, I don't think you can make money selling a $30 AOV product that you're fulfilling, number one. But number two, can you talk about the economics of bringing on the supply? You talked about what you're going to do, but that sounds very hands-on and expensive.
Yeah, certainly. So the retailers are just for the initial supply. So we want to make sure that we have supply for when people start buying on the platform initially. So we're going to have a few thousand items just from 3 or 4 retailers already, but as a few more come on. But ultimately, this is a resale platform at its core. 72% of what we expect to have transactions on the platform long term are going to be resale. And those people are coming to the platform themselves and selling it. So the economics are simple CAC of finding people on social media, word of mouth, the go-to-market strategy that Shreya mentioned. That's really where the economics scale. Yes?
So let's talk a little bit about content strategy, because you're right, OpenAI is going to change, well, it's going to change a lot. It's going to change search, what's searchable. That's going to have an impact on content. Content's going to have to live elsewhere than at your website. What's your content strategy?
Sure. I can start it and show you can. Yeah. But so the articles are just one aspect of the content. But ChatGPT isn't, well, maybe at least not yet, going to be able to create videos showing you how to wear these items, even if it knows what those items are. So we're going to have a longer-term content strategy that includes video, interactive guides, surveys that you can fill out when you come to the site to say, okay, I'm going to this event for this long. All right, these are the items that you should be wearing. So it's more interactive than simply articles that ChatGPT could write up. Over time, long term, we can use AI to our benefit as well. So if ChatGPT does get so good that it knows about all these nuances between these subcultures, we can use that to create content that's more video focused and telling people how to actually wear the clothes versus just saying, okay, this is what this event is and this is what you should wear there.
Just a question. Just continuing on the your unit, I want to find out a little bit more about your unit economics. You said they purchase 3 times a year, is that correct?
So it's segmented with different groups. Some purchase 3 times a year, some purchase once every 2 years.
What sort of CAC do you think you would need for, to grow in a scalable way to make this happen, to make this work?
Our current estimations for CAC are about $40, and that's in line with both ThreadUp and Etsy.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Are there seasonal demand and needs timing, like thinking about very similar viewpoints, Southeastern clothes versus kimono is very similar in Japanese, like types of the culture and the wearing and knowledge is necessary and the variety of the optionality. There is a seasonal effect for those clothes, I assume. Are there any seasonal effect of the wedding event and the special clothes and the accessory? If so, can you, how to avoid like a much of the demand and supply needs by the seasonal?
You want to speak to the seasonality?
Yeah, there's definitely similar seasonality effects, especially around bigger events like Diwali that happens around a certain time of year. But that being said, we do believe there's kind of spread demand, especially because weddings happen throughout the year, and more religious events like pujas, housewarmings, etc., also just happen, when life events occur. So there might be some more high demand around like the fall and Christmas when Diwali happens, and also it's a big auspicious time for weddings. But outside of that, we do expect it'll be kind of rolling throughout other than that peak.
Yeah, and I'll just add that these clothes are purchased with intent, and typically far before the event actually happens. So it's not a last-minute purchase, so demand fluctuations are likely to be pretty smooth. Yeah. Yes?
Less familiar with the market, but imagine for many specialty goods, there's a custom element to this. So folks who either, if they buy it, from a retailer, they may get it custom tailored, particularly wanting to look nice, etc. How do you think about your QA process, ensure customer satisfaction, knowing that these clothes may have more unique sizing or unique fits for consumers?
Sure.
Yeah, I can speak to sizing first. So that is definitely a big concern. As I'm sure Mitchell mentioned, also you all know, these clothes are custom made often and kind of complex. But once we've done our customer research and also talking at length with retailers, we've established a 10 set of sizing metrics that we're calling kind of like the Zara standard, that we're requiring sellers to upload with each of their items, and also creating small GIFs and videos for buyers to know how to use those metrics and size themselves to make sure that these items fit them properly. And then authenticity, you just want to take it?
Sure. For the authenticity, we actually think our approach is fairly clever, not to pat ourselves on the back. But we know that authenticity is a big challenge for some of the incumbents in the marketplace. It's operationally complex. So the way that we've thought about it is to concentrate our efforts on the vendors themselves. So these vendors, like Roz, for example, flies designers out from India to verify themselves whether their clothes are authentic. Our idea is that we certify these vendors to be able to sell authentic items. And when somebody buys something from one of our boutique partners, when they eventually choose to resell it, it'll retain that stamp of authenticity. So that does two things for us. One, it entices people to buy from us in the first place. And second, it provides our customers with an easy exit because all of their listing information is saved.
Yes.
So you put up some huge numbers in terms of market opportunity. If the market is so huge, which I imagine it is, but why hasn't Poshmark or The RealReal jumped into this?
Yeah, totally fair. I think as someone that's not South Asian myself, I was a little bit skeptical about those numbers myself. But with all the customer surveys and then confirming what we saw with secondary research, we definitely believe those numbers. As far as why Poshmark would not enter this specifically, I think it's just a question of resourcing. Their core competency is the more standard Western sizing that they offer. There's a lot of nitty-gritty details. For example, this is a double XL, but in US sizing, I wear a large. And in fact, Mithel's is a medium. He also wears a large. So for them to kind of understand and go the extra mile to dig into those details, we just feel that that's kind of not what their focus is.
But I mean, the expertise comes from people like yourselves who just are familiar with the clothing. Like, that's not a super big barrier to entry there. So,
So people can sell these clothes on Poshmark, and people try. But I've set a challenge for people to see how long it takes them to find the South Asian section in Poshmark. It takes over a minute and a half.
Yeah.
It's just very much buried down there. And even when you get there, the ability to upload the 10 different sizes we mentioned on Poshmark is very challenging. You have to put that in the comments or in the description section. It's just not intuitive and easy for people to use. One other thing that we found in the process of building this is that there are these informal marketplaces that are kind of thriving right now. People are really selling items on WhatsApp and Facebook. In fact, most people find, over 50% of people we talk to purchase on WhatsApp and Facebook for many of these clothes. And the fact that these informal marketplaces continue to thrive despite Poshmark already existing is just an indication that the feature sets just don't cater to them. And in talking to them, they told us the specific features they want. It's the education, specific sizing features, and the ability to communicate between buyer and seller, which is very much key for them. Yes?
I guess I have a sort of a follow-on to the Amazon question. Somebody like me that gets invited to a wedding, I'm going to go to Google and start my search there. And you said you're going to dominate there. You're going to be the first search return. You're going to do search engine marketing. So, of course, that's what I did. I went to Google and I typed in Indian wedding sari.
Yeah.
And, of course, it's 2023, and there's a website called IndianWeddingSari.com.
Of course.
And it's the first search return. It's got 20,000 for sale, ranging from $15 to $800, and it can be searched by region, it can be searched by tradition, Kashmiri. So it seems like this is already being addressed. Can you talk a little bit more about the competitive set?
Sure. So the first point with that site is most of these, if you talk to anyone who shops from those, majority of those items ship from Asia, usually India. And if you get that, it's going to be the wrong color, the wrong size, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't send it back. If you do, it costs more to send it back than it did to actually buy the thing. So while it is an option and people use it, it's mostly because of desperation, and there's no safer options here in the US that are alternatives. And the other thing we would say is, again, back to the informal marketplaces, the fact that those thrive indicates that those existing IndianSari.com just doesn't cater to those needs. And that's just that's not our guess. It's just what we've been hearing from every single person we talk to. Yeah.
Okay, terrific. So now, before we break, we're going to have some words from the school. So this is Star Marcello, who's the Deputy Dean for all of our MBA programs. And of course, before she did that, she ran Polsky Booth. So she is very, very knowledgeable about this, and she runs the College New Venture Challenge. So Star, what do you have to tell us?
I'm going to blame that on Mark Tebbe and Steve Kaplan and the Polsky Center, who had a New Venture Challenge party last night, and here we are today. No, but thank you very much for letting me say a couple of words on behalf of the school and on behalf of myself, and thanks for that kind introduction. It's been such an exciting day. I hope everyone feels the energy in the room. I know we've seen 8 great presentations. We've got 2 more to go. But I am super impressed with everyone who has presented. Some of you I've seen here in the room, some of you have been watching on the live stream, but I hope that all of you who are presenting today feel so proud of your accomplishments. And I'm going to talk to some of you who I know are not presenting today, but have been part of the New Venture Challenge in just a minute. I want to just say on behalf of the school, it's been an amazing year at Booth. We kicked off in the fall with a Nobel Prize for our own faculty member, Doug Diamond, which was a wonderful way to start this year. We also got the #1 ranking in US News and World Report for the MBA program. That was for the 2nd year in a row, and we don't really care about the rankings except when we rank #1. So we did get the #1 ranking, which was very exciting. And we've had incredible gifts from our alums who've really doubled down on their support of the school, which has been quite extraordinary to see. So we've had a lot to celebrate. But of course, we are here now to celebrate Booth as an entrepreneurship powerhouse. And there is no way to get that message across better than the New Venture Challenge. So I know a lot of you were here at the beginning and heard all the stats about how many companies have come out of this incredible accelerator program. We have almost 400 now that are still operating, have raised over $1 billion in venture capital funding, and have created so much impact in this world, and it is so much to be proud of. So to everyone here who has contributed to this program, which I know takes a village, a large village actually, to contribute to, thank you for supporting. Judges, it's so great to see you. I know so many of you come back year after year, and you were in the New Venture Challenge, and now you're judging the New Venture Challenge. Thank you for giving your time and your support. To the coaches, yeah, we can clap for them. To the coaches, I know what it is to coach these teams. It is a lot of time and energy and work, and your heart, I think, is here. Like, you're probably very nervous for all of these teams when they get up and present, and you're hoping it all goes well. So thank you for all the time and energy and dedication. So many of our coaches have been working with the New Venture Challenge for maybe some of them 27 of the 27 years we've been doing the New Venture Challenge. So that level of commitment and dedication is truly extraordinary. I also want to just recognize the sponsors. I know many of whom are here, who this program literally would not exist without you, and your contributions to this program are so meaningful. And then finally, to the students. So I know there's people here who are competing today, and there's people here in this room who are not competing today, even though you were in the New Venture Challenge. And I know this is a super competitive program. It's a reason why people come to Booth for business school. I just want to say to those of you who maybe are not presenting today, I look forward to you proving us wrong. I know some of you are going to go on to be extraordinary founders, and we will celebrate your successes with you. And you are a Boothie for life, so I look forward to seeing everything that you do. Finally, I don't want to end without recognizing Steve Kaplan and Mark Tebbe. They got up at the beginning and thanked everybody else, but I get to be the person who thanks them for being the faculty who are leading the New Venture Challenge. And I'm going to stop talking because none of you are here to see me. You're here to see the students. And I know there's a break and you're probably eager to get up and stretch your legs. Polsky team, I know you guys are here and this is extraordinary. Thank you for everything that you have done to build entrepreneurship at Booth. And let's take a break.
So we will take a break. We ask that you come back in the room about 2:05. We will start sharply at 2:10 with our last two presentations. Okay, let's go ahead and start taking our seats. We're going to get started in about 3 minutes.
Do you
Let's go ahead and start taking our seats here.
At a minimum, you would get like the most Stanley's, JP Morgan to sponsor what you're doing there because it's such a tough demographic. There's a real other side. Don't buy cruise
All right, we're in the home stretch. Let's go take our seats now, folks. And for those that are watching on the live stream, I want to make sure all everyone is very happy, so I want to remind all the alumni on the live stream to keep your eyes open for the Alumni New Venture Challenge, which is our latest track, and is open for all alumni of the university. So for those watching on the live stream, make sure you are aware of that, because we love seeing lots of applications. It has grown dramatically. It's our fastest growing MVC track right now. So with that, let's make sure we have all of our judges here. And we do. We're ready for our next team. Watch Shift.
Hi everyone, I'm Will, founder of WattShift. We optimize how smart energy devices use energy. Grid operators are increasingly challenged to balance supply and demand on the electricity grid. They must do that every minute of every day to avoid deadly blackouts. As they are increasingly challenged to make this balancing happen, they're creating more and more valuable and increasing number of incentive schemes to encourage demand shifting from expensive peak times to clean off-peak times. This is what I did. For 7 years, I've worked in this space trying to connect energy devices with my first startup, and then as a product manager for thermostats and energy at alarm.com, trying to connect these devices to these electric grid incentive schemes. What I learned is that this is really hard. There's 200,000 combinations of regulatory schemes at different layers, and you need to understand all of them and optimize for them exactly right in order to be sure that you're going to save money. That's what we make a lot easier. Right now, a device maker has to do this themselves. They need to integrate with each of these categories of incentive schemes. They need to understand it. They need to pull it all together. That's challenging. There are a few companies that optimize for one of these incentive schemes. That still requires a lot of work. Alarm.com actually owned such a subsidiary when I worked there. Still super challenging. We make this really easy. We pull together the incentive schemes into a single price signal. All of the incentive schemes are trying to show you certain times energy is expensive, certain times it's cheap. We layer that together into a nice summary that can really simply be used to optimize device behavior. People want this. Blip signed an LOI with us to manage their batteries. Ivy wants to help control energy in the homes that they serve. Degree-wise and Lynx both want to build a little more product, but to see the value for their products. What we're doing for these customers and all the other ones is helping them build a user interface to collect user preferences. What temperature do I want my thermostat to be at? When do I need my electric vehicle charged by? Giving them the ability to build a good user interface to capture user preferences and provide the user control to override what might be happening with the device at any given moment. We collect those settings. We combine that with our knowledge of incentive schemes, as well as the other knowledge we need to build to support this, predicting user behavior, predicting local grid environment, and other energy use in the home, to create the optimized schedule that we can pass back to our partners to have them shift load of their devices to match the scheme. As a bonus, we can predict predict and create data about actuals of carbon-reduced dollars reduced for the customer to put into the user interface and show them exactly what they're getting by having this feature turned on from the partner. The way that, so we get these devices to shift energy. Once we get them to shift energy, the home meter captures that data and passes it to the utility. The utility can see that energy has been shifted from expensive times to cheap times and will bill the consumer less for using less expensive energy. Additionally, we can take this energy, it goes to the wholesale market for electricity, the commodity market, and we can sell into that market a reduction in peak demand, the same way that power plant sells an increase in supply. This is a proven way to make money in this market and one that we are, can easily achieve. Once we make that revenue, we share part of it back to our device partners. So the customer saves money, our partner makes money, we also make money. Again, for our partners, we're helping them build a new smart energy feature into their existing products, into their existing mobile app, into their existing device that allows them to offer dollar savings to their consumer, lower carbon costs to their consumer, without the need for the consumer to make behavioral change or the need for the consumer to be uncomfortable. That's not a necessary part of this. And they get to make recurring revenue while also having a better product. We get to help the partners do this. The more that they want to do this and the more devices they get online, the more revenue we make and the more revenue we share with them. Two of these partners relatively deep in our pipeline are about $2 million in ARR, net ARR to us. Even with a smaller partner, well under $1 million, with reasonable operating costs, an LTV and a relatively short partner life, you get a few $1 million in LTV. Even with really high selling costs, we think for a partner of this size, you can profitably sell to them, really profitably sell to them. And that's what we're excited about. If you dive into the thermostat market, there's a few names that you're all aware of. There's also a lot of smaller companies that are in this space and selling thermostats, and we can profitably sell to all of these companies. And it's not just thermostats. You have batteries, water heaters, electric vehicles. They're all increasingly on the scene and all need this same ability to manage their energy to match the grid incentive schemes. So that's what we're offering and how we build up our market. And John Eric will cover how we grow that.
Thank you, Will. Taking a look here at our market size, we've built a bottom-up view that starts with those medium-sized partners Will talked about. That SOM right now represents $128 million in net annual recurring revenue that we can achieve. Moving up that market to get to the TAM of $9.2 billion, that captures all existing devices in US homes across all these different incentive schemes, and it really demonstrates the size of what we'll be able to grow into over time. The other great thing about this space is that there's a lot of really strong tailwinds. I think we're all aware of the different social needs and policy changes driving electrification and increased use of renewables, and all of those act as tailwinds that are going to triple this market size over the next 5 years. Taking a look now at exactly how we sell and build these relationships, that all starts with selling to their product team to really understand the technical needs of what they have and what we offer. That's working with people like Will in his former role, and we estimate that will take us about 6 months on average. Moving forward from there, we can begin the integration and then pilot or beta process. That's what we're really excited to start this summer with our early customers. And after completing that, we can launch formally on all devices that a partner has. In total, this process takes us about 18 to 20 months. But what we're really excited about is that we are currently outpacing those estimations for these early partners that we have. Over time, that sales process stacks up really well for the long-term potential of the business. By 2028, we will scale up on larger and larger partnerships to eventually get on more than 1.2 million partner devices by the end of 2028. That will allow us to achieve strong top-line revenue of $68 million with great operating income of $16 million as well. One of the other really interesting facets of the way this operates is the flywheel effect that's created as we become more intelligent about the partner devices. So as we learn more about consumer behavior and the way that different types of devices in homes operate, we can begin to make more and more accurate forecasting predictions, both for utility market pricing and local variation in demand and consumption, allowing us to create a best-in-class service that's really difficult for anyone else to match. Additionally, there's an economies of scale and high switching cost once these partners are integrated with us. That all leads to our end goal of WatchShift becoming the energy intelligence layer for all connected devices in homes, allowing us to take part in every energy transaction that a household sees. We have a fantastic team to do this. We've already talked about Will's depth of experience in the space, but it's also worth noting that he's going to be working on this full-time, starting this summer with the Polski Accelerator program. Our MVC team has been an amazing support as well. There's a few of them over here today. And most of the team is staying on to support these pilots and beta programs as we move through these next few months. Just to highlight the real positive momentum that we're working with, things really kicked off last fall with the I-Core program and our initial customer discovery. But just since the start of MVC, we've hit really strong milestones with our customer process and the early progress we have. Product milestones like launching our MVP app to the Apple App Store and the closing of our first funding round through Friends and Family for $100,000. As we work off of that quick progress, we're really excited about what the next year and a half holds for us. That all starts this summer with the launch of our V1 API and the initial pilots that we'll have with Ivy in California and eventually Blip in New York. As we iterate on that API and expand those pilot offerings, we'll be set up with a strong foundation to sell our first large partnership with Wise by the start of next year. That will allow us to set up the integration process with them and launch nationwide on their hundreds of thousands of devices from there. That brings me to our ask of you all. We are looking for $1.1 million in funding to support that 18-month roadmap. The really critical thing up front is getting the engineering support through full-time engineer staffing to support Will in his ongoing development efforts. Once we are able to build the products that our customers are asking for, we'll be able to continue to scale these offerings and build up our sales team in 2024 so that we can continue to build larger and larger partnership efforts. We're really, really excited about what WattShift is bringing to the energy space and what the future holds for us. Thank you all for being here. If you're interested in learning more, feel free to check out our app on the App Store or go to wattshift.com. Thank you.
Jim.
Maybe I didn't understand the product of the case. This does involve adjusting how we use it by the consumer.
Absolutely.
Mike?
Yeah. So you indicated that it does not impact the comfort of the customer, but doesn't it on hot days reduce the amount of air conditioning and maybe reduce the amount of heating on cool days? And
yeah, absolutely.
So in what sense does it not impact the customer?
Absolutely. So we can create more savings, more money if you accept some discomfort. What we can do is, like this sort of describes a little bit complicated, but what it's showing is that even within a normal plus or minus 2 degree thermostatic range for a thermostat, there's still room to shift runtime out of the expensive periods into the cheaper periods, where you're still within that temperature band you're used to while you're saving money. So if you're willing to go down a few more degrees during the pre-cooling period and up a few more degrees during on-peak, you'll save more money, but there's room to save money without any user impacts.
Yeah, so I guess my question is, as I recall, you did a survey of a number of people to see if they'd be interested in doing this. But surveying them and having them say that and having them actually live it is two very different things over time, right? So it reminds me a little bit of the story of New Coke. Everybody loved it when they took 2 sips. When they drank a whole glass, they hated it.
Totally. I think that you're absolutely right.
And I think if you don't test this over a full year or so of experience, I think it's very difficult to evaluate whether people are willing to do it, particularly for savings of, not a huge amount of money, $50 a month, something like that, which is not a huge amount of money to be too hot and too cold.
Yeah, I think what we're excited about is the opportunity to offer some savings, even if you have nothing customer visible, as well as more savings if customers want to expand more. Part of what we're going to get good at is understanding from user inputs whether they want to just be comfortable all the time or whether they want to trade a little bit of comfort for some savings and some carbon reductions. And understanding those markets is going to be huge. John.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of quick questions. One, so this would, as an example, if I plug my electric car in at 4 o'clock and I don't need to use it until 8 in the morning, it would shift to the evening, right? That's one of the uses, correct?
Absolutely.
And so first, what is the IP and what is and where does the data come from on the regulatory side of this?
Totally. It's somewhat complicated. That's where the value comes in here. There's for each of the different incentive scheme categories, there's different data layers. There are some like national labs data we can use for rate plans. There's some partners, like if you're talking about demand response programs, you're partnering with different companies who have built demand response programs with utilities and using their programs. It just depends on the individual incentive schemes. I think that where the IP comes in is we build the translations, and then a lot of what's protectable well, potentially patent protectable is the process we're using here to modulate devices and pull this all together. And then there's some algorithms and trade secrets we can build around the data and better predictions of user behavior
And then
stuff
with
like
with the LOI that you have, what does that LOI say? Is it a commitment to do
that.
development?
It's a commitment for a pilot.
Got it.
Yeah. Guy?
Yeah, my big question here is there aren't a lot of subscription models that consumers pay for smart home anything that
Totally.
I'm aware of.
Totally.
And so I'm very worried about the consumer willingness to pay. And yet all of these savings models, yes, they do benefit the consumer, but they also benefit the utility by taking the peakers, offline a little bit more.
Mhm.
And so, like, how do you get, like, where's the pool that's going to pay for this? Who's going to pay for it? Because it's hard for me to believe that consumers will.
Totally. And we're really excited that we're not charging consumers any money. They get to just save money on their bill, and then we separately make money, exactly right, from the grid not having to pay peaker plants. They pay us instead of paying the peaker plant, which is a great part about this business, and we get to bring recurring revenue to a device partner. So a company like Wise, they had a lot of trouble raising.
Sorry, can you just explain how that works? What is the flow of money?
Yeah. So there's two sources of value here. One is the top line is coming from the electric grid. We're bidding into a wholesale electricity market, a reduction. We're getting paid like we're a power plant for not having those peaker plants run, exactly as you're saying. And that's a totally separate thing from the bill reductions that consumers get. Consumers get the bill reductions, get to keep the bill reductions. And in addition, and separately, we get paid money by the electric grid and get to share that with our
So
partners.
you have to strike deals with all the utilities?
No, we don't, luckily. There are demand response programs, which is one source of value where you can extract it from the utility, and that would be a partnership not with the utility itself, likely, but with the existing demand response partners that work in that space. What we can also do is we can go directly to a commodity market for electricity and bid into that market as a market participant. So it doesn't require any kind of partnership. It's like selling your stock in the New York Stock Exchange, or selling your corn. There's no risk of not being able to sell it. You don't need any special partnership or relationship. Go.
I think that those kind of the outside related business is very, you have to prove, but I think that, like you mentioned about the competitive landscape related, like Ecobee, and every player said what you said, like connecting all the API and controlling and connecting the outside AI.
Yeah.
But nobody could do it. Like Ecobee claimed, and Nest Ecobee claimed they can connect the Tesla wall and they can connect the curtain system, air conditioning. They don't.
Yeah.
Why you can do this?
Yeah. Yeah, no, totally. I think that the interoperability here is a total challenge in this space. And I think what we're, the way that this has worked is that Ecobee and Nest and Tesla, all of these companies, they go and they build all of these integrations themselves. And what we're doing is not at first for those companies, they're a little too big and they've done too much to themselves already. But for smaller companies, we're helping them integrate with the electric grid first. We think that then there'll be an opportunity, once we serve a whole bunch of these companies of the medium scale, to then pull this together. There's a room to just, with a single device type, create all of the modeling here is just focusing on optimizing a single device type with a single partner. We do think there's a down the road opportunity of integrating these different devices to work together in a more clear way. I think like what Tesla and with trying to be the person to control all of them. But at first, we think there's a great opportunity going through device partners to control their devices in homes.
I think one more question. Their issue was every single device has updating the software, changing the software their own pace. So once they update, they are off the connection. So those are the issues that nobody could solve. So how you solve those?
Oh, I see. I think I see the question. There are some companies that have tried to be the interoperability layer between devices and other people. That's not what we're doing. We're selling to the device partners. They are our customer. We offer them the ability to build a new service. So we're not doing this interconnection manually. We're not holding them to that. We just provide this data and then assistance to these companies. And so they update and they maintain us within their system. We're not pulling that together. Brent?
Can you just explain the purpose of your own standalone app? If you're going through partners, is that just for configuration and controlling the UI, or what's the purpose of the app?
Great question. I'm glad you asked. The app itself is not the way we really go to market. It's a place for us to test and learn and get good at this. We build some user interface. We can test with a few friends in California and make sure everything's working right. And we get better at this and to take something more compelling to our device partners. So it's a place for us to get good at collecting user inputs, seeing how users react, testing our integrations and validating all of that. So it's sort of a test place for us. Alyssa?
I didn't have my glasses on, and despite being in the front row, it was very small. Going back to your financials, it appeared, I think I saw this correctly, that in 24 you were just under, there we go, thank you. Yeah, just under 4 million, and then you jumped to 46 million in 25. What gives you confidence that you can hit, and then I guess looking at the inflection to 26 and 27, I'm 28, wow. What gives you confidence that you think that you can ramp on the device side with that type of device scale?
Yeah, I absolutely appreciate that call out. First, it's worth highlighting those are thousands for those years, so not going to millions that quickly. But the reality of the way this market breaks out is, as Will highlighted, there's this category of a lot of people that have hundreds of thousands of devices that are in the world. So as we reach them and build up partnerships and integrate with them, there is an opportunity to quickly sign these larger partners. So what's reflected in that 24 to 25 jump, as an example, is the completed integration and ramp up period of our first larger partner that has 40,000 devices. So that's why you see that jump up. And really, that's what we rely on as we scale up, as bigger and bigger partners drives us with upward momentum. We can go to Matt.
So years ago, we were investors in Internoc, which did this demand response, but on the commercial side, and it worked for a while. Question is, Nest has demand response, full loop. The bigger guys are already doing this right now. What do you bring at the end of the table? Because at the end of the day, because you're on one hand plugging into the thermostats, and on the other side, you're plugging into the demand response. I mean, at Internoc, we were like directly connected to the utilities, and we were literally controlling the coolers in the grocery store. What is your value add at the end of the day as part of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not familiar with Internoc specifically, but I can speak to the dynamics of a lot of the demand response aggregators. The real thing we're excited about with our positioning is that we don't need to scale up direct partnerships with those utilities. There's a number of APIs coming online to help us access those wholesale markets, as Will mentioned, also getting access to demand response programs. And that's why we think that entering through this device partnership channel is the right way to access consumers. I think when people try to build a scalable business off of those utility programs, they face challenges as utilities love running pilots for a long time, things take time. So that's why we're excited to go directly to the partners, and we feel that acts as the best method for accessing consumers.
But how do you not get disintermediated? In other words, what I'm saying is if you were plugged in on both sides, like Internoc, we were plugged in all the way to the coolers. It was very hard to pull us out, and hence, a nice exit. With this one, you're kind of relying on kindness of strangers, right?
Yeah.
A little bit?
Absolutely. One of the things that we think protects a little bit from that is the integration cost that someone would face to switch away from us. When you look at the value we're able to provide, it's not just aggregating incentive scheme data and demand response data. We're providing additional information through projections and local grid forecasts of prices. We have this additional value. And beyond that, once someone's integrated their product with us, it's expensive to unplug those features and go to someone else. So we think we get protection from that once we're built in.
So one last question, following up on Alyssa, and then I'll let everyone else talk. So to get to 46 million and then eventually 1.3 million?
Yeah.
Who gets you to 46,000? And then who gets you to the 1.3?
Yeah, so the ones that we've talked about a little bit already are the ones we're really excited about. So both Wise and Ivy are two of the people we have pretty well down our funnel right now that we're excited to continue talking to and working with, because they both have access to, with Ivy, 50,000-ish apartments, and Degree Wise is bigger than that with hundreds of thousands of thermostats. So those are some examples of people we're excited to get farther with and integrate and launch with, as well as there's a number of other medium-sized players that provide access to those early markets. We can go to the back with, sorry, I can't see your name, Laura.
Laura. Following up on Matt, I'm going to try to ask it this way. I think I know what a B2B to C business is in a classic sense. So one business helps another business attract, reach, engage their consumers. What part of you is the B2B and what part of you is the B2C? Because I'm trying to figure out what the point of leverage is.
So the reason we're pursuing B2B is to get access to customer devices. The revenue is generated on a per device and per home basis, right? So it matters to eventually get those devices. The B2B portion of that is us providing value through the additional features to our partners. They can provide better energy features as we get those offerings to them, and that's what brings
What's the
consumers
chicken and what's the egg?
The chicken is the partnerships we're looking to scale up right now. That's who we want to target first, and that's who we're excited to launch with.
Okay, thank you.
David?
Sure. I've lost a lot of money in this industry. And I think the structure you had on one of your slides would show like there's a bazillion device guys and there's the big guys. It's like that for a reason, which is like this is a really, really hard strategy, and the successful little guys have underestimated how much support was required for their partners, like people in Taiwan, people in China, like on the ground. To deal with the issue, and the big guys are the big guys because they have the resources to just integrate for a full solution. So what's changed that makes that market structure change in terms of market share?
Yeah.
Like, the people here couldn't name 10 of those companies, right? But everyone knows what Google is.
Sure.
And Tesla.
Sure. I think that what's compelling about that market structure is that exactly as you're saying, those little guys struggle to compete and show themselves as comparable to an Ecobee product or a Nest product, and we're helping them offer those competitive features. We're playing the role of someone who's helping them move up the chain and have some of these features. And there's a lot of these guys. They have hundreds of thousands of devices. We can make some millions of dollars off of them, and they really want to have the same clean user interface and the same features that a Google or Nest does.
All right, great. Thank you very much. And judges, if you could take a minute and go ahead and fill in your form, remember to hit submit at the end. We'll be getting revenue for our last team this afternoon. And as we mentioned this morning, you'll see some teams where the CEO is not presenting, like scratch your head. Remember, only students can present. The CEO, and even in this particular case, the researcher will also participate in Q&A afterwards. So with that, we bring up our last team, Alnair.
Hello, everybody. I want to start by thanking all the teams that were unbelievable and went before us, and the amazing room of judges we have here today. We're really excited to introduce you to a company called Alnair Therapeutics. And at Alnair, we're building enhanced drugs to beat cancer. And that's a really lofty claim. So before I get into how we're going to do that, I'm going to introduce you to the team that's going to make it happen. And it all starts with Dr. Xiaoyang Wu, sitting right here, tenured professor at the Cancer Ben May Institute here at the University of Chicago, who has spent his life studying cancer cell signaling. And he is luckily an entrepreneur at heart because he developed the technology we're here to introduce you to today, brought it to the Polsky Center where he met a group of unbelievable mentors who were so compelled by the unbelievable problem and technology that we're addressing that they decided to take time out of their busy, successful careers in pharma to help found this company. And they tapped their network and built the team of operators that has experience with early stage venture capital for life sciences companies, as well as commercial manufacturing for building out pharmaceutical products for patients. And we did programs like NVC and Nucleate, and we built the team that's standing in front of you today, a team of well-rounded executors in the space of pharma, who between us has 18 drug approvals, 6 in the field of cancer, 3 IPOs, 5 licensing deals, and a full company acquisition under our belts. And we're all here today to address one of the biggest problems happening in our world, and that's cancer. Specifically, solid tumor cancer. Right now, in the United States, there are 650,000 Americans living with metastatic cancer. And metastatic cancer is essentially cancer that's migrated. We call it stage 4. And of those 650,000 patients, in 5 years, only 12% of them will survive. If we project that out to 10 years, it's a devastating 1.5%. And the reason this is happening is because cancer therapy is super inaccurate. If we were to put 100 milligrams of chemotherapy into your body today, and you were a patient with cancer, we would expect 1 of those milligrams to hit the tumor. The other 99 are wreaking havoc on the healthy organs in your body. And this is what causes those terrible effects that we associate with cancer treatment. Hair loss, nausea, vomiting, heart failure is all occurring because your brain isn't made to take the same toxin that kills a tumor. And right now we're seeing roughly 1 in 5 patients quit chemotherapy early because these toxic effects are so terrible that, quite frankly, they'd rather stop suffering and choose death over continued suffering and survival. At Alnair, we find that unacceptable. At Alnair, we're building a world where patients don't have to choose between stopping treatment early and receiving the cancer treatment they need in order to survive. We're building a platform that enhances tumor targeting and allows for better drug penetration. And in doing so, we're allowing patients to experience fewer side effects and better treatment results. And here's how we do it. In order to target better, you need a really great target. And it all starts with lactate. Cancer metabolic activity leads to cancer cells using lactate like fuel to grow. And the worse the cancer is, the more lactate it produces. As you can see on this graph, green represents your normal tissues. And the maximum level, your normal healthy tissues will produce lactate. As you can see, there's a relatively large gap between the low levels that cancerous tissues produce, roughly 3 to 40 times the level of lactate in cancerous tissues when compared to your normal healthy tissues. And that presents a great target for us. At Alnair, what we've built is a blue porous nanoparticle. Essentially, this particle is hollow and is capped with the green caps you see. What we can then do is pack any kind of drug inside of it. These red beads represent doxorubicin, which is our first indication. And then once those drugs are packed, we can cap the particle and introduce it into the body. And once it's in the body, it travels around the body. But it's containing that toxic drug inside of it. And eventually, maybe it'll never find that lactate environment and it'll just be ejected from your body the same way we eject everything. But when it finds that lactate-rich environment, those green caps will dissolve and release the chemotherapy into the tumor. And this is really important because chemotherapy success is directly correlated to how much time chemotherapy can spend with the tumor. And when I show you our data, I want to stress that this is really important and what we're seeing in our early studies. So what you see here is a mouse. On the left is before administration, on the right is after. And as you can see, after being introduced to Alnair's doxorubicin platform, the chemotherapy is concentrated around the tumor. Now, if I was to show you this picture without our treatment, the chemotherapy would look like the picture on the left because it would be so dispersed you wouldn't be able to pick anything up on the heat map. And when we talk about this numerically, it's this graph on the right. So the blue represents our line of chemotherapy concentration inside the tumor over 4 hours compared to traditional administration. And as you can see at 4 hours, we're showing 12 times the level of concentration of drug inside the tumor. When we put this into a triple-negative breast cancer mouse model, we're seeing some unbelievable results. 19 times concentration of drug inside the tumor, avoiding any increase in healthy tissues. And in fact, we've seen evidence and believe that we're going to have less healthy tissue impact. And most importantly, 3.5 times survival. 3.5 times the amount of time to kill those tumors and overcome treatment. And that all culminates in this chart on the right, where we're showing our ability to significantly improve on conventional drug delivery. We're showing a 12-time more persistent drug with 11-time peak concentration and 19-time exposure to the tumor. And we're doing it in a way that's easy for patients to adopt. They sit in a chair, they get an IV bag right now. After treatment, they'll sit in a chair and get an IV bag. Only now, under the same infusion method and the same dosing regimen, we expect them to have a favorable side effect profile, which leads to a better treatment experience, and most importantly, better treatment outcomes.
Thank you, Ryan. So Ulnar is really a game changer in this space. As you can see, there are a lot of big names, a lot of products that are trying to tackle solid tumor cancers. But what we do here at Ulnar is we build upon the strong tumor penetration of small molecules, all while having enhanced targeting capabilities that are on par, if not better, than monoclonal antibodies and next-gen ADCs. And we do it for only 1/10 the cost to manufacture. And because we have a method of use patent that doesn't expire until the 2040s, these people on the screen here become our best friends, if not potential partners. The current oncology market for solid tumor cancer drugs in the United States is about $100 billion. Our initial beachhead is going to be about $700 million of that, and we're modeling that after the doxorubicin market. We think we can capture this based off of our models of what liposomal doxorubicin did to doxorubicin when it was first introduced into the market, and because this is a market of consumer need, not of consumer choice. And enhancements are quickly adapted. Once we have validation of our foundational IP, we unlock other drug categories that make up the rest of this market that we can be very opportunistic about moving forward with.
Thank you, Kristen. So Ulnar as a newco plans on validating the underlying technology so we can bring these enhancements to other drugs. But in order to do so, we needed to choose a really good first target to push through FDA approval. So we decided on the Ulnar doxorubicin conjugate. Here we can leverage the prior art associated with doxorubicin in order to accelerate this process through the 505(b)(2) pathway, saving investors money and our patients time. Once validated, we can plan on our platform expansion, capturing the near $100 billion in the US oncology market. I'm really excited to announce that we've already completed the discovery phase of this project with the platform development, with the filing for IP protection, and putting together a very robust feasibility package for you. Next, we're planning on a preclinical phase, which includes IND-enabling studies. Here we're signaling to the FDA that we're ready for human trials. And in parallel, we're de-risking the mass manufacturing of our platform. So as soon as we get the green lights from the FDA, we can start on our joint phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trials, unlocking a number of exit opportunities at the end of 2026. At NVC, we're asking your support to get us through the preclinical phase of this project, and I'll hand it over to Guillermo to explain how.
Thank you, Flavio. Here at NBC, we're asking for $1.5 million, which represents our pre-seed round. With this funding, we'll get an engineering batch to de-risk scale manufacturing and increasing our IP mode, as well as getting started with our preclinical studies. In parallel, the team is fundraising a seed round for $3.5 million, which will close at the end of the year. And with this funding, we'll be able to complete our preclinical trials and file our investigational new drug application. Prospective funding, we have raised $300K through awards, $175K through the Joe Schwartz Innovation Fund, and $500K in grants which are pending. We want to get this technology to patients as fast as we can, and for that, Ulnar cannot do it as an R&D company. We need to exit to a big pharmaceutical company, and that's our business model, an exit. And for that, we have options. We can do an a licensing deal where we see precedent transactions for a single asset worth $470 million, or a full exit of the company where we see precedent transactions worth around $1 billion.
Thanks, Guillermo. So we're really excited to be here today, which is kind of a culmination of where we are in a point of pivot in the company. We've had unbelievable success winning awards like the Duckworth Cancer Prize and the Ullman Cancer Prize, validating our science and preclinical results. We've won the George Shultz Award based on the promise of our problem solving as a company in the potential market. And we're here today to ask you to partner with us, because at Alnair we build game-changing therapies for cancer patients, and we can change the standard of care for what cancer is. Thank you. We'd love to open up for Q&A. Cindy, thank you.
So that was an excellent presentation, following up on an excellent business plan. I've got one question that you probably didn't address perhaps as adequately as you should, and that has to do with the Warburg effect itself, which is often referred to as aerobic glycolysis. And the point is it's not unique to cancer, and my big concern is it's an uncommon metabolism. You only see it in a few select cell types, but it's used in these particular instances where you need to have that exact kind of metabolism. And it's in the brain, for example. It's in the adaptive immune system, and a handful of other places. And I'm just wondering if your studies thus far have truly examined, how much the cancer is impacted versus these very particular regions of the body, not just the brain, but select brain regions, for example.
Absolutely.
Just to make sure that, not only is it more effective as a treatment, but it might be a more effective toxin for these areas where you're relying on aerobic glycolysis for your physiology.
Absolutely. Dr. Wu, do you want to address that?
Oh, thank you. It's a great question. So Warburg effect is a nearly universal kind of phenotype, metabolism phenotype for solid tumor. But under certain pathological condition, healthy tissue may also have elevated lactate concentration, like septic shock, like psoriasis. But it's very easy for us to screen the target patient population to ensure the safety of a treatment. So brain, certain region in the brain may also have higher elevated lactate concentration, but the nanoparticle itself will not be able to penetrate the blood-brain barrier. So it will not really affect it will not deliver the drug into the brain. So it's not a concern for us.
That's right, but it still may be the case that enough gets in that, with the more effective targeting. It's a question to examine, and the right way to go about that, I think, would just be to consult with some of the leading scientists. You cite the work of Craig Thompson, for example, to consult with them to see what their concerns might be. And it might be very readily resolved. And if that's the case, just be sure that you say that, because it is being used elsewhere in the body. And so it could be creating a kind of vulnerability.
And Cindy, thank you for the question. Essentially, you're concerned about off-target effects of the therapeutic. And the answer is that, and we do have that slide for the release of the drug. Essentially, it's a tunable platform, which basically means that in a bespoke, tailored fashion, we can basically set the predefined threshold for the release of the drug. And so if the threshold is at 5, 10, 15, 20 micromoles per gram, we can actually tune that and to reduce the risk of the therapeutic off-target effects.
Yeah, so I guess the concern is that in these regions where you're relying on aerobic glycolysis for your basic function, how high are those lactate levels? Because I know they can be pretty high.
Right.
So maybe it's the question is, can you effectively tune it just for the
answer
cancer
is yes, and we're seeing
not for these other regions?
Understood, and thank you. And so yes, we can tune that above what we believe is the highest threshold for lactate within healthy tissues, and that's probably that slide here, is we're seeing approximately in 2 to 3 basically micromoles per gram of lactic acid levels or lactate levels in healthy tissues such as in the kidney, in the liver, basically these like heavily used endurance muscle, that kind of thing. And we tune that to multiples of that above. And so I think the risk of off-target effects is low because of that, because in that prior slide, the release of drug is tunable, and so we can release that drug at a much higher threshold. Yes.
Thank you. John, yeah.
Two quick questions. One, what is the current manufacturing process and capacity of the nanoparticles?
Yeah, you want to do that, Ian?
Thank you. So currently we're in the engineering batch phase, and we can produce up to 1 kilo of the material. The material, and please correct me, Dr. Wu, is a silicon nanoparticle between 30 to 150 nanometers in diameter. It can carry a wide payload, or a wide range of therapeutics, ranging from small molecule, monoclonal antibody, peptide, and all the way up to albumin-bound products.
Yep.
So.
And if you get this through the FDA and you start doing the study and you start with the doxorubicin, do you actually have to go get it reapproved for other drugs that you'd want to put in the nanoparticle?
The answer is yes. So each program would be its own bespoke program, number one. And number two, and the reason why we want to do this, the team is comfortable developing platform therapeutics, number one. Number two is that we believe that with each proof of concept, that we will be able to develop a composition matter pattern on each pipeline asset to make them carvable, right? And lastly is we believe that, and I don't know if we have the slide here regarding the future prospects of pipeline candidates. Again, we described this wide range of therapeutics, and we believe, for example, something with known off-target effects like a PI3K inhibitor, a kinase inhibitor, massive market known off-target effects, that we would probably do that as a pipeline candidate number two. Of note, I think there's really opportunistic and very interesting expansion into other things like silencing RNA, I think, and radioligand therapy.
Yeah, Jim.
So for a totally unsophisticated biotech investor, right? Mm-hmm. I look at this and say it's a slam dunk. I mean, why in the world wouldn't anybody invest and do it? Mm-hmm. But then I also understand there's a whole number of gates that you have to go through, mm-hmm. and real risks in terms of testing and everything else. I guess I was a little disappointed in your case presentation that you never talk about the risks. And it would be helpful for someone like me for you to say, we got a 5% chance of this working, 60% chance of this working.
And that's probably the best question so far on this. So basically, we have a team with a history of, we've opened over 70 INDs, and we've gotten at least 18 drug approvals, 6 in cancer. Thinking about the strategy, the pipeline strategy, first and foremost, the reason why we picked doxorubicin was because it is a known roadmap towards regulatory approval following a B2. We believe that we have a very truncated data package in order to get to approval. After we have platform validation, we basically can unlock the partnering and co-development deals 4 to 6 years early versus if we'd done a traditional B1. And that's the entire play. Again, is this an interesting platform therapeutic, right? Do we have access to an undruggable target? And number three is there line of sight to a repeatable and scalable precision oncology play? And we believe that we have that opportunity here.
So if you have that much confidence, why are you asking for $1.5 million? I mean, it's peanuts. Why not keep all the equity and do it yourself?
Yeah, it's venture fundraising, right? We stage gate it. Right now, our technology is the most risky. On the other side of this 1 million, we've de-risked our CMC. We show that we can stably produce this at mass, which is a major red flag for any company at our stage. So, each of these milestones are set out to create value for us and our investors. And the way that we do it by stage gating it allows for minimum dilution, but the maximum returns for everyone involved.
And may I add, and thank you, Ryan, is that I'm a Booth alum. I owe my career to the university. I just do, right? And, Dr. Wu has been kind of audacious, just simply audacious, to actually go through NSF I-Core, Polsky Boot Camp, the Polsky Deep Tech Accelerator, which we were mentoring, and I brought the old team, the band together, and sort of said, this is a really interesting play, and gosh, just as a science nerd, right? How many times do you see a transformative technology where you're like, God, if I don't take a shot, right? And I mean, just for grins, like go back to that. I don't know if we've seen the life science, the mouse model survival curve, right? And this is the really nerdy thing here. We saw like two things, and this survival curve was really shocking. If we can open that up, but basically, there are different types of solid cancers, and they vary by the amount of lactate in them. And in fact, if you have a primary cancer or stage 4 cancer, the lactate levels are very, very high. In fact, what we have here is a triple-negative breast cancer, 15% of all people with breast cancer. On the bottom, you have a childhood cancer called Ewing sarcoma. It kills kids like in 2 years, right? Because it grows so fast, and the lactate levels are very high, and they're directly proportional to the growth of the cancer. It's the same drug. Why did we double the lifespan of these mice with Ewing sarcoma versus TNBCs? Because the lactate levels are just that much higher. And when we see that, you're doubling the lifespan, right? And so the nerd physician in me says, well, gosh, I mean, like, if I can capture just a little bit of that benefit, just incremental in a human study, right? Like, think about those extra months, years that improve quality of life. And as a physician, like, why wouldn't I want to be able to enable that?
We'd like, next question, thank you. I'm sorry, I can't see. Sarah, yes, thank you.
Yeah, a couple of questions. Can you talk about what your capital expenditures need to be till you can actually sell to your first client? And I realize that could be either a licensing agreement or an all-out sale.
Yeah, can we go to the Gantt chart? Thank you. Gantt chart. Yep. So as you see here, this is our critical path to get to our first approval. Roughly 2026 is when we'll start generating that key data in our clinical trials, start engaging with potential exit partners, and that's roughly an $18 million path to get there. $5 million now, $13 million to fund through phase 1-2 clinical trials for approvals. At that time, we'll be able to start breaking off licenses, options for the entire company. Really, it'll kind of depend on what the market's like and what opportunities come to us.
Okay, and just to put things in context, my previous role was Xeris Biopharma, and we basically did a similar play. And the costing is, I think, is relatively comparable in terms of loading, getting that first initial drug candidate out.
There's a long way to go past the $1.5 million. And then just secondly, can you just clarify what the regulatory hurdles are that you see? Because typically they could be much longer than you expect.
Can we go to key de-risking? Thank you.
I keep going through that.
Sure. Yeah, so regulatory-wise, we'll have to prove, or go to Gantt chart, please, Guillermo. Thank you. Key safety and tox, essentially. So because it's a comparable product, our main studies in our preclinical phase before moving into humans is a pivotal tox and a pivotal safety study in different animal species, and then essentially also showing that we can manufacture stably. Moving into humans, we'll have to show biocompatibility. And Eng, I don't know if you want to add anything to the phase 1s.
Essentially, IND-enabling studies provide, again, 2 species, probably 28-day tox, GLP tox, dose range finding study, and a biodistribution. I think we can do a truncated package for that. In addition, we probably need about 1 kilo of clinical material to do the GLP tox. And then after that, we could do, and hopefully if we can obtain funding within the next 18 months, is do a parallel campaign for manufacture for the phase 1 batch. And that way we can save the stakeholders at least 18 months. And that's our goal. Again, eyes on prize. Can we unlock and create value for the stakeholders 4 to 6 years early?
So how long do you envision it taking to get through those hurdles?
We're estimating 40 to 54 months. Total time between to line of sight of the NDA filing.
4 to 5 years, yeah.
To NDA filing?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
For just doxorubicin?
For the first pipeline, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, John.
One more question for, I'm sure Dr. Wu knows the answer, is which of your colleagues or who else in the field is working on this using nanoparticles?
For nanoparticle? I think at U Chicago, like Dr. Wenbing Lin, he's a very strong scientist in this field. I think MIT has several leaders in the field as well. I think our nanoparticle has the strength is the first one to address the tumor metabolism, to leverage the lactate concentration to build a very strong specific chemo switch to make the tumor-specific drug release. I think that's the real first time to show for the field.
Let's get through. Sorry. On this one?
I just want to say that the really cool thing is about the nanoparticle is this green switch. And the reason why is there's a hydrogen peroxide lever on it. And we believe that what basically is when at the time of dissolution, the hydrogen peroxide probably mucks up with the cell machinery and the cells cannot kick out the drug. So it becomes an accumulation of whatever mode API is inside the particle, and that's why you're seeing this massive PK difference. So.
Any other questions? One last one. We got 20 seconds. We'd love to address one more. Yeah, great. Thank you. Constance.
So it's not even a non-sophisticated biotech investor, not at all, but someone who's been touched, like I'm sure many in this room, with family members that have been going through chemo and whatnot. I guess I'm curious if you know enough, maybe you said it and I didn't understand it. Do you know enough to know what percentage of the subjects so far, the mice so far, have been receptive to this? Can you show survivability? Like the tumors need to be receptive to the
So what we're observing collectively, and thank you, is we're seeing in different types of cancers, one with lower lactate, I mean, they're high, but there's lower versus really high lactate.
And I'm sorry, I don't know what lactate really
lactic acid levels, they're
this
jet
is,
fuel.
This is what would allow you
to basically release drug, right?
Okay.
We're getting significant reductions of tumor burden across, these are small studies, about 30 animals, right, in each type of cancer, but you're seeing a 25% reduction in tumor burden in the breast cancer model and a 40% reduction in the mouse Ewing sarcoma model. So this is really just transformative, right? And this, again, this is what really got us excited about, trying to prosecute the technology and bring it towards commercialization.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
All right, judges, if we could have you go ahead and fill out the form. And then we have one other burden that was in the email. We would like you, since you've seen now all 10 teams and you may have slightly adjusted your scores throughout the day, some go up in scores, some go down, we'd love to have you pick the top 3 teams that you saw today that you think would be interesting to invest in. Looking past the fact it may not be in your normal set of portfolio, looking past the fact that it's not an investment thesis you would normally invest in per your restricted portfolios. And I will go up here and do the administrative stuff behind the scenes. I will let Steve come up. But when Steve's comments are done, we would ask the judges to stay here, and everyone else has to leave the room. And you can go up to Winter Garden, you can go up to 104, you find a place to go. We will be convening with the judges and determining the winners today, and we will have an answer for everyone by 5 o'clock. So here you go, Steve.
Okay, I don't know if I have anything else to say, but actually I do. So first of all, I want to thank our judges. They came from all over. A couple people got waylaid by the weather. They got in at 2 or 3 a.m. And they're still here, so thank you. And as we mentioned, it's like the big reason the students work so hard. Thank you in the audience for being here all day. Thank the teams that presented, did a great job again, so thank you. And now, as Mark said, judges stay here. We can take a little break, but judges come back here, be ready to go once we figure out what's happened. Everybody else, please leave. And we will be back in the Winter Garden at 5. I don't know if we finish earlier. Do we start earlier? So if we finish earlier, we'll come to the Winter Garden earlier. So, but it'll be 5 at the latest. And thank you. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, there's always hope. So thank you very much, and we'll see you all soon.
Rain-X Pro Ceramics 2-in-1 High Foaming Wash and Wax cleans and protects your car's entire finish with the ultimate repellency, so your car is ready for everything. Repel every element with Rain-X Pro Ceramics.
Here's your money briefing for Wednesday, April 5th. I'm J.R. Whalen for the Wall Street Journal. Americans who've reached their limit with long hours are experimenting with working less, a lot less. WSJ Work and Life columnist Rachel Feinzig joins us with more. Hey, Rachel, thanks very much for being with us.
Thanks so much for having me.
So, Rachel, we've heard from a lot of people over the past several years that the pandemic caused them to reconsider their work commitments. But how much of a trend has this become?
I think it's a real trend. There's data showing that high-earning men have pulled back on their work hours. We've also seen the number of Americans working part-time voluntarily, so that's for non-economic reasons, rise over the last year. And then we've had this experiment with a 4-day work week, which has really been taking place in the UK, but they've had a lot of success over there. And I think it's caused a lot of companies and individuals here in the US to think, wow, my life would be really great if I had a 3-day weekend every week.
And so how are people who are working less in the U.S. filling out their days?
I think some people are using it as an opportunity to spend more time with their kids. Sometimes that can devolve into childcare, which I think a lot of researchers say is not exactly what we want to see here. Like, the idea is that you're kind of spending less time on work, whether that's caregiving responsibilities or actual paid labor outside of the house. So you want to be spending time on things like hobbies or volunteer efforts. There's also this idea that you could maybe spend that time doing errands, all the logistical stuff of being an adult, that needs to be done that we often spend our weekends doing. And that can free up more time on weekends for us to just be happy and do things we actually enjoy.
Rachel, you mentioned the 4-day workweek experiment in the UK. That got a lot of publicity. What are we hearing from workers who participated in that?
A chunk of them say that there is no amount of money that would prompt them to go back to 5 days a week. Overall, people have been happy. And I think many people and bosses feel like folks have been productive. I think some of the research coming out of that shows that, these are people who hadn't really thought about doing a 4-day work week and were really surprised to find how much they liked it.
Now, some people will cut back on their work hours, but are they really separated from work, given all the connected devices we have?
Yeah, this is where this can totally go wrong. Maybe you go down to part-time, you take a big cut to your pay, and still every Friday you're logging on because you have demands from clients or coworkers that you just feel pressure to respond to. There's also the sense, I think, that you miss out on promotions, you miss out on key company decisions. It can be really hard to make this work. And with this story, I really wanted to delve into what this really felt like for people and all the benefits, but also all the downsides that folks maybe don't think about when they're just fantasizing about how great their life would be, if they worked less.
But to be sure, not everyone has the financial means to cut back on their working hours to part-time, right?
Exactly. I mean, a lot of people don't work in jobs where you can do this, where there would be the opportunity to do this. A lot of people cannot make ends meet if they're making less money. JR, I have to tell you, a decent chunk of folks that I talked to actually said they were making the same amount of money, especially if they kind of went toward freelance and contract work. They were actually making more per hour being on their own, but there's still a lot of risks and hidden costs, right? Like, your health insurance is no longer paid for and you don't have paid time off and you're at the whim of these companies and there's a lot less stability. So for sure there are costs, but again, I was surprised to hear that it's not always like just a totally slashing of your salary the first year that you do this.
But is there a learning curve to this? Removing work from your schedule and not feeling that you're slacking off?
Yes, I heard about this from several researchers who said that, especially if you start doing something like the 4-day work week, at first there's kind of this period where people are like, what do I do? Just because you have that time doesn't mean you're using it well. If you are just scrolling, you're not going to feel great. You really want to be using that time for something that still gives you purpose and makes you feel productive. I think that after a while, people get the hang of it and realize what a boon it is to their lives, but it can take a little while to adjust. I mean, JR, work serves a purpose in our lives. It gives us structure. It gives us purpose and self-esteem. There was a finding from a professor I talked to who found that we don't need that much of it to get that benefit, but we do need that. And people who have too much time also, suffer from a lack of happiness because we just feel adrift. So it's all about finding that balance of having enough time and using it well.
All right, that's Wall Street Journal Work and Life columnist Rachel Feinzig. Rachel, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
And that's your Money Briefing. I'm J.R. Whalen for the Wall Street Journal.
feel uneasy, irritable? Does your internet bill make you anxious? You may be suffering from UPH, unexpected price hikes. It happened to me. And then I switched to T-Mobile and got 5G home internet for just $50 a month. Now I'm sleeping better, my skin is glowing, and my hair has never been so shiny. Most importantly, T-Mobile has price lock guarantee. They will never raise your internet rate, ever. Switch to T-Mobile home internet. It worked for me. And just look at that shine. Wait, what has the internet got to do with my hair?
Introducing Astapro Allergy. Astapro is steroid-free, unlike Flonase. Astapro and go.
chips and salsa out here! Wait, what?
The best chips in life are free.
Test, test, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2.
Okay, you ready? Okay, sorry, we're a little late. We had some, what happened? Hello, hello. Good afternoon. Come closer, come on. We don't bite. Well, Mark bites. I bite. Okay, very good. So, we want to, first and foremost, tell you that, in talking to the judges afterward, they were very, very complimentary and said the presentations, the teams, the students were terrific. So, congratulations to all of you for doing a great job. We're just wait. And as I think Mark and I told you, I think this group, their progress, there's always awesome progress every year, but this year the progress from the end of February to today was like amazing. It was like the most progress ever. And so we are, great job, and you should make as much progress in the next 3 months as you made in the last 3 months. So thank you. So, and now what we're going to do, it's a little bit funny. So not funny, but it's a little confusing, and I'll explain why. So we had a ranking of the teams, and we'll give out the awards in terms of how the judges ranked you, but the dollar amounts are not in the same order as the rankings. And the reason for that is some of the judges decided to put money in and maybe didn't get as many votes, or their differential votes. And that reflects the fact that we have no idea who's going to succeed. And that, there are times when, I think, there have definitely been years like Open Water was probably the best team from 2015, and they were 9th. So, we don't always get it right, so there you go. So take all this as an indication of where we think you are now. So you want to add anything?
Well, after we finished all the judging orders, we had a few judges come up and say, I want to invest some more money in certain teams, so the dollar amounts will not be totally in line with the awards, but be glad it's all good money.
Right, it was more money.
It's more money.
Okay, so
you want to start with
tied for 6th, and there were sort of the 5 teams that were kind of tied for 6th, so that was kind of the equal. And I know it's alphabetical, so I have to see who it is. So first, tied for 6th, and $35,000 in investment, inclusive plus. What? There, come on. Here, come. We'll be on the end. Whoa. Okay, very good.
Oh, what? Where do you want us?
There you go.
The podium's in the way. What do we have to do?
Right after us.
Okay, everyone, we're the guinea pigs.
Sorry.
Hang on, let's do this.
What, move
Hold
this?
this for a second.
Okay. No, it's
it's
taped
not gonna
down.
move.
Okay, this is good. Here. We're good.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Here, it's yours.
Okay,
Not
thank
mine.
you. Remember to take
Okay. Next with $10,000 is Cadia Health. Mark and I are on the end. So, very good.
Look, for the check.
Okay.
Mark left with support.
Oh, yeah.
So he said he knew you. Good. Okay, this is yours. Very good. Okay, and next is what shift? And that's $10,000 as well. Oh, God. Mark, move that way, move that way. Okay. The check. Okay, very good. Great. Very good. Okay, next, also at $10,000 is czars. Very good, very good. Okay, very good, take that. And the last one tied for sixth, but at $45,000 is Zelia. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. Okay. There we go. Wait, let's sit in, Mark. You're blocking Sid. Okay, very good. Okay. Okay, Mark reminds me there was a People's Choice Award that is $5,000. We don't have a check for. We're very sorry, but the People's Choice winner is in the remaining five, and the People's Choice winner is Everleather.
No, we don't have a check.
We don't have a check,
I got up here. I realized I forgot to write a check. But you had, last time I checked, like 1,200 votes.
We have another check. We have another check for you. It's okay. Okay, the fifth place winner is the fifth place winner at $15,000 is Flash Forward.
Next year we won't put the podium in the middle.
Yeah, we'll move it on the end. Okay. Great. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay. Okay, only 4 left. So the next, the fourth place winner with $85,000 is Marview.
That's scarier than you investing in us.
So, very good. It's the only one. So my wife is betting on you guys. Okay, so there's 3 left. The dollar amounts are now about to go up. So, number 3, $315,000 is Everleather.
Leather shoes.
Okay, this way. Great.
Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Okay, so there are only two left. And, okay, second at 280,000 is Reorbital.
Great. Thank you. Oh my God.
Well, it's real money.
Yeah.
Real money. So it's very cool. We had, waves. I mean, Marview. We had, space. We had the team that was into leather. And the winning team is helping to cure cancer is Allnair. So, and that is $585,000. Very nice. Congratulations. Yeah. It's a big team. Congratulations. And there you go. Congratulations. It's a big team. Okay. What? Okay. Okay. Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Good job. Good job.
We did it.
All right. Let's drink.
Very good. Well, now go get it done. Okay. What? Oh, so we should also add, as Mark reminds me, the first place award is the Rattan Kosa Award. So 205 of that 585 is from Rattan. And so that concludes another year of the New Venture Challenge. It was awesome. Thank all of you in the room who helped. Thank you. All in the room who participated. Thank you and congratulations. And we look forward to the teams that competed today to being very successful in making the Polsky Center and Chicago booth some money, and also doing good things for the world. And we look forward to doing this again next year. Mark?
Thank you, everyone. Now it's time for cocktails and everything else. Let's enjoy each other. Thank you.